Chapter 1347. The Jin Bing Taoist elder asked Fang Chun some questions before leaving. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong stayed in the Jin mansion. It wasn't difficult for the Jin Bing Taoist elder to upgrade a 4th grade divine weapon to 6th grade. However, the Jin Bing Taoist elder needed to find the materials, so it would take at least a day. During this time, Jian Wuhong was nowhere to be found. Fang Chun sat on the ground and began to cultivate. He took out the sword cloud dragon suppressing pill and put it in his mouth. Then he swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Soon after, Fang Chun felt the medicinal effect of the sword cloud dragon suppressing elixir completely spread. In his energy reserve, the star pagoda shook and the wild power of the stars surged. In a short while, the effects of the sword cloud dragon suppressing pill were swept away. Buzz! A ruler's sword chi instantly spread out around Fang Chun's body. The Sword Emperor realm was called the Emperor of Swords. It was a very important step in the advanced level of Sword Principle Quintessence. After reaching the Sword Emperor realm, the Sword Chi would become the Emperor Sword Chi. When facing the enemy, the Emperor Sword Chi could successfully bring pressure to the enemy. Of course, after reaching the Sword Emperor realm, the martial artist's understanding of the sword principle would also improve a lot, opening a new door. However, what Fang Chun needed to do now was to break through the bottleneck and reach the 4th step of the advanced level of Sword Principle Quintessence, the Sword Spirit realm. The Sword Principle communicates with the Spirit. The Sword Principle communicates with the Spirit could be understood literally. The so-called Sword Principle communicates with the Sword Principle meant that martial artists could communicate with the Sword Principle. The Sword Principle was vast and boundless. As a sword cultivator, he could use himself as a guide to communicate with the Sword Principle contained in nature. If he could take this step, it would be extremely beneficial for the future of a sword cultivator. Fang Chun's talent in the Sword Principle was already incomparably heaven-defying. However, the Sword Spirit realm was still something he yearned for. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time and couldn't break through. However, now a Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill would solve all his problems. The pill made by a 6-star alchemist was very effective. Especially for sword cultivators, it was a supreme tonic. Not long after, the Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill's medicinal effect was completely integrated into the ruler's sword chi. At this moment, the ruler's sword chi began to change. In the blink of an eye, the ruler's sword chi shattered from the inside. After that, Fang Chun felt that the sword chi seemed to have intelligence and was able to convey some thoughts to him. Sword Spirit Realm? Fang Chun's face was filled with ecstasy. In the next moment, his body rumbled. Following that, the ruler's sword chi around him became even more tyrannical. In fact, from this moment onwards, it could no longer be called a ruler's sword chi because Fang Chun had reached the 4th step, the Sword Spirit Realm. All of the sword chi contained in this world frantically drilled into Fang Chun's body. In an instant, Fang Chun felt his body fill with a wild power. His mind was filled with a vast aura of sword principle. At this moment, his understanding of the sword Tao had improved once again. Previously, when he was cultivating the lightning descent sword formula, there were still some areas that he had doubts about. But now, everything had cleared up. Is this the Sword Spirit Realm? After a long time, Fang Chun withdrew his aura and grinned. At this moment, Jian Wuhong appeared. Dressed in a red dress, she was still as dazzling as ever. However, the cold expression on her face made it seem as if she was 1,000 miles away. However, when she saw the change in Fang Chun, a trace of surprise appeared on her cold face. Ever since she was a child, Jian Wuhong's potential in the Sword Tao had always been strong. Ever since she joined the old E-Sword sect, she had never met a sword cultivator who could compare to her potential in the Sword Tao. However, Fang Chun's appearance caused her to change her view of him. Although she hadn't known Fang Chun for long, she had already discovered that Fang Chun was a freak. You've reached the Sword Spirit Realm? Jian Wuhong asked in a low voice. Fang Chun withdrew his aura and stood up. He nodded at Jian Wuhong. It's all thanks to your Sword Cloud Dragon Suppressing Pill. Without it, I would have had to wait a long time to reach the sword spirit realm. You have great potential. Jian Wuhong's words came out of nowhere, and she turned to leave. Fang Chen paused, then shook his head. It was difficult to understand a woman's thoughts. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused on the lightning fall sword. He had just reached the sword spirit realm, and his sword Dao was connected to the sword spirit realm. His understanding of the sword Dao was superb. In fact, Fang Chen's idea was correct. In just half an hour, Fang Chen had mastered the Thunderfall sword technique to the perfection stage. Whoosh! Fang Chen's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. He was tired. To Fang Chen, reaching the mastery realm of the lightning fall sword art was considered an improvement. He just finished when the Paragon Dao Father arrived. Paragon Dao Father, Fang Chen called out. The Paragon Dao Father nodded happily. Kid, your divine weapon is very special, the Paragon Dao Father said. It's as if it's been nurtured in the sea of sword Dao for a long time. If I wasn't skilled, I might have failed. With that, the Paragon Dao Father handed the brand new Hidden Star Sword to Fang Chen. Fang Chen held the Hidden Star Sword and felt the powerful force coming from the sword. He was very happy. Buzz! The body of the Hidden Star Sword vibrated and issued a series of sword cries. It seemed as if it was in high spirits. It seemed to be telling its owner that it had advanced. There was an insurmountable gap between a rank 6 divine weapon and a rank 4 divine weapon. Although he had guessed it before, the reality still shocked Fang Chen. After the Hidden Star Sword became a rank 6 divine weapon, it was very sharp. Fang Chen couldn't wait to try the power of the Hidden Star Sword. However, with the Paragon Dao Father present, he held back. Thank you, Paragon Dao Father. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. The Paragon Dao Father waved his hand. He had a good impression of Fang Chen. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. I also gained a lot from refining your Hidden Star Sword. The problem that had troubled me for a long time suddenly became clear. The Paragon Dao Father smiled. Jian Wuhong was here. Wuhong. The Paragon Dao Father smiled. Jian Wuhong talked to the Paragon Dao Father for a while, then left with Fang Chen. In a restaurant near the Jin Mansion, Guyu played with a wine cup in his hand. His face was very gloomy. His dark eyes looked through the window and stared at the gate of the Jin Mansion diagonally opposite. Not long after, the gate of the Jin Mansion opened and Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong came out. Are they out? At this moment, Guyu already had the intention to kill Fang Chen. He knew Jian Wuhong very well. Normally, she didn't care about men, let alone take the initiative to get close to any man. But now, she was brazenly bringing Fang Chen in and out of the Paragon Dao Father's mansion. This made Guyu very angry. Fang Chen. Guyu murmured Fang Chen's name in a low voice. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong took a teleportation array and left Tianhua City. Guyu arrived at the teleportation array. Using his status as 10th on the Tianhua ranking, he checked where Jian Wuhong had gone. What Sword Heart Mountains? Guyu's face turned ashen. His eyes shone with shock. Jian Wuhong had brought Fang Chen to the Sword Heart Mountains. There was only one explanation. She wanted to bring Fang Chen into the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Damn it! Guyu clenched his fists, his heart burning with rage. He was a disciple of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Although he wasn't a sword cultivator, he had always wanted to enter the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. But he had always been rejected. And now, Jian Wuhong was bringing Fang Chen to the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Fang Chen, I will kill you, Guyu said coldly. There was a flash of white light. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong appeared in a mountain range. This mountain range was the Sword Heart Mountains. However, the Sword Heart Mountains were not open to the public. It was completely controlled by the Sword Path faction. Apart from the Sword Path faction, no one could enter. This was because there was a Sword Heart hidden realm in the Sword Heart Mountains. In the past, Jian Wuhong had always come alone. But this time, she had brought an unfamiliar man with her. Wuhong, you're here. There were some buildings beside the teleportation array. An old man walked out. He was the Sword Path faction's elder in charge of guarding this place. Elder he, this is Fang Chen from our Sword Path faction. I'm bringing him into the Sword Heart hidden realm. Jian Wuhong said. Elder He nodded and said, "Come with me." Before long, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. "Wuhong, we've recently detected some abnormalities in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. You must be careful," Elder He reminded her. "Thank you, Elder He," Jian Wuhong said. Crash. Elder He activated a secret technique and opened the entrance to the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. "Let's go in." After saying that, Jian Wuhong and Fang Chun entered the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Crash. Elder He waved his hand, and the Sword Heart Hidden Realm closed. Right at this moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind Elder He. "Well done." The ghostly figure laughed sinisterly. Elder He's face turned ashen, but he didn't refute. However, after pondering for a moment, Elder He still spoke. "Sooner or later, the old East Alliance will find out. Don't worry. If Jian Wuhong dies in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm, no one will know it was us," the ghostly figure said. "Have you considered that if Jian Wuhong comes out alive, the truth will be revealed? You and I will both die," Elder He continued. "So the best solution is to let her die in the Sword Heart Hidden Realm," the ghostly figure continued. Hearing this, Elder He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed and turned to enter the building. He left behind a ghostly figure with a wild smile on his face. Chapter 1348. Sword Heart Secret Realm. Because it wasn't Jian Wuhong's first time entering the Sword Heart Secret Realm, she was very familiar with the place. She knew exactly where the danger was and where the safest places were. As soon as he entered the Sword Heart Secret Realm, Fang Chun felt boundless sword chi coming from all directions. So this is the Sword Heart Secret Realm. Fang Chun was a bit disappointed. The legendary Sword Heart Secret Realm didn't seem as good as he had imagined. Jian Wuhong smiled and explained to Fang Chun, "This is my first time entering the Sword Heart Secret Realm. My mentality is the same as yours. Once you stay here long enough, you will know that the Sword Heart Secret Realm is much more terrifying than you think." "Where are we going now?" Fang Chun asked. Jian Wuhong pondered for a moment and said, "The place I want to go is a bit dangerous. You shouldn't come with me. Head southwest for 300 miles from here. You can train there first." Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded. The two of them instantly separated. To Jian Wuhong, Fang Chun's strength was still a bit weak. Not long after, Fang Chun arrived at the place Jian Wuhong had mentioned. This was a forest. Standing outside the forest, he could feel a vast aura surging out. "What's here?" Fang Chun muttered to himself. However, when he stepped into the forest, he discovered that there were abyss sword demons here. Abyss sword demons were a very bloodthirsty race. Each member of this race carried a sharp sword on their back. This sharp long sword had fused with his body. Their swords were the source of their strength. If their swords were damaged, their bodies would be greatly affected as well. Abyss sword demons looked similar to darkness demonic beasts. However, they were much stronger than darkness demonic beasts. As long as they were targeted by the abyss sword demons, they would definitely fight to the death. Roar! A deafening roar resounded through the forest. Immediately, the roars of demonic beasts echoed, one after another. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. His figure flashed as he activated the true meaning of space-time. His body constantly moved forward. Now he finally understood what Sword Dance Hong meant by training. This little girl actually wants me to fight against so many sword demons of the abyss. Roar just as Fang Chun was rushing forward. An abyss sword demon blocked his path. Damned humans. The sword demon of the abyss seemed to hate humans very much. When it saw Fang Chun, its eyes turned scarlet. Without saying a word, it attacked. A thunderous attack whizzed through the air. Fortunately, this abyss sword demon wasn't too strong, so Fang Chun was able to withstand it. Bang, he punched the abyss sword demon's body. The abyss sword demon's body was sent flying, and Fang Chun's fist was also faintly aching. What a powerful physical body. Fang Chun sighed. The abyss sword demon that was sent flying got up again and charged at Fang Chun. Bang, 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 he continuously threw out a few punches, smashing the abyss sword demon's head. It was also at this moment that a large number of abyss sword demons appeared and surrounded Fang Chun. Looking closely, there were more than 20 abyss sword demons. These abyss sword demons were basically comparable to 8th level heavenly body tier cultivators. Moreover, with so many abyss sword demons joining forces, even ordinary 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators wouldn't dare to face them head on. Fang Chun took a deep breath and took out the star concealing sword. "Old friend, I've seen you." Fang Chun affectionately stroked the star concealing sword. The sword hummed, as if responding to Fang Chun. This was the first time the star concealing sword was used after it was upgraded to level 6. Fang Chun also wanted to see how powerful the star concealing sword was. Roar. More than 20 abyss sword demons roared toward the sky and instantly pounced at Fang Chun. A powerful aura that covered heaven and earth directly enveloped Fang Chun's body. At this moment, Fang Chun used the lightning fall sword technique. The consummate level of the lightning fall sword technique was ridiculously powerful. The instant Fang Chun waved the star concealing sword, a rotating sea of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. In the depths of the sea of lightning, there was a terrifying vortex. The vortex spun at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the center of the vortex, one could vaguely see a thick lightning snake poking its head out. This lightning snake contained a powerful power of lightning. Even from so far away, Fang Chun could feel the oppressive aura. Xiao! Dazzling sword light suddenly shot out from the star concealing sword. At the same time, this thick lightning snake slithered out from the vortex and swooped down, bringing with it the sound of rolling thunder. At this moment, the sword chi in Fang Chun's body appeared automatically as if it had a mind of its own and merged into the sword light. Wong. The sword light and the lightning snake quickly merged together. This was the essence of the lightning fall sword technique. Although it was only a preliminary stage, its power was already ridiculously powerful. Boom! Fang Chun shook his wrist, and the terrifying sword light in the sky directly rushed into the group of abyss sword demons. Suddenly, the sword light exploded, and the abyss sword demons nearby exploded and died. Whoosh! Wherever the star concealing sword passed, the bodies of the abyss sword demons were directly cut in half. Boom! In the sky, lightning constantly swooped down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 abyss sword demons were killed by Fang Chun. The sea of lightning in the sky disappeared. Fang Chun held the star concealing sword and looked at the scattered corpses of the abyss sword demons on the ground. These abyss sword demons' corpses had long been broken, but the battle swords on their backs were intact. What a hard battle sword! Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The battle sword that even the level 6 divine weapon, star concealing sword, couldn't break was really hard. Fang Chun picked up a battle sword, wanting to see what material it was made of. After checking it, he didn't find anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Whoosh! The little mouse jumped out and said, "Boss, the battle swords on the backs of these abyss sword demons are their bodies. They're the essence of the sun and the moon, forged over 10,000 years. Even a level 7 divine weapon can't break them." Hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chun's heart shook, and then he curled his lips. A battle sword that even a level 7 divine weapon couldn't break was too overbearing. Crack! While speaking, the little mouse picked up a sword, crunched it to pieces, and swallowed it into its stomach. Fang Chun stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. A battle sword that even a level 7 divine weapon couldn't break was eaten by the little mouse like food. The heaven-devouring godly mouse was too heaven-defying. Even though Fang Chun had been with the little mouse for a long time, he was still very shocked. "Boss, don't be shocked. My heaven-devouring godly mouse clan is known to devour the heavens. We can even swallow the heavens. The battle swords of the abyss sword demons are nothing," the little mouse said proudly. Then, more than 20 battle swords were all swallowed by it. After eating, it burped and rubbed its belly happily. "Boss, These battle swords are very hard. If you use them as the foundation and make a sword formation, it will be very powerful, the little mouse said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and then an idea flashed through his mind. That's right, why didn't I think of it? Wouldn't it increase the power of the formation if he integrated the battle swords into the formation? Fang Chun immediately thought of the origin killing formation. The origin killing formation was mainly used for attacking. If he could integrate the battle swords into it, the attack power would definitely skyrocket. Why didn't I think of it? Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Then he said to the little mouse, "Go hunt the abyss sword demons and get as many battle swords as possible." In the following time, Fang Chun and the little mouse rampaged through the forest. As long as it was not a large group of abyss sword demons, Fang Chun and the little mouse could easily kill them. Once they encountered a large group of abyss sword demons, Fang Chun and the little mouse would escape in advance. If Fang Chun, who had the true meaning of time and space, wanted to escape, the abyss sword demons would not be able to do anything to him. In just one day, Fang Chun obtained 100 battle swords, and this was because the little mouse had swallowed a portion. Otherwise, there would be more. After calculating that the battle swords were almost enough, Fang Chun and the little mouse left the forest. The abyss sword demons seemed to be unable to leave the forest. Fang Chun was relieved. After finding a safe place, Fang Chun sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and instantly set up the origin killing formation. Then he began to study it. The chaos element killing array was a killing array. It was very difficult to integrate it into the battle swords. However, Fang Chun was giving it a try. The perfect circle killing formation was operating. Fang Chun released his divine consciousness and carefully observed the trajectory of the origin killing formation. Just like that, he observed for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chun opened his eyes and frowned slightly. It's too difficult, Fang Chun sighed. With his current array formation attainments, it was too difficult to integrate the battle swords into the origin killing formation. Boss, how is it? The little mouse asked. Fang Chun shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Boss, don't be discouraged. The origin killing formation is very powerful. If your array formation attainments are higher, you might be able to succeed, the little mouse comforted. Fang Chun nodded. Suddenly, the little mouse thought, Boss, since you can't integrate the battle swords into the origin killing formation, you could try to create your own array formation. It was not impossible for a 5-star array formation master to create an array formation. However, the array formation created would definitely not be too powerful. Fang Chun also thought about it first, but later rejected it. Now that the little mouse mentioned it, a flame suddenly ignited in his heart. How powerful would it be to create an offensive sword formation with the battle swords as the foundation? Fang Chun fell into deep thought as a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. He was thinking about the feasibility of this idea. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chun suddenly clapped his hands and said, Okay, let's give it a try. Anyway, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through for the time being. 88. Oh, he might as well study the array formation. Maybe he could really succeed. Even if he couldn't succeed, he could learn from the failure and make a foundation for improving the origin killing formation in the future. Boss, I support you. The little mouse chuckled. Fang Chun nodded heavily and then began to create the array formation. However, creating an array formation required a long time and couldn't be completed in a day or two. Chapter 1349. I promised to recommend a book for a friend, but I almost forgot. It's also a Xuanhuan. It's very interesting. Friends who are out of books can go and take a look. You'll have unexpected gains. Tian Wang, Divine Realm, 1,000,000 words, is being serialized. Extreme Desolation, the end of the sky, the beginning of time, is called Tian Wang. A prison, suppressing the eternal sky, locking up countless gods and emperors. A blade, splitting heaven and earth, cutting through all illusions. Don't be arrogant. Don't be arrogant. Just watch me become a divine emperor. This is a strange world, a world based only on the heart. According to legend, the human heart has 7 orifices, but what's important here is that the heart is exquisite. 18 orifices, and all the orifices are connected to the divine altar. I'm arrogant. I don't curse when I fight. I'm arrogant. I don't cry when I fight. I'm kind. I don't hesitate to kill you. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? What are you staring at? I'll kill you in a minute. What are you rolling your eyes for? Believe it or not, I'll dig them out and crush them. Shut up, or I'll cripple you. That's how arrogant you are. That's how arrogant you are. Breaking the heavens with 5,170,000 words. It's finished. When a meaning of life is no longer to continue, is it to get lost, stick to the old rules, or find the secret? That legend says that there are billions of heavenly Tao power. If you get 1, you'll be strong. If you get 2, you'll be crazy. And if you get 3, you'll dominate the world. As for him, he possessed 4 of them. He's even called a peerless demon. Is it a lie, or is it hope? He used to have a unique logical thinking, but it changed with age. How can he walk out of this encirclement? How can he break the heavy shackles and protect everything around him? How can he break the invisible hand behind him? He wants to dig out all the secrets, understand all the past, and restore the truth. Life is like that. Go left or right, take a step back or take a step forward. However, when the left is a flood, when the right is a cliff, when the latter is a dead end, when the former is nothingness, he still can't stop his footsteps. The only thing he can tell himself is this. Chapter 1350. The Tao of Formations was extremely vast. Even with Fong Chen's talent, he couldn't comprehend a powerful formation in a short time. Moreover, his formation skills were only at the 5-star level. If one was a formation master above 7 stars, their comprehension of formations would be very strong, and it would be very easy for them to create a formation. First, Fong Chen finally made a decision after thinking for a long time. He wanted to create an offensive formation with offense as the main body. After that, he used half a month to study the central control of the formation. After another half a month, the formation's wrinkles were finally arranged by Fong Chen. However, this formation's wrinkles were too simple and still needed to be supplemented. Fong Chen fell into deep thought and kept thinking about how to complete the formation's wrinkles. Supplementing a formation was an extremely difficult thing. However, Fong Chen didn't have much pressure and immersed himself in the sea of formations. During this time, the little mouse had been wandering around. From time to time, it would discover some abyss sword demons, but they were all killed by it. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since he entered the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. During this time, Fong Chen had been studying the formation. After 2 months, the formation was finally completed. However, it was only a 4th-tier formation, and there was still some distance from the 5th-tier formation. Oh! Fong Chen opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Finally, the preliminary stage was completed. Next, he just needed to think of a way to integrate the battle swords into the formation. Voila! Fong Chen waved his hand, and suddenly, streaks of star power rushed into the sky, and finally spun in the sky for a while, then swooped down and drilled into the ground. Whoa! The sword formation was instantly formed, and dense sword chi surrounded the sword formation. Under Fong Chen's control, the terrifying sword chi quickly condensed into streaks of sharp sword blades, shooting randomly in the sword formation. Its attack power was comparable to the power of a mid-level heavenly body tier cultivator. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction. Replace these swords condensed from sword chi with battle swords. Thinking of this, Fong Chen began to try to integrate the battle swords into the sword formation. With a wave of his hand, Fong Chen controlled one of the swords and placed it into the sword formation. Immediately, he was strongly repelled by the sword formation. Not good. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Chen cursed inwardly as the swords in the sword formation madly attacked the battle swords. In the blink of an eye, the battle sword was riddled with holes. However, it was still unbreakable. Fong Chen frowned. This was not the way to go. He needed to think of another way. The sword chi within the battle sword is a bit different from the sword chi within the formation. How can I fuse them together? This was something that needed to be resolved so far. However, just as Fang Chun was deep in thought, the demon's sword in his interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. There's a problem with your way of thinking. The demon's sword took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. Could it be that the demon's sword had a solution? As expected, the demon's sword continued. The sword on the back of the abyss sword demon does not contain the sword chi cultivated by humans. Therefore, there's a fundamental difference between the two. Do you have a solution? Fang Chun asked. You've already reached the sword spirit realm, and your sword chi is like a rainbow. Use your own sword chi and infuse it into the battle sword. After the demon sword finished speaking, it went back to sleep. No matter how Fang Chun asked, it did not speak anymore. How do I infuse my sword chi into the battle sword? Fang Chun was puzzled. However, he was still prepared to give it a try. Holding the battle sword in his hand, the 4-story star pagoda in his chi suddenly trembled. Not long after, a crazy amount of star energy surged out. At this moment, the sword spirit realm was activated. Dazzling sword chi crazily surged out from within his body. Under Fang Chun's control, the sword chi entered the battle sword. However, what made Fang Chun helpless was that the battle sword itself was resisting his sword chi. What should I do? Fang Chun was a little anxious. However, at this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Strands of clear energy flowed into the sword. In an instant, the restless battle sword was stabilized. Then, Fang Chun was shocked to find that his sword chi could enter the battle sword without any hindrance. A great storm took place in Fang Chun's heart. Immediately, he was pleasantly surprised. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi originally contained in the battle sword was completely consumed and replaced by Fang Chun's sword chi. At this moment, Fang Chun noticed the change in the battle sword. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun was also stunned. Then he was overjoyed. The battle sword has become sharper. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was very excited. Immediately, he took out hundreds of battle swords and infused them with sword chi. After about half a day, he finally finished infusing them. The brand new battle swords made Fang Chun feel a little depressed. After that, Fang Chun put the battle swords into the sword formation and was pleasantly surprised to find that the sword formation no longer rejected the battle swords. This is great. The battle swords were no longer rejected. This was a good start. Next, what Fang Chun needed to do was to completely integrate the battle swords into the attack of the sword formation. This was a relatively easy task. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months in the Sword Heart secret realm. During this period, Fang Chun had been integrating the battle swords into the attack of the sword formation day and night. So far, he had integrated all 100 battle swords into the formation. However, Fang Chun felt that the sword formation could accommodate more battle swords. Let's go and get some battle swords, Fang Chun said to the little mouse. Immediately, the man and the mouse quickly entered the forest. 3 days later, Fang Chun returned to this safe place. Once again, he threw himself into the sword formation. Wong. At a certain moment, the sword formation exploded with dazzling sword chi, and the whole earth was shaking. Fang Chun felt an incomparable pressure in his heart. It can no longer accommodate them. Fang Chun's eyes widened as he looked at the sword formation in front of him, his heart wild with joy. The sword formation could accommodate 200 battle swords in total. If it was at full power, even a martial artist at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier would die instantly if trapped in the sword formation. If the sword formation could be upgraded to level 5, it could also kill an 8th level martial artist instantly. It would also be a threat to 9th level martial artists. However, being able to reach this step, Fang Chun was already very satisfied. With the chaos element killing formation as the foundation, the sword formation developed will be called the chaos element sword formation, Fang Chun said softly. With a shake of his wrist, he put away the chaos element sword formation and the 200 battle swords into his spatial ring. "Boss, congratulations," the little mouse said with a smile. With this sword formation, Boss would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. At this speed, he would be able to reach the top of the Tianhua rankings in less than a year. Fang Chen nodded and analyzed carefully. In the process of researching the formation, he encountered many difficulties. However, they were all solved in the end. Fortunately, with the reminder of the demon's sword and the help of the golden heart, the sword formation had reached such a perfect level. Fang Chen felt that he was a very lucky person. Although he had miserably transmigrated from Earth, he had a heaven-defying golden heart. It could be said that without the help of the golden heart, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach where he was now. The golden heart was very likely an inheritance left behind by a supreme elite of the immortal realm. However, this was only Fang Chen's guess. In any case, the golden heart was very beneficial to him, and there was no harm at all. As for its origin, there would be a day when he would figure it out himself. "Boss, how powerful is this sword formation?" the little mouse asked. "It should be very powerful," Fang Chen said. "If it can be raised to the 5th rank, it should be able to fuse more battle swords." After spending 3 months researching the primordial chaos sword array, Fang Chen could not wait to test the might of the sword array. He brought the little mouse and stepped into the forest again. This forest was the lair of the abyss sword demons, and they could be seen everywhere. Roar! Fang Chen purposely released his aura and did not restrain it to attract the abyss sword demons. In the blink of an eye, a dense group of abyss sword demons surged over. Seeing this, Fang Chen waved his hand, and battle swords flew out of the interspatial ring and into the formation. The mixed universe sword formation was formed. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi instantly filled the air. About 100 abyss sword demons were trapped in the mixed universe sword formation. Fang Chen activated the killing technique of the mixed universe sword formation, and 200 battle swords instantly flew through the formation. Pucci! The battle swords were too sharp, and even the physical bodies of the abyss sword demons could not block them. Roar! Miserable cries came from the mouths of the abyss sword demons. They looked up to the sky and roared, hating Fang Chen very much. A few minutes later, all the abyss sword demons in the mixed universe sword formation were dead. Seeing this, the little mouse sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful sword formation! Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was similar to what he had expected. He was very satisfied with the power of the sword formation. Whoosh! The sword formation was deactivated, and Fang Chen and the little mouse split up to collect more than 100 battle swords. Then, Fang Chen and the little mouse continued to travel through the forest. As time passed, the abyss sword demons in the forest also realized that there were powerhouses hunting them. In the depths of the forest, there was a stone platform, and on the stone platform stood a huge abyss sword demon. It was the leader of this forest, and also the most powerful abyss sword demon. Many abyss sword demons gathered here to report to their leader. "Leader, a human powerhouse entered the forest and is killing our kind. Leader, please take action and kill the human." Kill the human. Many abyss sword demons were in a strange mood, and they roared to the sky. The leader of the abyss sword demons looked around with his big eyes and finally said in a deep voice, "All our people, retreat here. We will wait here for the arrival of the human powerhouse." Hearing this, all the abyss sword demons sent out messages to call back their companions. Chapter 1351. Fang Chen's appearance threatened the lives of the abyss sword demons, so they wanted to exterminate Fang Chen. In just a few hours, all the abyss sword demons in the forest had retreated to the depths of the forest and were waiting. Fang Chen and Little Mouse also felt that something was wrong. "Boss, do you feel it?" Little Mouse looked around and whispered. Fang Chen nodded. None of the abyss sword demons in the forest had disappeared. Moreover, he couldn't even feel a trace of their aura. With Fang Chen's powerful divine sense, it was almost impossible to hide from Fang Chen. But now, he really couldn't feel them. Therefore, there was only one explanation, and that was that they had gone somewhere. Fang Chen and Little Mouse quickly moved forward. At the same time, they activated the perfect sword body and were vigilant of their surroundings. After about an hour, Fang Chun finally found out where the Abyss Sword Demons had gone. At a glance, there was a dense mass of Abyss Sword Demons in the depths of the forest. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Fang Chun was shocked. What were these Abyss Sword Demons planning to do by gathering here? However, just as Fang Chun was thinking, the Abyss Sword Demon leader stood on the stone platform and stared at Fang Chun with his gong-sized eyes. "Human, you slaughtered our Abyss Sword Demon clansmen. Today, you will die here," said the Abyss Sword Demon leader. Hearing this, Fang Chun's eyes flickered. The hidden star sword appeared and prepared for battle. "Boss, what should we do?" asked Little Mouse. While Fang Chun was deep in thought, the densely packed Abyssal Sword Demons made their move. Roar! Following the Abyss Sword Demon leader's roar, tens of thousands of Abyss Sword Demons charged at Fang Chun. "Kill!" Fang Chun waved his hand, and the Origin Sword Array appeared, blocking the Abyss Sword Demons. Then 200 swords floated in the air from the interspatial ring, letting out sword cries. In an instant, these swords were all integrated into the sword array. The murderous aura of the sword formation instantly filled the air. Pucci, after Fang Chun had poured his own sword chi into the sword, it became even more powerful. Especially when combined with the sword formation, it was able to unleash the strongest power of the battle sword. 200 battle swords shuttled back and forth within the sword formation. Wherever the battle swords passed, Abyssal Sword Demons would die tragically. Screams of agony rang out from within the Chaos Origin sword formation. Fang Chun also fell into a frenzy of killing. There were simply too many Abyssal Sword Demons. It was impossible for the Chaos Origin sword array to stop all of them. Therefore, after setting up the sword formation to trap a portion of the Abyssal Sword Demons, Fang Chun continued to set up the Origin Killing Array. Although there were no swords in the Chaos Origin Killing Array, its power was not to be underestimated. The two formations trapped most of the Abyss Sword Demons. In the blink of an eye, only 2,000 Abyssal Sword Demons were left in the outside world. At this moment, Little Mouse and Fang Chun went all out. The Thunderfall sword technique was cultivated to the minute subtlety realm. Its power was terrifying. The hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand was constantly brandishing. Wherever the sword passed, Abyssal Sword Demons would die tragically. Little Mouse's attack power was also not to be underestimated. With the passage of time, the Little Mouse also grew rapidly. In his mind, the inherited memories were also gradually unlocking. Now, Little Mouse's attacks were even more diverse. His innate theurgies, devour and extreme piercing, could be effectively combined to form an even stronger deterrent force. Ordinary Abyssal Sword Demons could not even get close to Little Mouse. Seeing the Abyssal Sword Demons die one after another, the leader finally could not hold back. "Human die." The leader attacked. The leader's large claws suddenly grabbed the thick battle sword on his back. Then, with a forceful pull, the battle sword was forcibly pulled off from his back. Blood splattered across the sky. The leader's face was hideous and in extreme pain. However, its eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chun, who was slaughtering the Abyssal Sword Demons, noticed the leader's attack. The hidden star sword was placed in front of his chest to block. With a bang, he felt an extremely strong pressure on his chest, and his body was directly sent flying. "Boss!" Little Mouse saw this and roared. Bang! Fang Chun's body heavily smashed onto the ground. He felt the blood in his body tumbling. His throat moved, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. So strong. Fang Chun quickly got up and stared at the battle sword in the leader's hand. This battle sword seemed to be much stronger than the battle swords on ordinary Abyssal Sword Demons. Die! The leader fell into a state of madness. He waved his battle sword and continuously attacked Fang Chun. Bang! Bang! Fang Chun and the leader were tangled in a chaotic battle. The leader's strength was very strong, but Fang Chun could still handle it. The key was the leader's battle sword. Even the hidden star sword could not block it. After fighting for about half an hour, many cracks appeared on the body of the hidden star sword. Fortunately, the hidden star sword was a 6th-stage divine weapon. If it was a 5th-stage divine weapon, it would have shattered long ago. This battle sword seems to be a little different. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The battle had entered a white-hot stage. Fang Chun used all his strength to display the 2nd stage of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique, the 9th stage of the Mysterious Sky Sealing technique, and the Minute Realm Lightning Sword Art, but he still could not defeat the leader. Bang! At a certain moment, the leader's aura suddenly erupted. He swung his battle sword and directly pierced Fang Chen's arm. Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. At this time, Little Mouse killed the other abyssal sword demons and came to Fang Chen's side. Boss! Seeing the blood on the leader's arm, Little Mouse was very worried. Can you bind his battle sword? Fang Chen asked. Let me try. Little Mouse used his innate ability, Devour. A terrifying suction force shrouded the battle sword in the leader's claws. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again used the lightning sword art and stabbed at the leader. Pucci, the leader's body, was pierced by the hidden star sword. He thought he could take the opportunity to kill the leader, but he did not expect the battle sword to break free at the critical moment. Damn it! Fang Chen roared and activated the true meaning of time and space. His body kept flickering. His body was hidden in the void, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack the leader. Human, you are dead. The leader was very confident in himself. In fact, he was very confident in his battle sword. They were the abyssal sword demons, and they were born with a battle sword on their back. Everyone thought that the battle sword was their root and could not be taken off. However, only they knew that the battle sword could be taken off. However, it could not be taken off easily until the critical moment. Once the battle sword was taken off, the latter would be completely changed by the power of the stars in heaven and earth. It would become a peerless weapon. However, in this way, the abyssal sword demons would also be affected. That was, from then on, they would not be able to improve for the rest of their lives. Everything had its pros and cons. After the abyssal sword demon leader felt the power of the 2 killing arrays set up by Fang Chun, he did not hesitate to take off his battle sword, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Seeing the abyssal sword demons die one by one, the leader was very angry. Kill! The leader held his battle sword and attacked again. Little Mouse and Fang Chun moved together and joined hands to encircle the leader. This battle was Fang Chen's most tragic battle so far. The entire battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights, without rest at all. Although the leader's body was in tatters, the battle sword in his claws was still unbreakable. Up until now, he was almost relying on the battle sword to support himself. However, Fang Chun could not suppress his battle sword. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. When Fang Chun felt tired, there was finally a turning point. Under the pressure of such a fierce battle, the true meaning of time and space that had been stuck at a bottleneck for so long finally broke through. The true meaning of time and space reached the 6th grade realm. Fang Chen's control of time and space became more and more relaxed. Time acceleration was also really under Fang Chen's control. With a thought, the aura of the true meaning of time and space surrounded him. Fang Chun controlled the flow of time around him so that the leader's battle sword could not touch him at all. In this way, the leader in the battle was gradually suppressed. Every time the leader got close to him, Fang Chun used time acceleration to increase his speed and avoid the attack of the battle sword. When he attacked, he also used time acceleration to increase his speed suddenly. The leader was not prepared at all. Bang! Little Mouse and Fang Chun joined hands and blasted the leader away. The battle sword slipped out of the leader's hand and fell from the sky. Finally, it stabbed into the ground fiercely, causing the whole ground to tremble. The stone platform in the depths of the forest collapsed directly. In the forest, on the ground, a layer of majestic ripples appeared in an instant. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Dong! The entire forest was destroyed in an instant. the battle sword stabbed into the ground, kept shaking. The leader wanted to control the battle sword, but Fang Chun took the lead and stepped on the leader's body. Without saying a word, the hidden star's sword stabbed into the leader's head. Pucci the leader was dead. Whoosh! After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, the leader finally fell. Fang Chun and Little Mouse looked at each other and smiled. Then, Fang Chun walked to the front of the battle sword, put away the hidden star sword, held the battle sword, and entered the origin killing array. After a while, the origin killing array was deactivated. The ground was littered with the corpses of the abyss sword demons. Fang Chun entered the sword array again. The leader's battle sword was too sharp. In the blink of an eye, the struggling abyss sword demons in the sword array were all dead. At this point, tens of thousands of abyss sword demons were killed by Fang Chun and Little Mouse. Whoosh! Fang Chun sat on the ground, panting. His forehead was full of sweat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the true meaning of time and space broke through to the 6th grade realm. Otherwise, the outcome would be really difficult to predict. Boss! Little Mouse breathed heavily with a smile on his face. In the depths of the forest, tens of thousands of abyss sword demons' corpses were lying on the ground. Beside their corpses were fallen battle swords. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chun and Little Mouse were too tired. Their only thought now was to rest. Outside the forest, thousands of miles away, a black shadow was moving quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a trace of energy fluctuation. Immediately, he looked in a certain direction. Chapter 1352. If tens of thousands of swords could be integrated into the sword formation, the attack power would definitely be very exaggerated. However, Fang Chun did not expect to be able to integrate the swords in a short time. He also knew that it would be very difficult. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Sitting on the ruins, Fang Chun was in a good mood. The true meaning of time and space was his biggest reliance. He did not expect to have a breakthrough in the fierce battle. This made him very excited. The true meaning of time and space had reached the 6th grade realm and had some powerful abilities. For example, Fang Chun did not have a deep understanding of time acceleration before. Now, he could easily control it. I wonder what the true meaning of time and space will be like when it reaches the peak. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The little mouse at the side was eating the battle sword with a crunching sound. Just as the man and the mouse were thinking, an uninvited guest appeared. Whoosh! The black shadow appeared out of thin air and looked at Fang Chun and the little mouse with its dark eyes. Human. When the black shadow saw Fang Chun, a sinister smile appeared on its face. Buzz! All of a sudden, Fang Chun sensed a terrifying aura surging out. His expression changed drastically. He raised his head and saw the existence of the black shadow. Who are you? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. The little mouse also became very vigilant. The black shadow walked towards Fang Chun step by step. His face was sinister and his body was shrouded in a black mist, making people unable to see his true appearance. Ha ha! How long has it been since I met a human? The black shadow laughed wildly. When he walked in front of Fang Chun, his aura surged out. Fang Chun felt extremely suppressed. He took out the hidden star sword and used the lightning sword technique to attack the black shadow. Bang! However, the powerful lightning sword technique did not have any effect on the black shadow. Too weak. The black shadow held the hidden star sword and carefully observed Fang Chun. Immediately, a strange aura shot out from his eyes and locked onto Fang Chun's body. Not good. Fang Chun cried out inwardly. He realized that he was unable to move his body. Damn it! Fang Chun roared, and the little mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing. A terrifying purple spear ruthlessly pierced into the black shadow's arm. Poochie the black shadow's arm was pierced, and the star-hidden sword broke free from the black shadow's control. Fang Chun retreated rapidly. At the same time, he set up the primordial chaos killing array and the sword array. The chaos element killing array was on the outside, while the sword array was on the inside. 200 swords shuttled back and forth within the sword array. Crack, however, something unexpected happened to Fang Chun. The primordial chaos sword array's attack was actually unable to harm this black shadow. Who is he? A trace of fear appeared in Fong Chen's heart. He activated the space-time true intent and wanted to escape. However, at this moment, the sword formation shattered. Immediately after, the chaos primordial killing array also began to tremble. Let's go. Fong Chen roared and disappeared into the void with the little mouse. Bang! In a moment, the chaos primordial killing array also shattered. The black shadow's face was gloomy as he disappeared into the void. Huff! Huff! If it was in the past, he would definitely be able to escape by activating the space-time true intent. However, this black shadow was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Fong Chen. Buzz! The void was imprisoned, and the space-time true intent could not be activated. Fong Chen's face became extremely solemn. Bang! Fong Chen's body was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Human body. Looking at the imprisoned Fong Chen, the black shadow laughed eerily. Immediately, his divine sense spread out in his mind. A trace of black aura gradually emerged from his mind and then came to Fong Chen. Hiss! Hiss! The black aura broke through the defense of the perfect sword body and drilled into Fong Chen's body. In an instant, Fong Chen's face turned ferocious. His head kept shaking as he struggled. Ah! Fong Chen let out a miserable scream. He was terrified. This black shadow was taking over his body. At this moment, his primordial spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the black shadow's primordial spirit. The black shadow was too strong. He was no match for it. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's primordial spirit was suppressed by the black shadow. Buzz! A ripple appeared in the void. Fong Chen's body regained its freedom. However, at this time, Fong Chen's expression was a little stiff. Boss! The little mouse called out anxiously. However, in response to Little Mouse's punch, bang! Little Mouse's body flew out and smashed into the ground. Boss! Little Mouse became even more anxious. Ha ha ha! A sinister smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. The black shadow's body collapsed in the void. Oh no! Boss has been taken over. Seeing this, Little Mouse turned pale with fright. Although your body is very weak, it's enough to support me to leave this place. The black shadow muttered to itself. Then, it controlled Fong Chen's body and left this place. Little Mouse chased after it desperately, but could not catch up. Dong! Fong Chen's primordial spirit was suppressed in the depths of his mind and was quickly being worn down. At this moment, the golden heart sensed it and started to beat. Hiss! Streams of clear energy were emitted from the golden heart and finally drilled into the suppressed primordial spirit, maintaining its operation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, there was still a chance to regain the body. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's primordial spirit recovered its strength and struggled desperately. The black shadow's primordial spirit was a little surprised. It's recovering, the black shadow said, and immediately increased the suppression. It wanted to completely destroy Fong Chen's primordial spirit and then completely take over Fong Chen's body. The golden heart had been maintaining Fong Chen's primordial spirit, preventing it from completely disappearing. Seeing this, the black shadow was infuriated and activated its strongest power. His primordial spirit emitted a trace of golden aura. The moment the golden aura appeared, the color of the sky changed. The golden heart continued to beat, and Fong Chen's primordial spirit felt a great threat. No! Fong Chen shouted, but the golden aura mercilessly enveloped him. No one noticed that the moment the golden aura appeared, the demon's sword that had been silent in the interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. After so many years, it's back again? The demon's sword sighed as he spoke. Then, it directly passed through the interspatial ring and appeared in front of Fong Chen. Buzz! Around the demon's sword, complicated runes flowed, and a shocking aura instantly spread out. Then, the seal on the demon's sword seemed to be undone. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. From within the demon's sword, a series of sword hums could be heard. An extremely majestic aura swept through the entire Sword Heart secret realm and even spread out from the barrier of the Sword Heart secret realm. At this moment, the entire sky was trembling. The seal on the demon's sword was undone. No! Feeling the threat of death, the Black Shadow screamed in fear. But it was too late. A surge of sword chi came out from the demon's sword and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. In an instant, the Black Shadow's primordial spirit was annihilated. Then, the demon's sword quickly shrunk and returned to its original size. The complicated runes no longer flowed. At this moment, the demon's sword was like an ordinary sword and returned to Fang Chen's interspatial ring. With the Black Shadow's primordial spirit destroyed, Fang Chen's primordial spirit took the initiative and regained control of his body. Just now, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. In the vast universe, one of the three great sacred grounds of the Yuan race. On this day, the Yuan race's sacred ground was holding a grand competition. In the square, the outstanding disciples of the Yuan race were competing with each other. The Yuan race's patriarch was personally overseeing the battles between the disciples. On the rostrum, several upper echelons were chatting and laughing, discussing the strength and potential of the younger generation of the Yuan race's disciples. However, at this moment, a wave of energy that affected the entire sacred ground suddenly appeared. The Yuan race's patriarch sensed this wave of energy, although it was very small and disappeared in a flash. But it was still detected by the Yuan race's patriarch. The aura of the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan race's patriarch's expression changed drastically, and he jumped to his feet. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" An elder asked. "I sense the aura of the Yuan demon sword," the Yuan race's patriarch said coldly. "Yuan demon sword." Hearing this, the elder's expressions changed drastically. For countless years, the Yuan race had been searching for the Yuan demon sword, but they couldn't find it. But now, the Yuan race's patriarch sensed the aura of the Yuan demon sword. "Patriarch, can you sense where the Yuan demon sword is?" an elder asked. The Yuan race's patriarch closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. Old Hua Islands. The aura of the Yuan demon sword shook the entire universe. Everyone who was as powerful as the Yuan race's patriarch sensed the vibration of the Yuan demon sword. Everyone was in an uproar. Had the Yuan demon sword, which had disappeared for countless years, reappeared? The three sacred clans sent their experts to the Old Hua Islands to search for the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan demon sword was the most important thing to everyone. However, Fang Chen, who was in the Sword Heart mystic realm, didn't know that it was all because of him. "Boss, are you okay?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Fortunately, I had the help of the Golden Heart and the Yuan demon sword. Otherwise, I would have been possessed." Even now, Fang Chen was still a little scared. Then, he remembered what Jian Wuhong had said. The Sword Heart mystic realm was not as simple as he thought. "Boss, do you know who that Black Shadow is?" the little mouse asked. Why did the Black Shadow need to possess a human body if it was so powerful? Also, why was it in the Sword Heart mystic realm? Everything confused the little mouse. However, Fang Chen already knew the truth. Because the primordial spirit of the Black Shadow had possessed his body before, he knew everything about the Black Shadow. Hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, "The Black Shadow is not simple." The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and waited anxiously for Fang Chen to tell him who the Black Shadow was. "Yes, there are still some people who don't know the situation, so I'll explain it again. My grandfather is critically ill, and I asked for leave to go back home. My uncle and aunt are also here. The situation is not good, and they have already prepared for the worst. Therefore, I can't update normally for the time being. I'll update as many chapters as I can, and when I'm done with the funeral, I'll resume updating. I don't want to see this happen either, but there's no other way. We can't fight against illness and death." Chapter 1353. Countless years ago, the Sword Heart mystic realm was also a battlefield. At that time, the flames of war spread to every corner of the entire universe. This place was no exception. The The flames of war raged on for hundreds of years. In the end, this place became a ruin. In the years that followed, heaven and earth gave birth to this place, and it gradually became a mystic realm. It was also known as the Sword Heart Mystic Realm. As for the black shadow that had possessed Fang Chun, it was a foreign race. However, that foreign race was very powerful and had entered the Sword Heart Mystic Realm millions of years ago. At that time, he was seriously injured and almost died. He hid in the Sword Heart Mystic Realm and slept for millions of years. Recently, the Black Shadow finally woke up. However, he realized that heaven and earth had changed. It was no longer the heaven and earth that he was familiar with. The laws of heaven and earth now were completely different from those of millions of years ago. As for his body, because it was unable to withstand the invasion of time, it had become extremely rotten. Even if his primordial spirit was heaven-defying, it could not be without a carrier. Therefore, he began to possess bodies. However, because his primordial spirit was too powerful, there was no carrier that could hold his primordial spirit. As a result, he had to possess another body in 3 to 5 days at most after possessing it. The black shadow from before was a corpse that he possessed. He was hurriedly looking for a carrier that could hold his primordial spirit when he suddenly found Fang Chun. Although Fang Chun's body was not too powerful, it was the best carrier that he had encountered in all these years. Therefore, he possessed Fang Chun. Unfortunately, after he completed the possession, the aura that he emitted caused the demon sword to vibrate. Immediately, the demon sword was unsealed and an extremely powerful force directly destroyed him. His soul dissipated and he completely disappeared from this world. In Fang Chun's mind, there was a lot of information about the Black Shadow. However, it was basically some simple and useless information. After hearing Fang Chun's words, Little Mouse pursed his lips. Fortunately, there is the demon sword. Little Mouse felt a lingering fear. If there was no demon sword, wouldn't it mean that his boss would have completely disappeared? Thinking of this, Little Mouse looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. Fang Chun reached out his hand and gently stroked the Little Mouse's head. "Don't worry, I'm lucky." Fang Chun grinned. Little Mouse nodded and suddenly asked, "Boss, why did the demon sword suddenly vibrate?" Fang Chun shook his head in confusion. The demon sword seems to have used a power beyond its control and has fallen into a deep slumber. I have no way of contacting it. Fang Chun shrugged. After regaining control of his body, the first thing he did was to contact the demon sword. But to no avail, the demon sword had already fallen into a deep slumber. There was no way to wake it up. However, after witnessing the entire process of the demon sword attack, Fang Chun could vaguely sense that the demon sword was filled with hatred towards the Black Shadow's primordial spirit. Could it be that millions of years ago, the demon sword and the Black Shadow met before? Or is there a grudge between them? Fang Chun increasingly felt that the origin of the demon sword was too extraordinary. Especially after it used a power beyond its control, it felt as if the entire world was trembling. What is the origin of the demon sword? Fang Chun thought to himself. The demon sword had once said that it had lost a part of its memory. It didn't remember who it was or what it was. Now that the demon sword had fallen into a deep slumber, the details were unknown. Shaking his head, Fang Chun didn't want to think about it anymore. "Forget it. I'll find out in the future," Fang Chun said softly. The man and mouse rested for a moment before continuing on their journey. This time, after experiencing the possession incident, Fang Chun finally started to take the Sword Heart's secret realm seriously. Jian Wuhong's words resounded in his mind. The Sword Heart's secret realm wasn't as simple as it seemed. Outside Old Hua Islands. In just a few days, the entire Old Hua Islands was shaken. The 3 godly tribes that only existed in legends had appeared on the Old Hua Islands at the same time. The Lord of the Islands personally came out to welcome them. The 3 great god clans were legendary existences. Some martial artists even believed that the 3 god tribes didn't exist in the world. They were just made up by people. However, the arrival of the 3 god tribes shocked the entire Old Hua Islands, especially the Old East Alliance. The first to arrive were the Spirit Tribe. The leader was an elder of the tribe. They found the old East Alliance as soon as they arrived. Then, they began to search for the demon sword. They didn't want to let go of any hope. Not long after the spirit tribe arrived, the Luo clan and the Yuan clan also arrived. The people of the Yuan race fell into madness. After countless years, they finally found the whereabouts of the demon sword. The demon sword was too demonic. If it didn't release its aura, even a life and death realm monarch wouldn't be able to sense its existence. Not long ago, the Yuan clan leader sensed the demon sword's aura. Moreover, he confirmed that the demon sword appeared in the Old Hua Islands. The arrival of the three god tribes sent countless people to every corner of the Old Hua Islands. They almost turned the Old Hua Islands upside down, but they couldn't find a trace of the demon sword. In an elegant garden in the Old East Alliance, it was used by the Old East Alliance to entertain the spirit tribe. Elder, our people have searched the entire Old Hua Islands, but they couldn't find the demon sword. The spirit tribe disciple whispered, if Fong Chan were here, he would recognize this person as Ling Yu, who he saved in purgatory. And beside Ling Yu is Ling Feng. If the demon sword doesn't release its aura, even the old man of the Yuan clan can't find it. It's normal that you can't find it. The spirit tribe elder said. Every time he raised his hand, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Ling Yu and Ling Feng knew that although this man looked old, he was very powerful. If he insisted on attacking, the Old Hua Islands would be turned into ruins. Of course, this kind of strong man wouldn't attack so easily. Elder, what should we do next? Ling Feng asked. Have you noticed the situation of the other two clans? The elder asked. The Luo clan also attaches great importance to the demon sword. The Saintess led a team here and has been looking for it. Ling Feng said. As for the Yuan clan, they are led by an elder. So far, they haven't found any clues. Hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment and then said, keep an eye on the Yuan clan secretly. After all, the demon sword belongs to them. They may have a way to sense it. Yes, Ling Feng and Ling Yu left one after another. Not only the spirit tribe, but also the Luo clan and the Yuan clan were racking their brains to find it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The shock of the Old Hua Islands had gradually subsided. But the more powerful the warriors were, the more shocked they were. That was because the three god clans were still searching for him in a frenzy. They didn't want to give up. After killing tens of thousands of sword demons in the Sword Heart Secret Realm, Fang Chun had some understanding of the Origin Sword Array. During this month, he studied the Origin Sword Array and made a breakthrough. The original 200 swords had increased to 500. This was a kind of breakthrough in essence. The 500 swords were integrated into the sword array, which was very powerful. The sword array was automatically upgraded to the 5th level, and its power was comparable to a 6th-level array. Fang Chen knew that there was still room for improvement. If he could integrate tens of thousands of swords into the sword array, its power would not be weaker than the Origin Killing Array at its peak state. During this period, Fang Chen also tried to integrate the swords into the Origin Killing Array, but without exception, all of them failed. The Origin Killing Array was created by a powerful array master. Fang Chen couldn't understand the concept of the array master and couldn't thoroughly analyze the operation trajectory of the Origin Killing Array, so he couldn't integrate the swords into it for the time being. Even so, Fang Chen was content with what he had. Although the Sword Heart Secret Realm is dangerous, the harvest is not small. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and grinned. Compared with a month ago, Fang Chen's strength had improved a lot. Just as Fang Chen and Little Mouse were about to continue looking for opportunities, they suddenly felt an overwhelming aura, which instantly filled the air. Yes, Little Mouse looked into the distance. Fang Chen's expression also became serious, and he spread out his divine sense. In an instant, Fang Chen spread out his spiritual consciousness and discovered a familiar figure 100 li away. A beautiful red figure was running wildly. Behind her, there were many abyss sword demons chasing. The aura of these abyss sword demons was very special. Mutated abyss sword demon. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily. No wonder even Jian Wuhong couldn't resist and could only escape. "Boss, Jian Wuhong is in trouble," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded, and then said, "Let's go and help." Fang Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could resist the attack of a mutated abyss sword demon. But seeing Jian Wuhong being chased, he could not help but savor. Whoosh! His space-time true intent had reached the 6th stage, and his speed soared. In a few breaths, Fang Chen was 100 miles away. Jian Wuhong was running wildly at this moment. However, the abyss sword demons behind her launched a fierce attack, preventing Jian Wuhong from escaping. In an instant, over 100 mutated abyss sword demons surrounded Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong held a long sword, and her face was gloomy, ready to fight to the death. Buzz! At this moment, a spatial ripple appeared. Immediately, a large hand reached out and grabbed Jian Wuhong's body. In the next moment, the spatial ripple disappeared, and Jian Wuhong's figure disappeared into the void. Roar! Over 100 mutated abyss sword demons roared at the sky, and then they found Jian Wuhong and Fang Chen not far away. "Why are you here?" Jian Wuhong was about to resist when she heard Fang Chen's voice. She looked at Fang Chen in surprise, and her heart trembled. Whoosh! Fang Chen didn't say anything. Looking at the mutated abyss sword demons in front of him, he waved his hand and immediately set up the Chaos Origin Sword Array. Buzz! 500 swords crazily shuttled through the sword array, attacking the mutated abyss sword demons. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. Weren't those swords from the abyss sword demons? He merged the swords into the array. Let's go. Chapter 1354. The mutated abyssal sword demons were very strong. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jian Wuhong might not be afraid. However, with over 100 mutated abyssal sword demons attacking at the same time, even Jian Wuhong could only run. Fang Chen's formation could only trap the mutated abyssal sword demons for a short period of time, so he urged Jian Wuhong to leave quickly. However, Jian Wuhong did not leave. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. After hearing the latter's urging, a smile finally appeared on her dignified face. "Can you separate them?" Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chen was stunned, but he immediately understood Jian Wuhong's idea. "How many can you deal with at once?" Fang Chen asked directly, not beating around the bush. Jian Wuhong thought for a moment, then said, 5 or less, no problem." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and waved his hand. In an instant, a dense formation aura appeared around him. He was controlling the Chaos Origin killing formation and the powerful attacks within the sword formation, forcibly separating the mutated abyssal sword demons. "I can't hold on for long either," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong's eyes flashed as she entered the Chaos Origin sword formation. Seeing this, Little Mouse quickly followed after him and entered the cave. Roar! Before Jian Wuhong could attack, Little Mouse roared and used his innate ability, Devour. Suddenly, an extremely dense purple luster appeared around his body. The purple light quickly condensed into the shadow of a purple rat that was several feet tall behind him. The huge purple rat's shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force spread out. The 3 mutated abyssal sword demons beside Jian Wuhong were instantly imprisoned. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you attacking?" Seeing Jian Wuhong's slightly stunned expression, Little Mouse shouted. Jian Wuhong immediately came back to her senses. Her small white hand gripped her sword tightly as she launched a fierce attack. Whoosh! Jian Wuhong's attack was too strong. Her sword technique was so exquisite that even Fang Chen felt ashamed of himself. The 3rd strongest person on the Tianhua leaderboard was unimaginably powerful. Moreover, his understanding of the sword principle was far from what ordinary people could compare to. The sword chi that filled the sky condensed into 3 thick sword lights. They whizzed and appeared in front of the 3 mutant abyssal sword demons in an instant. Crack at this moment, The little mouse's engulf god ability was broken by the 3 mutated abyssal sword demons. However, it was already too late. Poochie with 3 consecutive sounds. The heads of the 3 mutated abyssal sword demons were pierced through by 3 thick sword lights, and they fell to the ground unwillingly. Continue. Red Sword quickly moved, using Fong Chen's cooperation to arrive at another area. Fong Chen threw himself into controlling the formation. The powerful attacks of the Red Sword dance, the little mouse's devour god ability, and the fierce attacks of the 500 swords. The mutated abyssal sword demon couldn't resist at all. It was simply a massacre. Soon, the mutated abyssal sword demons trapped in the sword formation were all killed. Whoosh Red Sword Dance walked out of the sword formation and quickly entered the Chaos Origin killing formation. The Chaos Origin killing formation was slightly stronger than the Chaos Origin sword formation. There were many mutated abyssal sword demons trapped in the Chaos Origin killing formation, but they couldn't break the formation. This was the first time Fong Chun saw Red Sword Dance go berserk. Her sword technique was too powerful. Every move contained a dense sword Dao aura, which shocked Fong Chun. An hour later, Red Sword walked out of the Chaos Origin killing formation. The little mouse also came out, and he was very tired. Using the Engulf God ability at such a high intensity had taken a toll on his body. Voila! Hundreds of mutated abyssal sword demons were all killed. Fong Chun removed the 2 formations, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. With a smile on her face, Jin Wuhong walked up to Fong Chun and said, "Thank you." At this moment, the way Red Sword Dance looked at Fong Chun had changed greatly. The reason why she brought Fong Chun into the Sword Heart Mystic Realm was because of the deal. She didn't have any personal feelings. Moreover, Red Sword Dance had always thought that although Fong Chun had good potential, there was still a gap between them. After bringing him into the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, she let Fong Chun fend for himself. She didn't expect that in just a few months, Fong Chen's strength had increased so much. It gave her a very shocking feeling. At this moment, Red Sword Dance thought of a saying. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This was what she thought. Before this, if someone had told her that Fong Chun would save her life, she would never have believed it even if she was beaten to death. But now, the truth was in front of her. If it wasn't for Fong Chen's 2 powerful formations, she definitely wouldn't have been able to kill these mutated abyssal sword demons. Thinking of this, Red Sword Dance turned to look at the little mouse. Red Sword Dance had seen the little mouse before, and she thought it was just Fong Chen's spirit pet. Who would have thought that a palm-sized mouse would have such a heaven-defying talent? Red Sword Dance lightly shook her head. This man and mouse were simply monsters. I didn't do much, Fong Chun said with a chuckle. If it wasn't for Red Sword Dance bringing him here, how could he have such a harvest? After saying this, he walked in front of the mutated abyssal sword demon's corpses. He stretched out his finger and pointed at one of the swords. You don't have any objections to giving these swords to me, right? Red Sword Dance shook her head. She knew that Fong Chun wanted these swords to fuse with the sword formation. After getting Red Sword Dance's agreement, Fong Chun quickly put away the swords. There were a total of 100 mutated swords, and they were much stronger than normal swords. The 2 weren't even on the same level. According to Fong Chen's estimation, 1 mutated sword was equivalent to 100 normal swords. Of course, this was referring to the increase in power when fused with the sword formation. I didn't expect you to be a formation genius. Red Sword Dance looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully. As the 3rd strongest person on the Tianhua list, she was a peerless genius. Moreover, she had seen many geniuses. The reason why they were called geniuses was because they specialized in a certain aspect and stood out. But Fong Chun was different. His talent in swordsmanship had already been recognized. And now, even his formation talent was so heaven-defying. Hearing this, Fong Chun scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Why were you chased by over 100 mutated abyssal sword demons?" Hearing Fong Chun's words, Red Sword Dance's expression became serious. Then she said, I found a relic in the Sword Heart's secret realm. I wanted to explore it, but I didn't expect to encounter mutated abyssal sword demons at the outermost area. Fang Chen also knew what happened next. Relic. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. What kind of relic was it that there were mutated abyssal sword demons guarding the outermost area? Where's the relic? Little Mouse asked. Red Sword Dance thought for a moment and looked at Fang Chen. She said seriously, with our strength, it will be dangerous for us to go to the relic. But what? If you can fuse your mutated swords into the sword formation and increase its power, we might have a chance, Red Sword Dance continued. I need time, Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll protect you. In a few words, they reached a unanimous decision. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Little Mouse and Red Sword Dance stood on either side of Fang Chen to protect him. Voila! The Chaos Origins sword formation appeared. Fang Chen sat in the sword formation. Within the sword formation, 500 swords appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen reached out and grabbed 100 swords, putting them into his interspatial ring. Then he took out a mutated sword and began to fuse it. It was the same method as before, but the speed of fusing the mutated swords was much slower. It took 7 days for the first mutated sword to be completely fused. After the first experience, the following steps were much easier. Second sword, third sword. When the fifth sword was completely fused, Fang Chen finally stopped. Okay, it's done, Red Sword Dance said. Fang Chen shook his head. I'll try again and see if I can fuse the sixth sword. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, one mutated sword was equivalent to 100 normal swords. So, he only replaced the 500 normal swords with 5 mutated swords. Then, Fang Chen began to study the formation and tried to fuse the sixth sword. Red Sword Dance, who was protecting Fang Chen, became more and more curious about Fang Chen. Where are you and him from? Red Sword Dance looked at Little Mouse and asked. Strictly speaking, we're from Scar Island, Little Mouse said. Scar Island. Red Sword Dance had never heard of it. There were 72 islands under the Old Hua Islands. She couldn't know all of them. It's just a small island. Little Mouse shrugged and smiled. Red Sword Dance didn't ask any more questions, but she was still mumbling to herself. With Fang Chen's current strength, he can easily enter the top 30 of the Tianhua list. In fact, Red Sword Dance had underestimated Fang Chen. Even if he didn't use the sword formation, he could easily defeat the top 30 martial artists. If he used his full strength, he could easily enter the top 10. On the 7th day of studying the sword formation, Fang Chen was ecstatic because he accidentally discovered a secret of the sword formation. After studying this secret, fusing the mutated swords became extremely easy. Ha ha! Fang Chen laughed maniacally as he sped up the fusion process. In just a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen had merged 5 battle swords. Now, there were 10 mutated swords in the sword formation. This was Fang Chen's limit. He couldn't fuse anymore. Fang Chen didn't force it. He gave up and opened his eyes. How is it? Red Sword Dance asked. Fang Chen grinned and nodded. If that's the case, let's go. With that, Red Sword Dance left. Fang Chen and Little Mouse looked at each other and followed. In the process of studying the formation, Fang Chen's formation skills became stronger and stronger. If Bai Wuzong knew about this, he would be shocked. Fang Chen's formation skills weren't any weaker than his. Chapter 1355. The Sword Heart's Secret Realm, in front of a mountain valley. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong stood side by side, looking at the mountain valley in front of them in shock. This mountain valley was very special. There was a powerful restriction at the entrance of the mountain valley. Smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. But the most shocking thing was that the sky above the mountain valley was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. From time to time, lightning would strike the mountain valley. This scene was truly spectacular. Is this the ruin you discovered? Asked Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. Once we enter the mountain valley, we'll be attacked by mutated abyssal sword demons. We have to think of a way to go around this area and explore inside, said Jian Wuhong. Come to think of it, this should be the place where an expert of the Tao of Thunder died. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The lightning aura here was too strong. Back when Fang Chun underwent the true martial realms, lightning tribulation, and triggered the 12th layer tribulation, it wasn't as oppressive as this. "Do you have a way?" asked Jian Wuhong. "I want to go in and take a look," said Fang Chun. Jian Wuhong glanced at Fang Chun and nodded. Fang Chun entered the mountain valley alone. Following this, a series of beastly roars could be heard. In an instant, a large number of mutated abyssal sword demons charged over. Crash! Fang Chun used the space-time true intent to accelerate time and activate spatial rend. His body hid in the void, dodging the attacks of the mutated abyssal sword demons and easily bypassing this danger. While hidden in the void, Fang Chun looked around. There were only mutated abyssal sword demons in the outer area. Boom! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, a thick lightning snake struck his body. Fang Chun almost cried out in pain. The lightning snake hit his body and instantly dissipated. The power of lightning attached to the surface of his skin and corroded his body. However, with the protection of his perfect sword body, there was nothing to fear. Jian Wuhong and the little mouse waited outside. Before long, Fang Chun returned. "What's the situation inside?" Jian Wuhong asked anxiously. "I can take you around the outer perimeter, avoid the attacks of the mutated abyssal sword demon, and enter the inner perimeter. However, there are terrifying lightning serpents attacking from the inside. Can your body withstand them?" asked Fang Chun. "No problem," Jian Wuhong said without hesitation. "Since that's the case, let's go." Fang Chun stretched out his hand, preparing to grab Jian Wuhong's arm. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong couldn't help but dodge. Upon seeing this, Fang Chun felt a little awkward. He chuckled and said, "I have a space-related true meaning. I can only bring you in if I pull you." Hearing Fang Chun's explanation, Jian Wuhong's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and walked to Fang Chun's side. In Jian Wuhong's heart, there was only cultivation and nothing else. In all these years, she had never been touched by a member of the opposite sex. When Fang Chun grabbed her arm, she actually felt a little shy. Fang Chun was stunned. The usually aloof and cold goddess, the third strongest expert on the Tianhua ranking and #1 beauty of the Old Hua Islands, was actually shy. He really couldn't understand. "What are you looking at?" Jian Wuhong said unhappily. Fang Chun pulled Jian Wuhong into the valley. "Boss, wait for me," Little Mouse called out from behind. Fang Chun ignored Little Mouse. He knew the latter's ability. Although he couldn't defeat the mutated abyssal sword demon, it would be easy for him to pass through. "Boss, you're forgetting your friends over women," Little Mouse said indignantly. As soon as they entered the valley, everything was blurry. Roar! The mutated abyssal sword demon rushed over. Jian Wuhong was just about to attack when she felt the world spin. Her body disappeared into the void. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked around. Fang Chun led Xiao Chun through the void in a relaxed manner, moving quickly. The mutated abyssal sword demons below were like headless flies, searching for him. This is a space-type true meaning. Jian Wuhong was shocked. The way she looked at Fang Chun became even more serious. She thought she knew Fang Chun well enough. She didn't expect him to hide so much. Jian Wuhong had a high-level true meaning and had some understanding of space-type true meanings. However, the true intent that Fang Chun was displaying was something that she had never seen or heard of before. Moreover, this true meaning aura wasn't as simple as a high-level true meaning. Thinking of this, a word appeared in Jian Wuhong's mind. Supreme-level true meaning. Jian Wuhong's heart was in turmoil. Supreme-level true meaning? In the entire Old Hua Islands, there weren't many supreme-level true meanings. Jian Wuhong's shock had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun appeared from the void and landed in the inner area. "I came around," Fang Chun said. Jian Wuhong nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, a lightning snake hit her body. Caught off guard, Jian Wuhong's red clothes were torn apart by the lightning snake. "Ah!" Jian Wuhong screamed as she hugged her chest and hurriedly turned around. "Close your eyes." Jian Wuhong's face was red. She was very shy and pouted. Fong Chun was a bit embarrassed. He was dumbfounded and turned around. He also didn't expect the lightning snake to tear Jian Wuhong's clothes. After a while, Jian Wuhong changed her clothes. At this time, Fong Chun turned around. Jian Wuhong was very embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Fong Chun. She didn't know if he saw it just now. For a moment, Jian Wuhong was very distressed. Be careful of the lightning snake, Fong Chun reminded. Hearing this, a layer of red light appeared around Jian Wuhong's body. What is this? Fong Chun was a bit curious. The lightning snake couldn't destroy the red light, which shocked Fong Chun. The two quickly moved around the inner area, allowing the lightning snake to attack. After an incense stick's worth of time, the lightning snake stopped attacking. Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong came to the depths of the valley. Here, there was smoke, and there were many lightning spirits completely condensed from lightning energy. These are lightning spirits, Jian Wuhong exclaimed. Thunder Soul was something that only existed in legends. It was said that only when one reached a very high level in the lightning Tao could they condense a lightning spirit. And now, there were no less than 30 lightning spirits in this valley. These lightning spirits had intelligence and seemed to be guarding the blue altar in the depths of the valley. Rumble, the arrival of Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong, aroused the anger of the lightning spirits. Rumbling sounds came from their bodies, as if they were trying to expel Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong. It's a bit familiar. Fong Chun looked at the 30 lightning spirits in surprise. He vaguely felt that he had felt this familiar lightning Tao aura somewhere before. Lightning spirits are very strong. Retreat, Jian Wuhong said without hesitation and prepared to retreat. However, it was too late. Rumble, more than 30 lightning spirits surrounded Fong Chun. Fong Chun, Jian Wuhong shouted and stopped. She held her sword and prepared to save Fong Chun. Don't come over. Fong Chun stopped Jian Wuhong. At this moment, a miracle happened. More than 30 lightning spirits closed in on Fong Chun. They stretched out their lightning palms and placed them on Fong Chun's body. They were not hostile to Fong Chun. This, Jian Wuhong was shocked. And Fong Chun, who was surrounded in the middle of the lightning spirits, was even more shocked. Because when the lightning spirits put their hands on him, he already knew. Why did he feel a familiar aura? Blue Thunder Emperor. Back in the Star Relic, one of the 3 corpses under the Ice Mountain. Blue Thunder Emperor, Wind Master of the 9 Heavens, and Chaos Essence Demon Master. The 3 peerless experts had pointed out a path for Fong Chun, allowing him to reap great benefits. However, a few years later, he came to the place of inheritance left behind by Blue Thunder Emperor. Is this karma? Fong Chun was shocked. Did Blue Thunder Emperor come here before? Did he leave his inheritance here? Were the Thunder Spirits guarding the inheritance left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor? Fong Chun tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the 30-plus Thunder Spirits. These lightning spirits put their hands on Fong Chun's body and felt the aura of Blue Thunder Emperor. They became excited. Then, more than 30 lightning spirits intimately approached Fong Chun. Jian Wuhong was shocked when she saw this scene. Is this why he can control lightning spirits? Jian Wuhong cried out. Lightning spirits were formed by experts of the Tao of lightning using extraordinary means. Their attack power was very strong. Even she didn't dare to fight and could only keep a distance. She didn't expect Fong Chun to be able to do this. Buzz, the lightning spirits seemed to be transmitting information. Fong Chun vaguely heard some voices. You have Master's aura. Have you seen Master? Do you know where Master went? The lightning spirits had intelligence and had been guarding Blue Thunder Emperor's inheritance. It wasn't easy to meet a cultivator with Blue Thunder Emperor's aura, so they naturally wouldn't hurt him. I once saw Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse in a ruin. At that time, he was already dead. He only left behind a sentence for those who came after him. Fong Chun said. Hearing this, the lightning spirits cried. They seemed to be very sad. Fong Chun couldn't do anything about it. After a long time, the lightning spirits stopped crying. More than 30 lightning spirits opened up a path for Fong Chun. One of the lightning spirits made an inviting gesture. Are you asking me to accept Blue Thunder Emperor's inheritance? Fangchen asked. The lightning spirit nodded. Fangchen was about to walk forward when Jian Wuhong stopped him. Fangchen, be careful, Jian Wuhong reminded. She didn't know who Blue Thunder Emperor was, nor did she know what relationship Fangchen had with this expert. However, the sudden change still made her a little vigilant. This inheritance was left behind by Blue Thunder Emperor. A few years ago, I once saw Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse in a powerful ruin. Maybe I came into contact with Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse, so I have his aura on me. These lightning spirits recognized Blue Thunder Emperor's aura. Fangchen explained to Jian Wuhong. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was finally relieved. At the same time, she was full of admiration for Fangchen. Even this was possible. A few years ago, he saw the corpse of an expert, and a few years later, he actually encountered this expert's inheritance. Chapter 1356. The lightning spirits let them pass. Fangchen was stunned for a moment. Then, under the protection of more than 30 lightning spirits, he arrived in front of the green altar. Seeing Fangchen stop, the lightning spirit seemed to say something, allowing Fangchen to step onto the green altar. Fangchen turned his head to look at Jian Wuhong, who was standing in the distance. The latter's face was calm, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Can I take her with me onto the altar? Fangchen asked. Hearing Fangchen's words, the 30 lightning spirits gathered together and discussed with each other. After a while, they made a decision. One of the lightning spirits nodded at Fangchen, and then led the other lightning spirits to the side. Let's go, Fangchen said to Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong was also stunned when she heard this. She did not expect that Fangchen would be able to resist the temptation of such an almighty's inheritance and bring her along to accept the inheritance. She knew very well what it meant to step onto the green altar. She looked at Fangchen in disbelief. At this moment, her attitude towards Fangchen had changed greatly. She felt that she didn't understand Fangchen at all, and she needed to reevaluate him. You're willing to share with me? Jian Wuhong asked in surprise. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have found this place. The inheritance of the Azure Lightning Emperor isn't something that just anyone can accept. Let's both give it a try. Fangchen smiled. Jian Wuhong nodded, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Then, she walked to Fangchen's side. Following behind Fangchen, she stepped onto the green altar. At this moment, Jian Wuhong felt a slight ripple in her heart. She didn't know what this feeling was. The green altar wasn't too big, and it could only hold 2 people. When Fangchen and Jian Wuhong stood on the green altar, there was a buzz and the green altar shook. Soon after, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. When you see me, it means that I've already fallen. The fact that you're here means that you're fated with me, the Azure Lightning Emperor. To think that I, the Azure Lightning Emperor, had dominated the world for my entire life, but in the end, I perished there. Fangchen knew that the place the Blue Thunder Emperor was referring to was the astral relic. My life's legacy is here. However, I have a small request. If you accept my inheritance, you could be considered half a disciple of mine. In the future, when you have the strength, can you retrieve my body and bury it? The phantom of the Blue Thunder Emperor dissipated after saying this. Fangchen was lost in thought. He recalled the words the Blue Thunder Emperor had left under the ice. Even though he knew that the road ahead was dangerous, he still pressed forward. In order to reach the peak of martial arts, he was fearless. Fangchen was very impressed by the Azure Thunder Emperor. He bowed deeply to the void. Then, a stone tablet appeared on the cyan altar. The stone tablet contained the inheritance of the Azure Thunder Emperor. Fangchen and Jian Wuhong looked at each other and then sat opposite each other. Let's begin. Fangchen closed his eyes after saying this. His primordial spirit left his body and entered the stone tablet. Immediately, the aura of lightning rushed over. There were a total of 3 legacies left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor. The first was a lightning Dao technique. This was also the technique that the Azure Thunder Emperor was most proud of. It was called the Lightning Tome. The second was the lightning spirit condensation technique. As for the third, it was a nameless sword art. According to the Azure Thunder Emperor's last words, this nameless sword art was very powerful. However, due to some reason, he had not succeeded in cultivating it even after spending his entire life. Fang Chun was also attracted by the nameless sword art. The nameless sword art did not have any chance, only a vague aura of sword Dao. When Fang Chen's primordial spirit came into contact with the vague aura of sword Dao, his heart trembled. The aura of sword Dao was rejecting him. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream flowed into his primordial spirit. At the same time, the vague aura of sword Dao no longer rejected Fang Chun. Under Fang Chen's guidance, the vague aura of sword Dao actually followed Fang Chen's primordial spirit into his mind. Seeing this, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. The nameless sword art was in this vague aura of sword Dao. Although he could not comprehend it for the time being, he would definitely be able to find the nameless sword art if he studied it carefully in the future. After absorbing the vague aura of sword Dao, Fang Chun turned back to comprehend the other two legacies. However, he was disappointed. The Azure Thunder Emperor's lightning Dao inheritance was not suitable for him. In the end, Fang Chun could only give up. However, he still remembered the lightning spirit condensation technique. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. On the other hand, Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes were closed and her expression kept changing. It was as if she was accepting the inheritance. Fang Chun stood up and looked at the lightning spirits below. More than 30 lightning spirits looked at Fang Chun in unison. Buzz! One of the lightning spirits suddenly moved. The other thunder spirits instantly turned into resplendent lightning and fused together, forming a palm-sized lightning halo. Whoosh! The lightning halo went into Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, the vague aura of sword Dao moved into the lightning halo and stayed in Fang Chen's primordial spirit forever. This is Fang Chun was shocked. Did the Azure Thunder Emperor arrange this in advance? More than 30 lightning spirits guarding the vague aura of sword Dao. Although Fang Chun was very confused, he suppressed his curiosity. He stood at the side, quietly waiting for the red sword dance. "Boss, how is it?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Outside the Old Hua Islands, after a period of searching, the Luo clan and the Spirit clan had almost given up. They had searched the entire Old Hua Islands and carried out a carpet search, but there was no news of the primordial demon sword. Even the members of the Yuan race had searched the islands near the Old Hua Islands, but to no avail. Many of the Luo clan and the Spirit clan had returned to their sacred grounds. A few of them stayed behind to keep an eye on the Yuan clan. The primordial demon sword was the most precious treasure of a Yuan clan. They would not give it up. This was the first time they had felt the primordial demon sword vibrate. They had to find it even if they had to destroy the Old Hua Islands. The Yuan clan was still searching frantically. "Any news?" In a courtyard in the Old East Alliance, the Yuan clan elder asked. "No, elder, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's no news at all." The faces of the Yuan race members were filled with helplessness. The Yuan clan elder thought for a moment and said, "Inform the master of the Old Hua Islands that we will search all the secret lands on the Old Hua Islands. Elder, it will cost a lot of manpower and resources." Before this person could finish, he was stopped by a look from the Yuan race elder. "The primordial demon sword is worth the effort," the Yuan clan elder said. "Yes, elder. I'll do it right away." The Yuan clan began the next wave of madness. In the Luo clan's resting area in the Old East Alliance, Luo Liuli stood quietly in the garden in a tight suit. There was no expression on her face. She had used the opportunity of searching for the primordial demon sword to ask about Fang Chen's whereabouts. "I wonder if the Fang Chun who entered the Sword Heart realm is my son," Luo Liuli thought to herself. However, she didn't have much hope. According to the leader of the Sword Dao sect in the Old East Alliance, Fang Chun was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Old Hua Islands. It was unlikely that her son could reach that level. Sigh, whatever. Luo Lili shook her head and left. The Yuan clan had asked her to return as soon as possible. After waiting for so long, Luo Lioli returned to the Luo clan's sacred ground. 3 days later, on the blue altar, Jian Wuhong opened her eyes and found Fang Chun staring at her. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. What are you looking at? Jian Wuhong pouted. Did you accept the inheritance? Fang Chun hurriedly changed the topic. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong calmed herself down and stood up. I've accepted the Azure Lightning Emperor's Tao of Lightning inheritance. What about you? Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chun shook his head and shrugged. The Blue Lightning Emperor's Lightning Tao inheritance isn't suitable for me. Jian Wuhong paused and felt embarrassed. If it wasn't for Fang Chun, the Thunder Spirit wouldn't have let her go. But now, she had accepted the inheritance, while Fang Chun had gotten nothing. You don't have to be like this. The Blue Lightning Emperor's inheritance is meant for those who are fated to obtain it. Besides, my gains aren't any worse than yours, Fang Chun said with a smile. Jian Wuhong knew that Fang Chun was comforting her. Her eyes flickered and she looked at Fang Chun with a complicated gaze. Since you've accepted the inheritance, can we leave now? Fang Chun asked. Jian Wuhong nodded. The two of them walked side by side with the little mouse following behind them. Boss, you're such a shameless bastard, said the little mouse angrily. What he got in response was Fang Chun's iron fist. The path back was unobstructed. However, when they reached the outer regions, they were still blocked by the mutated abyssal sword demons. Fang Chun grabbed Jian Wuhong's arm and used the space-time true meaning to leave the valley. This time, Jian Wuhong didn't resist, but her face became even redder. When Fang Chun grabbed her arm, her heart was pounding. Furthermore, there was a strange feeling in her heart. Saya Pavilion, what's wrong with me? Could it be that I've fallen in love with him? Jian Wuhong asked herself, but she quickly shook her head and denied that thought. All right, we're out. Fang Chun let go of Jian Wuhong's arm. Jian Wuhong raised her head and looked at Fang Chun, a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. What do we do now? Do we continue in the Sword Heart's secret realm or go back? Asked Fang Chun. Chapter 1357. The Sword Heart Mystic Realm was too dangerous. Moreover, they had been here for a long time and had gained a lot. Especially Jian Wuhong, who had just obtained the inheritance of the Azure Lightning Emperor and needed to consolidate it. Therefore, the two of them walked side by side and prepared to return. However, something unexpected happened. On the way back, the two of them were attacked. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Following that, Fang Chun discovered that a black-robed cultivator had appeared not far in front of him. Yes, someone else entered the Sword Heart Mystic Realm. Fang Chun was shocked and turned to look at Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong's eyes were also a little confused. The Sword Heart Mystic Realm belonged to the Sword Dao faction. In the entire Sword Dao faction, only 2 people were qualified to enter to find opportunities. One of them was Jian Wuhong. As for the other person, she was a bit redder than Jian Wuhong. However, this black-robe cultivator was clearly not from the Sword Dao faction. Who are you? Jian Wuhong asked coldly. She could feel that the black-robe cultivator was filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you. As soon as the black-robed cultivator finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Whoosh! A palm-sized ball appeared in the black-robed cultivator's palm. With a flick of his wrist, he suddenly threw it out. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly and pulled Jian Wuhong away. Dong! The ball smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Who are you? Fang Chun asked coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the Chaos Origin killing array was instantly set up. Buzz! The black-robe cultivator was also surprised that he was temporarily trapped by the Chaos Origin killing array. You want to trap me with a mere array? The black-robed cultivator sneered and began to attack the array. Fang Chun ignored the black-robe cultivator and continued to set up the Chaos Origin sword array. After the sword array was set up, a biting cold sword chi instantly spread out. 10 mutated swords crazily shuttled through the sword array and launched their strongest attacks at the black-robe cultivator. Let's go, Fong Chun shouted as he activated the true meaning of space-time. He quickly brought Jian Wuhong away from this place. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong disappeared. At the same time, the black-robed warrior's attack shattered the sword array. Cracks appeared on the 10 mutated swords. From this, it could be seen how powerful the black-robed cultivator was. After cracking the sword array, the black-robed cultivator quickly cracked the primordial chaos-killing array. He looked up with a gloomy expression. Damn it! The black-robed martial artist cursed and immediately chased after him. Fong Chun, who executed the true meaning of time and space, was incomparably fast. Even a creation realm powerhouse could not catch up to him. The black-robed martial artist's pursuit was fruitless, so he cursed loudly. I don't believe that you can escape from the palm of my hand, the black-robed martial artist said sinisterly. At this moment, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong were still frantically running away. After fleeing for 2 hours, the two of them finally stopped. Standing on a mountain peak, Fong Chun was panting. After continuously using the true meaning of time and space while carrying another person, he was a bit tired. Who is it that wants to kill us? Fong Chun was puzzled. Jian Wuhong's expression changed, and her eyes twinkled. I also don't know. Without the leader's permission, no one can enter the Sword Heart's secret realm. Unless what? Fong Chun hastily asked. Unless Elder he intentionally let us in. Hearing this, Fong Chun's expression changed and became gloomy. He took a deep breath and said, You suspect that the black-robe cultivator is colluding with Elder he? Jian Wuhong did not reply, but her expression said it all. What is Elder he's intention? Fong Chun did not understand. I also don't know, said Jian Wuhong. The black-robe cultivator is too strong. Even the two of us together are not his match. What should we do now? Asked Fong Chun. If the black-robed cultivator caught up to them, they would definitely die. Before, the black-robed cultivator had been careless. That was why the sword array and the origin-killing array were effective. Now that the black-robed cultivator knew what they were up to, the next time they met, he would definitely kill them. The Sword Heart's secret realm is very big. As long as we are careful, the black-robed cultivator will not be able to find us, said Jian Wuhong. Hearing this, Fong Chun was relieved. After a short discussion, the two decided to leave the Sword Heart's secret realm. Although they did not know what the black-robe cultivator's intentions were, staying in the Sword Heart's secret realm would only get more dangerous. As long as they left, the danger would be completely gone. Outside, Old East Alliance. On this day, under the pressure of the Yuan clan, the Old Hua Islands finally compromised. The Yuan clan did not let any of the secret realms within the Old Hua Islands go. Today, several young Yuan clan members came to the Sword Heart Mountains to prepare to enter the Sword Heart's secret realm. Elder he, you must have heard the news. These are the Yuan clan members. Please let them pass, said an elder of the Sword Dao, sect with a smile. Elder he cast a meaningful glance at the Yuan clan clansmen behind this elder, then opened his Sword Heart's secret realm. Everyone, the Sword Heart's secret realm is open. Please go in quickly, said the elder. Hearing this, the young Yuan clan members entered the Sword Heart secret realm. Elder he, I'll go back first. As soon as the elder left, a black figure appeared behind him. The Yuan clan members entered the secret realm. Will they ruin our plan? Asked Elder he. The black figure thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. After the Yuan clan members entered the Sword Heart's secret realm, they began to search everywhere. They did not miss a single corner. At the same time, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong split up and went to the exit. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Fong Chun met with a Yuan clan disciple. Kid, stop right there. This Yuan clan disciple was called Yuan He. His cultivation had reached Heaven's Star Border Stage 9. In the Yuan clan, his talent was average. He was considered a lower-middle disciple. That was why he was sent here as a coolie. However, although his status in the Yuan clan was not high, in front of outsiders, just the name of the Yuan clan was enough to scare them to death. After seeing Fong Chun, Yuan He did not hesitate to scold him. Yes, Fong Chun was a little surprised when he heard that. Other than the black-robed cultivator, There were others who entered the Sword Heart's secret realm. Things were getting more and more confusing. Fang Chun stopped in his tracks, and Yuan He walked to his side. "Kid, who are you?" asked Yuan He. His tone was full of disdain. Fang Chun frowned and said, "Disciple of the Sword Dao sect of the Old East Alliance." "Who are you?" asked Fang Chun. "Disciple of the Yuan clan," Yuan He said proudly. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. The Yuan clan, one of the 3 god clans? Seeing Fang Chun's shocked expression, Yuan He sneered. "A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin." Hearing the name of the Yuan clan, he was scared out of his wits. "Kid, the Yuan clan is looking for a treasure. Take out your interspatial ring and let me check it." Yuan He laughed eerily. Fang Chun frowned and was a little unhappy. This Yuan He kept using the Yuan clan to scare him, and now he wanted to check his interspatial ring. Who knew if he was with a black-robed cultivator? "Sorry, I can't do it." Fang Chun rejected Yuan He. "Yes, you rejected me." Yuan He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chun. "Do you know that your actions will bring you disaster that you can't bear? The interspatial ring is my personal item. I can't hand it over." Fang Chun's attitude was firm. "In that case, I'll kill you and take your interspatial ring." After that, Yuan He made his move. However, Fang Chun made his move before him. "Kid, you dare attack me?" Yuan He roared furiously. Crash! Before Yuan He made his move, Fang Chun was already prepared. In an instant, he set up the primordial killing array. Yuan He was trapped in the primordial killing array. What kind of array is this? Yuan He sensed the power of the primordial killing array, and his expression changed. He immediately used a powerful attack, wanting to break the primordial killing array. Boom! Yuan He's attack was very strong, at least stronger than Jian Wuhong's. Fang Chun didn't fight him head-on. After the primordial killing array trapped him, he used the space-time true meaning to escape. Crack! Yuan He's attack was very strong. He directly tore a corner of the primordial killing array and escaped. "Want to leave?" Seeing Fang Chun fleeing, Yuan He flew into a rage. With a push of his feet, he gave chase. Who? Yuan He's speed was very fast, but compared to Fang Chun's space-time true meaning, he was still a bit slower. "Boss, what do we do now?" asked the little mouse. "Go to the Azure Lightning Emperor's Inheritance Valley." Fang Chun had already thought of a way to deal with Yuan He. Soon, Fang Chun arrived in front of the valley and plunged into it. Crash! The primordial killing array was set up, and 10 mutated swords merged into it. The sudden appearance of the primordial killing array trapped many mutated abyssal sword demons. These abyssal sword demons roared furiously, but they couldn't see Fang Chun's figure. It was also at this time that Yuan He caught up. Whoosh! Yuan He's speed was very fast. He didn't think too much and directly rushed into the valley. As soon as he entered, he felt that something was wrong, and he found that he had fallen into a formation. Before he could react, 10 mutated swords with powerful auras whizzed toward him. At the same time, a huge number of mutated abyssal sword demons crazily attacked Yuan He. Damn it! Yuan He cursed, his heart burning with anger. In the void, Fang Chun sneered when he saw this. The people of the Yuan race wanted to kill him. "Boss, let me add some fuel to the fire." Little Mouse stood in the air and used its innate ability, Devour. Yuan He was about to counterattack when he suddenly felt his body stop. Immediately, he felt a terrifying, attractive force. Scram! Yuan He roared and punched. In an instant, Yuan He was drowned by the mutated abyssal sword demons. Chapter 1358. In the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, on a wasteland, Yuan Mo and the others were searching everywhere. All of a sudden, a miserable cry was heard. This was a mystic technique belonging to the Yuan clan. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense the presence of their clansmen. Moreover, this miserable cry contained Yuan He's distress signal. Oh no, Yuan He is in danger. Yuan Mo's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he left with the others. At the same time, on the other side of the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, the black-robed warrior also discovered the abnormality in the valley. His expression changed, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the sky. In the valley, Fang Chun looked coldly at Yuan, he who was besieged by many mutated abyss sword demons in the sword formation below. At this moment, Yuan he was no longer as brave as before. He was severely injured, but even so, his vitality was still very tenacious. Ah! Yuan he roared as he fought desperately. If he was in his peak state, he might be able to escape. But now, he could only hope that Yuan Mo and the others could arrive in time. Damn human! If I get out, I will exterminate your 9 generations. Yuan he roared angrily. The little mouse used its special ability from time to time to create trouble for Yuan he. This kid is really an unkillable cockroach. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Was this the advantage of the God Clan? An ordinary God Clan disciple had such tenacious vitality. However, just as Fang Chun was sighing, he suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation in the distance. Oh no! Fang Chun shouted in his heart. His figure flashed, and he activated the space-time true meaning. He disappeared into the void and escaped directly. Not long after Fang Chun left, the black-robed warrior appeared first. Yes, sword formation. The black-robed warrior discovered the sword formation, and his face immediately became gloomy. He looked around and did not find Fang Chun. Instead, he saw Yuan, he who was besieged in the sword formation. Save me! Yuan he also discovered the black-robed warrior and shouted loudly. The black-robed warrior's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not want anyone to know that he was in the Sword Heart mystic realm. Therefore, the person in front of him must be killed. Boom! The black-robed warrior attacked. He clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, a flaming fist appeared in the sky. This flaming fist radiance contained an extremely hot aura. It streaked across the void, passed through the sword formation, and bombarded Yuan he's body. No! Yuan he roared, but it was to no avail. This fist radiance was too powerful, and he couldn't block it at all. Bang Yuan he's body exploded as his primordial spirit tried to escape. Walla the black-robed cultivator waved his hand and reached into the air, directly restraining Yuan he's primordial spirit. His vitality is quite tenacious. The black-robed cultivator sneered as he watched Yuan he struggle. If you kill me, you'll die too. Yuan he roared furiously. However, the black-robed cultivator did not care at all. He exerted a little force in his palm, and Yuan he's primordial spirit gradually dissipated. Yuan he struggled with all his might. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would perish in the Sword Heart mystic realm. I can't accept this. Yuan he roared. At the same time, on the wasteland not far away, Yuan Mo and the others were running madly. The closer they got, the weaker Yuan he's aura became. Suddenly, they heard Yuan he's loud roar. Yuan Mo's speed soared again. When he arrived in front of the valley, he just happened to see the black-robed cultivator restraining Yuan he's primordial spirit, preparing to kill him completely. Stop! Yuan Mo shouted loudly. Hearing this, the black-robed cultivator was slightly stunned. Apart from himself, there were so many people who had entered the Sword Heart mystic realm. No matter who you are, you'd better let Yuan go. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family, Yuan Mo said coldly. Who? The others also arrived. Their expressions were dark as they stared at the black-robed cultivator. If I want to kill him, you can't stop me. The black-robed cultivator was very confident. The people before him were all 9th-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Although he had just entered the creation tier, it was more than enough to deal with them. You dare to kill a member of the Yuan race? Do you want to die? Yuan Mo roared. Yuan race. The black-robed cultivator had obviously heard of the Yuan race before. His expression changed. You're from a Yuan race? The black-robed cultivator asked. Seeing the black-robed cultivator's expression, Yuan Mo sneered. Of course. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed. He thought for a long time. In the end, he made a decision. No matter what, he couldn't expose himself. He might as well go all the way and kill all the members of the Yuan race. Boom! Dense killing intent exploded from the black-robed cultivator, suddenly enveloping Yuan Mo and the others. Kill! The black-robed cultivator crushed Yuan He's soul and started a massacre. A creation tier cultivator starting a massacre was no small matter. Yuan Mo and the others were able to resist at first, but as time passed, the black-robed cultivator completely gained the upper hand. Pucci, the black-robed cultivator, threw a punch, and Yuan race disciple was instantly killed. Seeing this, Yuan Mo's eyes turned red. The Yuan race won't let you go. I only know that before that, all of you will die. The black-robed cultivator killed decisively. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Mo and the others were all killed. I didn't expect the Yuan race to come here. The black-robed cultivator felt that he had lost his composure. His expression changed, and his figure flashed, disappearing into the void. As for Fong Chun, after escaping the valley, he ran all the way, not caring about anything. He pushed the space-time true intent to the limit, and after 2 hours, he reached the exit of the Sword Heart Secret Realm. At the exit, Fong Chun saw Jian Wuhong. Whoosh! Seeing Fong Chun running over, Jian Wuhong asked, "How is it?" Fong Chun shook his head and urged, "Hurry up and go out." Jian Wuhong didn't say anything else. She took out a token and activated it. Instantly, a void door appeared in the Sword Heart Secret Realm, and the two of them went in. Buzz! The void door closed. Whoosh! When the black-robed cultivator arrived, the void door had already closed. Damn it! The black-robed cultivator immediately used a special secret technique to send a message to the outside world, informing them that the mission had failed. In the Sword Heart mountain range, when Elder he learned that the mission had failed, he was very anxious. Once they come out, our plan will definitely be exposed. Elder he paced back and forth. Wait here. When they come out, kill them, the black figure said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Voila! After a while, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong appeared out of thin air. Buzz! As soon as he appeared, Fong Chun cursed inwardly. He felt a strong killing intent. He pulled Jian Wuhong, and without hesitation, he used the space-time true intent and disappeared into the void. Bang! However, the opponent was too strong and couldn't block at all. His body that was hidden in the void was directly blasted out. Let's end it here. The black figure attacked like lightning. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face darkened. He pushed Jian Wuhong aside and shouted, "Let's go." Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body, held the hidden star sword, and used the lightning sword art. Rumble. Fong Chun used his strongest attack, and Little Mouse also used 2 of its innate abilities. However, they were still no match for the black figure. The black figure stretched out his hand and directly suppressed Fong Chun. Bang! All the bones in Fong Chen's body were instantly shattered, and he was extremely weak. After Jian Wuhong was pushed away by Fong Chun, she ran all the way. Elder he wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Little Mouse with the Devour technique. In just a short while, Jian Wuhong had already disappeared. "Trash! Chase her back," the black figure said coldly. Elder he was terrified and chased after her. The black figure walked step by step towards Fong Chun, his face ferocious, and said coldly, "Boy, my plan has been planned for so many years, but it was ruined by you. I want you dead." The black figure raised his hand and slapped at Fong Chun. Little Mouse jumped in front of Fong Chun, trying to stop him, but it was useless. Dong! The powerful hand slammed down fiercely, and the ground sank a lot. However, when the black figure raised his hand, his expression changed drastically. "Where is he?" The pit was completely empty. The black figure jumped into the pit crazily, looking for Fong Chun. In the other direction, Jian Wuhong was running away. Not long after, she escaped the Sword Heart Mountains. As she fled, she sent a message to the Sword Sect's leader. Old Eastern Alliance, Sword Sect. The leader had just left the courtyard when his messenger jade pendant rang. Yes, Jian Wuhong sent it. She's come out of the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. However, when the helmsman finished listening to the message in the jade pendant, he suddenly became furious. She betrayed the old Eastern Alliance. The leader's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How fast was the helmsman's speed? In the blink of an eye, he was out of the city. You have to hold on, the leader said anxiously. Jian Wuhong had already been stopped by Elder He. Elder He, why did you betray the old Eastern Alliance? Jian Wuhong asked. Elder He's expression changed, and he laughed bitterly. There's no point in explaining it now. After saying those words, Elder He made a move, and with a loud bang, Jian Wuhong's body was sent flying. Elder He came to Jian Wuhong's side, ready to kill her. Scram! An angry roar came from the distant horizon. Immediately, a terrifying sword light cut through the sky and shot towards Jian Wuhong. Elder He's face changed, and he tried to block with his fist. Bang! He and the elder were forced to retreat. The sword sect's leader's angry attack was no small matter. Elder He, how dare you betray the old Eastern Alliance? The leader appeared, and without another word, attacked. Elder He didn't have any room to fight back, and was killed by the leader. As he died, a relieved smile appeared on his face. I'm finally free. Wuhong, are you all right? The leader helped Jian Wuhong up and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Leader, please hurry and save Fang Chun. Jian Wuhong said anxiously. Fang Chun is inside, asked the helmsman anxiously. Jian Wuhong nodded. The leader's body emitted a vast sword intent, and he rushed towards the Sword Heart Mountains. At the same time, the black figure sensed the leader's aura. Chapter 1359. In the Sword Heart Mountains, an earth-shattering battle had broken out. Both sides were extraordinarily strong. Jian Wuhong, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but gasp when she sensed the terrifying energy coming from the Sword Heart Mountains. The sect leader was a Fated Realm cultivator. The Black Shadow was also a Fated Realm cultivator. The battle between the two realms' cultivators was destructive. The battle lasted for a total of 6 hours before it finally came to an end. More than half of the Sword Heart Mystic Realm had been destroyed, and the Black Shadow had died a miserable death. As for the leader of the Sword Dao faction, he walked out of the Sword Heart Mountain range in a sorry state. Whoosh! Jian Wuhong's expression changed when she saw this. Where's Fang Chun? Jian Wuhong asked anxiously. The sect leader's face was gloomy. He wasn't happy. He couldn't find Fang Chun. How is this possible? Jian Wuhong's face was pale as she cried out. Even if he was dead, there should be a corpse. But there was nothing. Maybe Fang Chun escaped. The sect leader comforted himself. Rumble. The ripples of energy attracted the attention of the Old East Alliance. Not long after, the Old East Alliance arrived. When they learned of the situation, they were all speechless. They hadn't expected the sect leader to betray them. When the elders of the Yuan race found out about this, they were extremely furious. He personally rushed to the Sword Heart Mountains. My Yuan clan's people are still in the Sword Heart's secret realm, the Yuan clan elder said coldly. Then he entered the hidden mountains to investigate. Not long after, he walked out of the secret realm with a gloomy expression. Yuan He and the others had all been killed. Damn it. However, after the sect leader's investigation, Jian Wuhong didn't have any traces of Yuan He's aura, so she was eliminated. Elder, Yuan He and the others were probably killed by the bandits, Alliance leader Gu Hua said. The Yuan clan leader flicked his sleeve and left. He was furious, but the Black Shadow was dead. He had nowhere to vent. After the Yuan elders left, Alliance leader Gu Hua looked at the leader of the Swordpath sect and asked what happened. This person is an enemy of mine from many years ago. I didn't expect him to do such a cruel thing for the sake of revenge. The leader of the Sword Dao faction explained. Fang Chun disappeared. In everyone's opinion, it was impossible for him to escape from the Black Shadow with his strength. The only explanation was death. Now that the danger of the Hidden Realm had been resolved, the Old Eastern Alliance returned. This matter had temporarily come to an end, but Jian Wuhong was not happy. Fang Chun's figure kept replaying in her mind. If it wasn't for Fang Chun, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance of the Blue Thunder Emperor, let alone escape from Black Shadow. Fang Chun used his own life to buy time for himself to escape. Thinking of this, Jian Wuhong's face was filled with pain. A teardrop fell from her beautiful eyes. The people of the Yuan clan did not give up. They wanted to find the Yuan demon sword. But he had no clue. In a desolate place, suddenly, ripples appeared in space. Then, Fong Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Phew! Looking around, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. At the critical moment, he activated the token of the star relic and was teleported inside, avoiding Black Shadow's fatal attack. The last time he entered the star relic, he was a mystic king. Now, after so many years, he entered again as a heavenly body tier elite. "Let's walk around," Fong Chun said softly. Before long, Fong Chun arrived at the source of soul power. The old man guarding the source of soul power was shocked when he saw Fong Chun. "Why are you here?" The old man stared at Fong Chun with wide eyes. Fong Chun chuckled and said, "I was chased and had no way to escape. I activated the token and came here to hide." Hearing this, the old man nodded. Then, he looked at Fong Chun's head. Instantly, the old man's face was filled with shock. "You've cultivated the 5 lightning tribulation technique to the 2nd level." The old man was very shocked. It had only been a few years, and this boy had already cultivated the 5 lightning tribulation technique to the 2nd level. "Is it fast?" Fong Chun spread his hands. He felt that his cultivation speed was a little slow. "It's already very fast. Back then, my several senior brothers all took several years to reach the entry level." The more the old man looked at Fong Chun, the more shocked he was. This boy's growth speed was too fast, wasn't it? "Not bad, not bad. You've broken through the pinnacle level." "Amazing," the old man praised. Fong Chun was really heaven-defying. "With your current strength, you should be able to enter the depths of the star relic," the old man said with a smile. "Senior, I want to go to the ice mountain first," Fong Chun said. In the ice layer below the ice mountain was the Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse. Fong Chun wanted to fulfill the Blue Thunder Emperor's wish and bring the corpse back to bury it. Hearing the words, "Ice Mountain," the old man's expression changed. "Boy, even a creation realm martial artist will die if they enter the ice mountain." "You better not go," the old man advised. "What's in the ice mountain? Why is it so dangerous?" Fong Chun was very surprised. What was in the ice mountain? The Blue Thunder Emperor, 9th Firmament Wind Master, and Primordial Chaos Demon Master knew that they would die, but they resolutely entered. In the end, they died under the ice layer. And now, the old man was advising him that the ice mountain was very dangerous. "I don't know what's in it," the old man said in a deep voice. "I only know that if you enter the ice mountain, you'll definitely die." After chatting with the old man for a while, Fong Chun turned and left. The soul power source was of no help to his Yuan spirit, and the old man couldn't guide him in cultivating the 5 lightning tribulation technique. So he simply went to other places to look for opportunities. Anyway, he had already been here once, so he was relatively familiar with it. A few hours later, Fong Chun arrived in front of the ice mountain. Standing under the piles of bones, Fong Chun's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked at the top of the ice mountain. It was gray and hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. How terrifying! Fong Chun's heart trembled. Just one look was enough to make his Yuan spirit shatter. It seemed that there really was a peerless existence on the ice mountain. Fong Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He approached the ice mountain and came in front of the ice layer. Under the ice layer, a powerful aura surged, and the air was filled with extreme cold. 3 corpses that had existed since ancient times sat there quietly. Even if they died, their deaths had to be worth it. Fong Chun's gaze fell on the Blue Thunder Emperor's body. "How can I take the Blue Thunder Emperor's body out?" Fong Chun was a little troubled. "Boss, let me try." Little Mouse volunteered. "I'll try my innate ability, Devour, and see if I could take the Blue Thunder Emperor's body out." Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded. Purple light surged around Little Mouse's body as it used its innate ability, Devour. In an instant, a terrifying suction force spread out. Under Little Mouse's control, the suction force gradually seeped into the ice mountain. Poochie, as soon as the suction force entered the ice mountain, Little Mouse spat out blood. "Don't force yourself if you can't do it," Fong Chun said worriedly. "Roar." Little Mouse widened its eyes and roared into the sky. The purple mouse shadow behind it opened its mouth. The suction force increased again and instantly approached the Blue Thunder Emperor. However, just as it was about to envelop the Blue Thunder Emperor's body, an extremely vast aura that made Fong Chun tremble suddenly rushed towards him. Pooh! Little Mouse's body was instantly sent flying and fell to the ground. It was severely injured. What's that? Fong Chen's heart trembled. That aura was something that even a manifestation realm elite did not possess. It was too powerful. He hurriedly ran to Little Mouse's side and checked it. He was shocked to find that all the bones in Little Mouse's body were shattered and it was on the verge of death. Fong Chun took out a large amount of healing pills and fed them to Little Mouse. "Boss, I'm fine. I won't die." Little Mouse knew its injuries best. Although it was severely injured, its life was not in danger. Little Mouse was in so much pain that its teeth were about to crack, but it was still holding on. "Die, son of AB asterisk TCH. What's in this ice mountain?" "That aura is too strong," Little Mouse cursed. Fong Chun picked up Little Mouse and looked at the ice mountain with fear. He then turned around and left. "Let's find a quiet place to heal you," Fong Chun said. After Fong Chun left, the ice mountain still stood there. However, at the peak of the ice mountain, there was a huge blood red eye vaguely visible in the gray aura. The blood red eye flickered and then disappeared into the gray aura. Chapter 1360. The Little Mouse's injuries were too severe, and it needed to find a safe place to cultivate. Fong Chun thought of Tai Jia. The last time he came to the Star Ruins was still vivid in his mind. They went around the ice mountain and traveled 10,000 miles. They arrived at the spirit river that Tai Jia was guarding. Fong Chun's arrival surprised Tai Jia. "Brother Fong Chun, why have you come?" Tai Jia was sitting leisurely in the air above the spirit river, resting with his eyes closed. Feeling someone approaching, he opened his eyes and saw that it was Fong Chun. He was overjoyed. "I was being hunted down, so I activated the token," Fong Chun explained simply. Tai Jia nodded. Then Tai Jia said, "Brother Fong Chun, I haven't seen you for a few years, and your cultivation level has reached the heavenly body tier." "Not bad." Tai Jia could tell Fong Chun's cultivation level with a single glance. "Brother Tai Jia, my brother's injured. Can he enter the spirit river to recuperate?" Fong Chun asked. All the bones in the Little Mouse's body were shattered, and its injuries were severe. Fong Chun could only think of the spirit river. Hearing this, Tai Jia looked at the Little Mouse. Then, his expression changed drastically. He entered the ice mountain. Fong Chun shook his head and said he wanted to suck out a corpse from the ice under the ice mountain and was injured. "This little family is really lucky," Tai Jia said in a low voice. Even Tai Jia was terrified of the danger of the ice mountain. "Brother Fong Chun, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the ice mountain," Tai Jia said solemnly. Fong Chun clasped his hands. "Thank you for the reminder. All right, put in the spirit river," Tai Jia said. Fong Chun was secretly delighted and immediately put the Little Mouse in the spirit river. Instantly, the Little Mouse's body disappeared into the spirit river. Tai Jia's eyes were fixed on Fong Chun. He chuckled and said, "Brother Fong Chun, are you interested in trying to see if you can break the record of the heavenly body tier?" Hearing this, Fong Chun was also stunned. A heavenly body tier record? Yao remembered that when he entered the spirit river back then, he was merely a Mystic King realm martial artist. At that time, he had broken the record for capturing spirit pythons at the Profound King realm. The 99 spiritual pythons had reached the limit of the Profound King realm. Thus, he had received a very strong baptism of the spirit river, which had benefited him greatly. 30,000 years ago, there was a genius with the true meaning of time who held the record of 19 spirit pythons. Now, after a few years, he was back in the Star Relic. The more he thought about it, the more restless he felt in his heart. "How is it? With your strength, perhaps you really can break the record of the heavenly body tier," Iron Armor said with a smile. For countless years, he had always been accompanied by the spirit river and rarely saw human ancient martial art practitioners. As for Fong Chun, he was the only human ancient martial art practitioner recently. Moreover, he had broken the record, reaching the limit of the profound king realm. Iron Armor thought very highly of Fong Chun. What's the record of the heavenly body tier? Fong Chun asked. The limit of the Heaven Dipper tier is 3,600 spirit pythons, and the record is 3,510 spirit pythons. As for the limit of the heavenly body tier, it's 40,000 spirit pythons, and the record is 41,000, Iron Armor said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly. The record of the heavenly body tier was 41,000, and he had to capture more than this to break the record. Try it, Iron Armor said. Fong Chen nodded and was sent into the Spirit River by Iron Armor. Voila! Inside the Spirit River, spirit chi surged. This spiritual chi was mixed with the rich power of the stars. Fong Chun had just entered the Spirit River when he felt rich power of stars crazily surging from all directions. In his chi sea, the 4-story star pagoda was shaking. Wong, because he had already experienced it once, capturing this time was a walk in the park. First, Fong Chun burrowed into the depths of the Spirit River, because there were almost no spirit pythons on the surface of the Spirit River. Secondly, Fong Chun displayed the perfect sword body to resist the strong water pressure in the depths of the Spirit River. Start capturing. A hint of heat also appeared in Fong Chen's eyes. He didn't know if he could reach the limit. Voila! With a wave of his hand, the first spirit python was captured. Fong Chun discovered that the spirit python captured this time was completely different from the last time. Although it was a spirit python, most of its body was made up of the power of stars. So strong, the spirit python struggled, and the power of stars in its body poured into his body. Fong Chun put away this spirit python and continued to capture. In a short while, he captured hundreds of spirit pythons. Time trickled by as the metal armor in the sky above the Spirit River watched this scene quietly. With Brother Fong Chen's potential, there's no pressure before 30,000 spirit pythons. Iron Armor had guarded this place for countless years and was very clear about the power of the spirit pythons. He was very confident in his judgment. Fong Chun was crazily capturing the spirit pythons, while Iron Armor was admiring it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Fong Chun was really crazy. In just 3 days, the number of spirit pythons he captured had reached 10,000. He was still crazily capturing. However, to Iron Armor's surprise, Fong Chun did not absorb the spirit pythons he captured. Instead, he gave them all to his partner, the injured little mouse. This kid is very loyal. Iron Armor smiled when he saw this. The spirit pythons were of little help to Fong Chun. However, they were of great help to the little mouse. After absorbing 10,000 spirit pythons, the little mouse's injuries were instantly healed. Seeing this, Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief and continued to capture spirit pythons. In this way, Fong Chun captured 40,000 spirit pythons in one breath. When the number of spirit pythons he captured exceeded 30,000, Iron Armor above the Spirit River began to be shocked. His judgment was actually wrong. Easily capturing 40,000 spirit pythons, Iron Armor's eyes emitted a faint golden light as he looked straight at Fong Chun. After a long while, Iron Armor sighed. Truly, the new generation excels the old. When capturing 40,000 spirit pythons, Fong Chun clearly felt the pressure. His speed began to decrease sharply, but even so, he was still able to capture spirit pythons. Spirit pythons were captured by Fong Chun one after another. Rumble. In the depths of the Spirit River, Fong Chen's large hand reached out, and the aura around him fluctuated. Wild sword chi spread out in an instant. The big hand flipped and suddenly grabbed a spirit python that was swimming in the distance. The spirit python screamed crazily, but was unable to break free from Fong Chen's palm. After capturing this spirit python, Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a brilliant smile, because he knew that he had broken the record of a heavenly body tier martial artist. 41,000 spirit pythons. Continuing to bury his head in capturing, Iron armor above the spirit river already didn't know what to say. 41,000, 42,000, 43,000, 44,000. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun captured 47,000 spirit pythons. At this time, Fang Chun really felt the pressure. His perfect sword physique shone brightly, and he even took out the hidden star sword. Moreover, he even used the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Now, he had already used his full strength. Every time he captured a spirit python, it was very strenuous. However, Fang Chun didn't want to give up. Continue. 1. The second layer of the 5 thunder tribulation technique was used, attacking the spirit python's head. Following that, he used the thunder fall sword technique to attack the spirit python's body. Under the double attack, the spirit python's power was also greatly weakened. Immediately, Fang Chun set up the chaos element killing formation to encircle and annihilate the spirit pythons. One had to know that setting up the chaos element killing formation in the spirit river was very restrictive. However, Fang Chun still did it. In this way, Fang Chun captured another 990 spirit pythons. He only needed 10 more spirit pythons to break the record. At this time, Fang Chun was already exhausted and couldn't move. Dong dong dong, the golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream spread throughout his body, relieving his fatigue. Huff huff, Fang Chun gasped for breath, and his forehead was full of sweat. I can't give up. He only needed 10 more spirit pythons to reach the limit. Roar! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice and continued to capture spirit pythons. However, just as he was about to capture the spiritual python, the hidden star sword suddenly emitted a resplendent light. Immediately, Fang Chun's heart trembled. The thunder fall sword technique had finally reached the transformation realm. Huh? Fang Chun laughed. At the critical moment, the thunder fall sword technique had reached the transformation realm, and its power had increased a lot. The pressure on his body suddenly weakened a lot. The hidden star sword was constantly waved, and the bright lightning sword light instantly fell. The spirit python couldn't avoid it and was caught by Fang Chun. 1, 2, 3. When he caught 47,995 strands of light, the pressure suddenly increased. Even the thunder fall sword technique at the transformation realm couldn't help Fang Chun capture spirit pythons. In the sky above the spirit river, Iron Armor had been watching this scene. Can he reach the limit? He had already broken the record, and now he only needed 5 more spirit pythons to reach the limit. Boom! Under Iron Armor's gaze, Fang Chun didn't give up and continued to capture spirit pythons. However, under that powerful pressure, Fang Chun's cultivation broke through. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. His cultivation reached the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. 1. Fang Chun's body experienced a qualitative leap. In the next moment, Fang Chun's body emitted a bright golden light. Under Iron Armor's gaze, Fang Chun soared into the sky and rushed out of the spirit river. He held 5 spirit pythons in his hand. Seeing this, Iron Armor revealed a wild smile. Brother Fang Chun, congratulations. The lower the cultivation, the easier it was to break the record. He was very clear that to reach the limit of the heavenly body tier, one had to have heaven-defying potential. However, Fang Chun did it. Such an inconspicuous cultivator actually did it. The problem was that his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the heavenly body tier, and he had just broken through. Genius, an absolute genius. Over the endless years, Iron Armor had seen countless geniuses. However, after meeting Fang Chun, he knew the true meaning of genius. He concluded that in the years to come, Fang Chun would definitely become a giant. He might even be on par with the master of the Star Ruins. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At the last moment, if his cultivation hadn't broken through, he really would have failed. Chapter 1361. Fang Chun gave all the captured spirit pythons to the little mouse to absorb. After absorbing 48,000 spirit pythons, the little mouse's injuries were obviously much better. Brother Fang Chun, get ready to accept the baptism of the spirit river. After pausing for a moment, Tai Jia continued. The baptism of the spirit river this time is much stronger than the baptism of the mystic king realm. Moreover, you can let it accept the baptism with you. Fangchen instantly understood Tai Jia's meaning. Letting the little mouse accept the baptism of the spirit river was to heal his injuries. Fangchen was overjoyed and cupped his hands towards Tai Jia. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the spirit river. A whirlpool appeared in the huge spirit river. The spirit river surged, and a strong star power emerged from the terrifying whirlpool, instantly enveloping Fangchen. Then, Fangchen and the little mouse were enveloped by a gray aura. In an instant, Fangchen felt extremely comfortable all over his body. His unstable cultivation was also stabilizing. At the side, the little mouse's injuries were healing. In short, the baptism of the spirit river this time was of great help to Fangchen. In the end, even his primordial spirit was tempered and became even stronger. The baptism of the spirit river lasted for a full hour before it ended. How was it? Tai Jia asked. Fangchen nodded heavily, feeling full of strength. The benefits of the baptism of the spirit river will gradually be revealed in the future. Tai Jia smiled. To be able to see Fangchen reach his limit twice in a few years, he was also very happy. Brother Tai Jia, how much do you know about the Star Ruin? Fangchen asked. After the baptism of the spirit river, the little mouse's injuries were much better. Fangchen was prepared to explore other places. The Star Ruin is very big. As guardians, we can't leave the place we're guarding. I don't know much about other places. However, if you want to explore, I can point you in a direction, Tai Jia said. Hearing this, Fangchen hurriedly asked, what path? The star relic is divided into the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. Right now, we are in the outer region, and that ice mountain is the most dangerous place in the outer region. As for the inner area, as long as you head north, you'll reach it. However, I have to warn you that the inner area is extremely dangerous. You must be careful and don't get confused by some things, warned Tai Jia. Brother Tiejia, just how powerful was the master of the Star Ruins? Asked Fangchen. Just the outer area of the Star Relic was already so dangerous, and there was still the inner area and the core area. Tai Jia shook his head and said, the master of the Star Ruin is too powerful. In this universe era, there are very few who can match him. What a pity. Such an expert still died in the end. Devil vanquishing world, second heaven. His clone suddenly woke up from his cultivation. Astonishingly, his cultivation level had already reached the same level as his main body, reaching the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. Who? Fangchen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. During this period of time, he had been comprehending the true meaning of time and space and had gained a lot. The true meaning of time and space had reached the 6th level and could accelerate time around him for a short period of time. Unfortunately, it could only reach 10 times at most and no more. If the true meaning of time and space reached the peak, it could even reach 100 or 1,000 times. The clone's cultivation level was similar to the main body's, but its strength was slightly weaker. After all, the clone didn't have a god weapon, but also had a battle sword, and couldn't set up a sword formation. However, the clone also had what the main body had. The main body entered the Star Ruins and won't come out for a while. This clone of mine should also go out and move around, Fangchen said with a smile. The mission given to him by the devil vanquishing world was to become the strongest of the younger generation of the old East Alliance. Now, the mission wasn't completed yet. The main body was exploring the Star Ruins, so he'd let this clone continue to complete the mission. Through the teleportation formation of the devil vanquishing world, he arrived at Tianhua City. Fangchen asked around a little and found out what had happened. The Black Shadow was the enemy of the helmsman and was killed by the helmsman. When he heard this, Fangchen sighed in relief. She was fine. Fangchen hurried over to the old East Alliance. The Sword Sect. Every day, Jian Wuhong would stand on a high peak, gazing into the distance. Today, as always, she was gazing into the distance. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked down in disbelief. Because she saw Fang Chun. Is that Fang Chun? She rubbed her eyes with her small white hands and continued to look. It really is him. Jin Wuhong's face was full of smiles. She leaped down the mountain and hurried to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chun, who was walking, was startled by the sudden red sword dance. Fang Chun, it really is you, she said excitedly. Yes, Fang Chun said with a smile. I thought. She stopped mid-sentence, her voice trembling with emotion. Everyone thought Fang Chun was dead. She was the only one who didn't believe it. In the end, after a month of waiting, Fang Chun really did return. Where did you go? She asked. It's hard to explain, Fang Chun said. Before long, the news of Fang Chun's return spread throughout the entire Sordao faction. The helmsman personally came to greet Fang Chun. Ha ha ha, it's good that you're fine. The helmsman was very happy. Fang Chun's potential was obvious to all. He was also a leader. His future was bound to be great. If he had died, it would have been a great loss. Now that he was back, unharmed, it was wonderful. Even the helmsman of the sect of formations came to greet him. Fang Chun's potential in the Tao of formations was also very strong. The helmsman of the sect of formations had always wanted to steal him away. Brother Fang, it's so good to see you. Bai Wuzong hugged Fang Chun and said excitedly. Fang Chun's heart warmed. He didn't expect so many people to care about him. Fang Chun nodded. Fang Chun's return undoubtedly made the entire sword sect very excited. However, some people were very unhappy. Gu Yu, who was ranked 10th on the Tianhua leaderboard, was very angry when he heard that Fang Chun had returned. Damn it, that kid didn't die in that situation, Gu Yu said coldly. Immediately, he hurriedly got up and soon arrived at the sword sect. He happened to see Jian Wuhong and Fang Chun walking side by side, talking and laughing. The cold goddess Jian Wuhong usually wouldn't take the initiative to talk to men, but now she was talking and laughing with Fang Chun. Gu Yu wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between them. Fang Chun, Gu Yu shouted angrily. Fang Chun, who was talking, heard someone call his name and turned to look. Gu Yu. Jian Wuhong frowned. She was very unhappy. Gu Yu's aura shook as he angrily walked in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun, I want to challenge you, Gu Yu said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Jian Wuhong didn't give Gu Yu any face and said coldly. She knew that Gu Yu wanted to challenge Fang Chun because of her. Wuhong. Gu Yu was even angrier when he heard Jian Wuhong's words. He didn't expect Jian Wuhong to insult him because of Fang Chun. Fang Chun, if you're a man, don't let a woman stand up for you, Gu Yu said. Fang Chun looked straight at Gu Yu and said, You really want to challenge me? Gu Yu nodded. Prepare 10,000 sword sources before you come find me. With that, Fang Chun turned and left. Fang Chun, you've gone too far. Gu Yu was furious when he heard that and immediately attacked. Whoosh! An icy sword whistled through the air and blocked Gu Yu's attack. This is the sword sect, Jian Wuhong said softly. Gu Yu clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chun to shreds. But in the end, he restrained himself. As Jian Wuhong had said, this was the sword sect. He couldn't act rashly. Fang Chun, just you wait. With that, Gu Yu turned and left. Ancient Eastern Alliance in a garden. The Yuan clan leader had also heard the news of Fang Chun's return. Who is this Fang Chun? Why is his return so happy for the old Eastern Alliance? He asked. Elder, I heard he broke through to the boundary. He's one of the old Eastern Alliance's geniuses. Oh, he broke through to the boundary. Interesting, the elder said. Elder, he's been to the hidden realm of the sword. The elder's face changed. Then he said, Bring him to me. The Yuan clan disciple quickly arrived at the sword sect on the elder's orders. The elder has ordered Fang Chun to go see him, the disciple said. Fang Chun was confused when he heard that. I don't know why the elder wants to see me. You'll know when you get there, the disciple said indifferently. Fang Chun wanted to say something, but Jian Wuhong stopped him. Fang Chun, I'll take you. The sword sect's leader appeared with a smile. Soon, Fang Chun and the helmsman arrived at the same time. Elder, what business do you have with Fang Chun? The leader asked with a smile. The elder, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and stared straight at Fong Chun. In an instant, Fong Chun felt a divine sense fall upon him. It was as though it wanted to see through him. The elder's eyes emitted a strange aura. When Fong Chun raised his head to look at the elder, he suddenly felt dizzy. Oh no, it's an illusion. Fong Chun was shocked. He hurriedly activated his star power to resist the illusion. Fortunately, Fong Chun had cultivated the illusory sword Dao before and knew a little about illusions. He could resist the elder's illusion. Fong Chun's forehead was covered in sweat. The leader was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to offend the elder of the Yuan clan. After a long time, the elder looked away and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's rare to be able to stay true to your heart under my watch. After saying that, the elder waved his hand, indicating that they should leave. The leader hurriedly left with Fong Chun. Elder, the disciple asked. The elder shook his head. His eyes could see through everything. However, he didn't find the aura of the Yuan demon sword on Fong Chun's body. He even saw it clearly in his interspatial ring. Chapter 1362. The Yuan race's elder's inspection made Fong Chun feel very uncomfortable. It was as if the secret in his heart had been seen through. Fortunately, the Yuan race's elder didn't seem to notice anything. He had just been joking, but Guyu had taken it seriously. A few days later, Guyu brought 10,000 sword origins to Fong Chun. Fong Chun, I've already prepared 10,000 sword origins. Will you accept my challenge? Asked Guyu. Seeing the sword origins in Guyu's hand, Fong Chun was startled, but then he nodded. Since you want to give me sword origins, how could I refuse? Smiled Fong Chun. Sword origins were very important to sword cultivators. With sword origins, one's cultivation speed would increase a bit. However, for the time being, Fong Chun couldn't fight Guyu. I need to prepare. We'll fight in half a month, said Fong Chun. Although Guyu was a bit unhappy, he still agreed. After receiving Fong Chun's reply, Guyu smiled sinisterly and left the Sword Dao faction. Not long after, Jian Wuhong arrived. Fong Chun, why did you agree to fight Guyu? Asked Jian Wuhong anxiously. You don't trust me? Fong Chun asked with a smile. For a moment, Jian Wuhong was speechless. The more time she had spent with Fong Chun, the more she felt that Fong Chun was very mysterious. His strength had increased very quickly, and it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. 10th place on the Tianhua rankings is no small matter, said Jian Wuhong. I know, said Fong Chun, but right now, I need your help. What help? Asked Jian Wuhong. She owed Fong Chun a favor. As long as Fong Chun's request wasn't too unreasonable, she would definitely agree. I need a divine weapon. It would be best if it was a 6th-ranked divine weapon, said Fong Chun. No problem. Jian Wuhong nodded without hesitation. Anything else? Fong Chun shook his head. Jian Wuhong left. That was her personality, swift and decisive. After Jian Wuhong left, Fong Chun returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Chaos Origin Killing Array. His true body and avatar could share the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Because the doppelganger did not have a battle sword, it could not set up a sword array. Star Relic. After a period of recuperation, the little mouse's injuries were almost completely healed. Now, Fong Chun and the little mouse were quickly heading towards the inner area of the ruins. Fong Chun had already walked for more than 10 days according to the route that Chainmail had given him, but he still hadn't reached the inner area. Although they encountered many dangers along the way, Fong Chun was able to resolve them easily. Not long after, when he was about to reach the inner area, Fong Chun discovered a shocking scene. Someone else entered the Star Relic. Boss, there are footprints on the ground, the little mouse exclaimed. Fong Chun's expression was solemn as he stared at the footprints on the ground. Although these footprints were very shallow, Fong Chun's divine sense was extremely powerful. He could clearly see the footprints on the ground. These footprints were left by human cultivators. Fong Chun thought to himself. Boss, could it be that someone else entered this place? The little mouse asked in a deep voice. Fong Chun shook his head. He didn't know either. Be careful. The closer they got to the inner area, the more oppressive the air became. After a while, Fong Chun and the little mouse finally arrived at the inner area. They crossed the outer edge and entered the inner area. Roar! Just as they entered the inner area, they heard the terrifying roars of demonic beasts. Fong Chun cursed inwardly. Then, he fled in a panic. Using the space-time true intent, he instantly hid in the void. The air shook. Crash! Fong Chun, who was in the middle of teleporting, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Space distorted and his body gradually disappeared. What's going on? Fong Chun shouted loudly. However, it was to no avail. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. His body seemed to be swallowed by the void. No! Fong Chun roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Swoosh! When a ripple appeared in the void, Fong Chun's figure quickly disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Fong Chun struggled with all his might. Suddenly, he felt his body land on the ground, and a white light appeared in front of him. Where is this? Fong Chun was a little shocked. Wasn't he swallowed by the void? Why did he come here? Dong! Just as Fong Chun was surprised, the ground trembled. Immediately after, a bull-headed demonic beast the size of a small hill appeared in front of Fong Chun. Human, the bull-headed demonic beast let out a very rough voice. What is this place? Fong Chun looked at the bull-headed demonic beast, his heart trembling. This is the space-time island. Master once ordered that outsiders who enter the space-time island are to be killed without mercy. The bull-headed demonic beast's huge head shook. Fong Chun felt the entire ground tremble. Kill without mercy. Fong Chun was a little frightened. The aura emitted by the bull-headed demonic beast was too tyrannical. Moreover, the rules of this area were different from the outside world. Fong Chun's aura was greatly suppressed here. Senior, this junior accidentally entered this place. I hope that Senior will be merciful. Fong Chun hurriedly said. He didn't want to die without knowing why. Although he still had a clone, if his original body died, it would be very harmful to the clone. Haha, human, don't worry. Although the space-time island doesn't allow outsiders to enter, it's not absolute. But it's not absolute. The bull-headed demonic beast laughed. Hearing this, Fong Chun frowned and stared at the bull-headed demonic beast. Voila! The bull-headed demonic beast opened its mouth and spat out a flame, shooting towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun instinctively caught the flame and found that it was a scroll. Boy, you are a heavenly body-tier martial artist. So, as long as you comprehend the space-time strangulation within a year, you will not die. The bull-headed demonic beast finished speaking and directly lay on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Remember, you only have 1 year. The bull-headed demonic beast's voice sounded in Fong Chun's mind. Old East League, Sword Dao faction. In the courtyard, Fong Chun, who was comprehending the chaos-killing array, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Comprehend the space-time strangulation within a year. His original body accidentally entered the space-time island and was trapped inside. If he couldn't comprehend the space-time strangulation within a year, he would definitely die. The bull-headed demonic beast was too strong. It would be too easy for it to kill his original body. Let's comprehend together. Fong Chun made the decision. His original body comprehended together with his doppelganger. It would save him half the time. With a thought, his original body transmitted the space-time strangulation to him. Fong Chun looked inwardly into his mind, understanding the details of the space-time strangulation in detail. The space-time strangulation was a high-level secret technique. Because it involved the true meaning of time and space, it was very profound. It was much more complex than ordinary top-grade secret techniques. If I want to comprehend the space-time strangulation, it seems I have to start with the true meaning of time and space, Fong Chun muttered to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. On the 7th day, Jian Wuhong delivered a level 6 divine weapon. The blade was bright red, the hilt black, and the tip extremely sharp. Fong Chun could tell at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. For you, Jian Wuhong handed the divine weapon to Fang Chun. Fang Chun took the divine weapon with both hands and immediately felt that it was very heavy. Fang Chun's eyes widened as he stared at the divine weapon. He was extremely excited. This is refined from void mithril. Void mithril is only a supplementary material, Jian Wuhong said softly. The main material is glazed flame iron. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled even more. As a divine blacksmith, even though he was only a 3-star divine blacksmith, he still had some understanding of the Tao of blacksmithing. Void mithril was an extremely precious material. Normally, it would only be used to refine level 6 divine weapons. Furthermore, any divine weapon that could use void mithril as the main material would be at the peak of level 6 divine weapons. To a 6-star divine blacksmith, void mithril was also an extremely precious material. And this sword was actually made from glazed flame iron as the main material, with void mithril as the supplementary material. Glazed flame iron was a material required to refine level 7 divine weapons. Fang Chen took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Jian Wuhong. These materials were all taken out by you? Jian Wuhong nodded, not saying anything. Fang Chen was moved. He didn't expect Jian Wuhong to take out such precious materials to refine a divine weapon for him. Many thanks, Fang Chen said. No need for that. I owe you a favor, Jian Wuhong said softly. This sword doesn't have a name. You can give it one. The body of the sword was red, and it was made of glazed flame iron. Fang Chen blurted out a name. Red Glass. Let's call it Red Glass. Jian Wuhong nodded. I'll be leaving first. I'm almost done with the Azure Lightning Emperor's inheritance. When I return, I'll go into seclusion. Looking at Jian Wuhong's departing figure, Fang Chen's expression was complicated. Holding the red glass sword, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Let's test out the power of the red glass sword. Astral energy surged as he used the lightning fall sword. Suddenly, the thunderous sword light with great momentum whizzed through the air. Dong! The ground shook. Putting away the red glass sword, Fang Chen was filled with excitement. Although it's a rank 6 divine weapon, its sharpness is comparable to a rank 7 divine weapon, Fang Chen thought to himself. The red glass sword's power had already surpassed the hidden star sword. From now on, this sword would be his clone's battle partner. With the red glass sword, there was no doubt that he could defeat Guyu. Fist Technique Sect. In a certain courtyard, Guyu sat on a stone bench. Opposite him was the head disciple of the Fist Technique Sect, known as Dragon Fist. As for his real name, people had long forgotten. Dragon Fist. They only knew that when he punched, it would be accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Over time, the name Dragon Fist was known by the world. Dragon Fist was very strong. He was recognized as the #1 disciple of the Fist Technique Sect. Senior brother Dragon Fist, Guyu said, I heard that you want to challenge an official disciple of the Sword Technique Sect, Dragon Fist said. Guyu nodded. His eyes were filled with endless anger. That kid is very close to Jian Wuhong. I want to teach him a lesson. Pay attention to your limits when you fight. I heard that kid is a genius who broke through the extreme realm. The Sword Technique Sect values him a lot, Dragon Fist said. Chapter 1363. The day before the battle, Fang Chen went to the formation school and found Bai Wuzong. At this time, Bai Wuzong was giving pointers to the other disciples. Brother Bai, called Fang Chen. Bai Wuzong was a bit surprised. Cultivate on your own for now. Bai Wuzong walked over to Fang Chen and asked, Brother Fang, how come you have time to come find me? Brother Bai, to tell you the truth, I want to ask you for some formation sources. Fang Chen chuckled. Formation sources? Bai Wuzong was a bit embarrassed. If it's too difficult, then forget it, said Fang Chen when he saw Bai Wuzong's expression. Bai Wuzong hurriedly explained, Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, my formation school has a clear rule that we can't give formation sources to disciples who aren't part of the school. This is the leader's personal order, and I don't dare to disobey. In that case, I won't disturb Brother Bai any longer. Fang Chen nodded after understanding the situation. Brother Fang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Although there's a rule that I can't give you formation sources, I have a way to get you enough. Bai Wuzong smiled. Oh, what is it? There are two ways to get formation sources. The first is to challenge a disciple of our formation school. If you defeat your opponent, you'll get formation sources. But I don't think anyone will be stupid enough to compete with you in terms of formations. Bai Wuzong curled his lips. He had seen Fong Chen's chaos origin killing formation, and even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. However, there's another way that shouldn't be difficult for you. Bai Wuzong smiled. Come, follow me. With that, Bai Wuzong brought Fong Chen to a square. In front of the square stood a tall tower. Brother Fong, this tower is called the Formation Origin Tower. As the name implies, there are endless formation sources inside. As long as you can get formation sources inside, you can take them away. Bai Wuzong introduced. However, I have to remind you, Brother Fong, that the Array Origin Pagoda is not as simple as it seems. Let's go straight in, Fong Chen said. With your attainments and formations, you are qualified to enter the Tower of Formation Origin, Bai Wuzong said. Fong Chen nodded and didn't waste any more time. He plunged straight into the Array Origin Tower. The Array Origin Pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Until now, the record holder for the younger generation of the Array Formation faction was Bai Wuzong. He had only reached the 6th level. While Fong Chen entered the Array Origin Pagoda, the aura of the formation is everywhere. Fong Chen said softly. He looked around, then closed his eyes and carefully sensed the Array Origin Pagoda. After a long time, Fong Chen opened his eyes and sighed. The Array Origin Pagoda itself was an array formation. Unfortunately, his attainments in array formations were limited and he could not see through it. Fong Chen took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a terrifying airflow attacked him. Fong Chen's figure flashed and dodged the attack of the airflow. Array formation. There were hidden array formations everywhere in the Array Origin Pagoda. If one was not careful, they would be trapped by the array formations. Fortunately, Fong Chen was a 5-star array formation master. The first level of the Array Origin Pagoda could not trap him. Where is the array source? Fong Chen searched carefully. Only now did he understand what Bai Wuzong meant. Searching for the array source in the Array Origin Pagoda was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The array source is hidden in the array formation. I have to find it, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he began to observe his surroundings. An hour later, Fong Chen found an area of array sources. There were more than a dozen array sources scattered here. He easily broke the array formation and picked up the array sources. However, these array sources disappointed Fong Chen. It's not even 1/10 of an ordinary array source. This is too weak. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Could it be that the higher the level, the stronger the array source? Fong Chen guessed. Immediately, he did not waste any more time and went to the 2nd level. In less than 2 hours, Fong Chen easily stepped onto the 5th level of the Array Origin Pagoda. After reaching the 5th level, Fong Chen found some array sources. These array sources were about the same size as ordinary array sources, and the array formation aura contained within them could be considered normal. This is only the 5th level. In that case, the array source on the 6th level is even bigger than this, Fong Chen said. Immediately, his eyes shone with golden light as he prepared to step onto the 6th level. However, during this time, Fong Chen encountered some difficulties. Outside the Array Origin Pagoda, Bai Wuzong had been waiting. It's already been 2 hours. I wonder which level Brother Fong has reached. There were some disciples outside the Array Origin Pagoda in groups of 3 to 5. Senior Brother Bai, are you going to challenge the Array Origin Pagoda? Asked some disciples. With Senior Brother Bai's strength, he should be able to successfully reach the 7th level. Yes, Senior Brother Bai's attainments in the Tao of Formations are too high. We can only look up to him. Bai Wuzong's title as number 1 in the Tao of Formations wasn't an exaggeration. His attainments in the Tao of Formations were even higher than Fong Chen's. If it weren't for Fong Chen's trump card, the Primordial Killing Formation, it was hard to say who would have one. Bai Wuzong smiled. I'm not going. Then why is Senior Brother Bai here? Asked some disciples. Brother Fong is going. What sort Dao factions Fang Chun? He's going to challenge the Array Origin Pagoda. How many levels can he reach? The Tao of Formation's disciples were no stranger to Fang Chun. In fact, they were very familiar with him. He had defeated Bai Wuzong in a battle of formations. It could be said that this had shocked all the Tao of Formation's disciples. Just as they were discussing this, Wan Luo and Luo Rongyuan arrived. After learning that Fang Chun was challenging the Array Origin Pagoda, Wan Luo continuously mocked him. He's just a clown. Instead of staying in the Sword Dao faction, he actually dares to come to my Dao of Formations faction. Wan Luo sneered. Wan Luo. Bai Wuzong frowned. Wan Luo was a bit afraid of Bai Wuzong, so he obediently shut his mouth. Why don't you let others speak? Luo Rongyuan spoke up. After losing to Fang Chun last time, he was still holding a grudge and had been looking for a time to fight with Fang Chun again. But now the opportunity had come. If it was someone else, then it would be fine. But for someone who lost to me to say this, it's really laughable, said Bai Wuzong. Luo Rongyuan's face was gloomy. He looked straight at Bai Wuzong and said coldly, Bai Wuzong, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the chief disciple. If you have the ability to defeat me, then we'll talk. Bai Wuzong sneered. He looked down on Luo Rongyuan, but the latter also refused to accept him. These two had been fighting all these years. However, Luo Rongyuan had always been suppressed by Bai Wuzong. Some disciples even secretly called him the Eternal Number 2. Boom! Luo Rongyuan was full of fighting spirit. He stared at Bai Wuzong and said, since you want to fight, then let's fight. However, after this battle, you won't be able to keep your position as the chief disciple. You don't have the right to say such things. The two top disciples of the Array Formation sect began a battle. The two stood in the void, their palms constantly forming hand seals, using the most offensive means of the Array Formation to fight. Boom! The two of them controlled the Array Formation to fight, attracting the attention of all the disciples in the square. So powerful! What precise control! Many disciples exclaimed, whether it was Luo Rongyuan or Bai Wuzong. They were both unreachable existences. In the crowd, Wan Luo sneered. The reason why Luo Rongyuan dared to challenge Bai Wuzong was that in the past few months, he had improved the star-severing array again and was confident that he could fight Bai Wuzong. The battle was very intense, and energy fluctuations constantly spread. However, after the two of them fought for 15 minutes, they were finally ready to go all out. Bai Wuzong, I'll let you see my new star-severing array. As soon as Luo Rongyuan's voice fell, the star-severing array suddenly activated. This was a brand new star-severing array, and its power was much stronger than before. Seeing this, Bai Wuzong narrowed his eyes and waved his palm. Specks of silver light shot out from his body. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a void cage instantly formed, directly enveloping the star-severing array. Luo Rongyuan, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked when he saw the Array Formation set up by Bai Wuzong. You actually managed to comprehend the Void Cage Array Formation. Luo Rongyuan panicked. Among the Sixth Order formations, the best was the Void Cage Array. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Bai Wuzong, but now it seemed that he had thought too lightly. Do you still want to fight? Bai Wuzong asked. I'm not convinced. Luo Rongyuan activated the star-severing array with all his strength to resist the restraint of the Void Cage Array. However, it was useless. The Void Cage Array was too strong. As time passed, the Void Cage Array gradually devoured the star-severing array. The ability of the star-severing array to intercept the power of the stars gradually disappeared. A moment later, the star-severing array collapsed, and Luo Rongyuan was defeated again. Bai Wuzong put away the array and looked at Luo Rongyuan coldly. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell all the disciples that he, Bai Wuzong, was still the chief disciple, and his position was unshakable. Even Luo Rongyuan had been defeated. Who else could shake his position? The answer was no. No, Luo Rongyuan muttered with a ferocious expression. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. After losing to Fang Chun, He cultivated bitterly for a few months and finally improved the star-severing array again. He thought that this was a chance to become the chief disciple. But he didn't expect that Bai Wuzong, this freak, had actually comprehended the void cage array. After struggling for a long time, Luo Rongyuan gave up. Brother Luo. Wan Luo walked in front of Luo Rongyuan and asked in a low voice. The square was silent. Everyone looked at Bai Wuzong with incomparable awe in their eyes. As for Bai Wuzong, his white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the Formation Origin Tower. At this time, the Formation Origin Tower opened and Fang Chen walked out. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Formation Origin Tower. Not only had he obtained a strengthened version of the Formation Origin Tower, but he had also broken through a bottleneck and become a 6-star divine formation master. After walking out of the Formation Origin Tower, Fang Chen raised his head and was a bit stunned. So many people. Seeing Fang Chen come out, Bai Wuzong greeted him with a smile. Brother Fang, how was your harvest? Asked Bai Wuzong. Fang Chen nodded heavily. The expression on his face explained everything. Chapter 1364. The harvest of the trip to the Formation Origin Tower was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Hearing Bai Wuzong's question, Fang Chen naturally answered with a smile. However, in Luo Rongyuan's eyes, he was incomparably furious. Anger was already burning in his heart. Luo Rongyuan walked step by step towards Fang Chen, and the crowd in the square opened up a path for him. Wan Luo followed behind Luo Rongyuan, looking at Fang Chen with schadenfreude. When Luo Rongyuan walked in front of Fang Chen, he stopped in his tracks. His body was surrounded by a cold aura. Fang Chen, Luo Rongyuan called out coldly. Fang Chen turned his head to look at Luo Rongyuan, and then his gaze fell on Bai Wuzong. Luo Rong, don't think that I don't dare to attack you, Bai Wuzong said angrily. Bai Wuzong, this is a matter between me and Fang Chen. It's not your place to interfere. Then Luo Rongyuan stared at Fang Chen and sneered. In the last battle, you were lucky to win. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. And now, the time has come. You and I will fight. Hearing Luo Rongyuan's words, Fang Chen took a step forward and stared at Luo Rongyuan. Do you think that I'm easy to bully? Fang Chen asked calmly. The surrounding people were a little surprised, not understanding what Fang Chen meant. Brother Fang. Bai Wuzong was afraid that Fang Chen would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Luo Rongyuan, so he stopped him. However, Fang Chen seemed to have made a decision. He waved his hand, stopping Bai Wuzong from speaking. Then, he looked at Luo Rongyuan. I'm a snobbish person. Without the formation source, there's no need to talk about fighting. Luo Rongyuan grinned when he heard that. As long as Fang Chen dared to fight, it was fine. As for the formation source, it didn't matter. I have 1,000 formation sources here. If you have the ability, take them. However, I'll say this first. If you lose today's battle, I'll cut off one of your arms, said Luo Rongyuan. You talk too much, Fang Chen said with a frown. Luo Rongyuan took action and quickly set up the astral severing array formation. Be careful, this is the latest and improved version of the star severing array, Bai Wuzong warned. Fang Chen pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and leapt into the air. He glanced back at Bai Wuzong and said, Brother Bai, didn't you ask me how my gains were? Now, I'll let you see what I've gained in the tower. Brat, you don't have Bai Wuzong's void cage array formation, so you can't break my star-severing array formation. Luo Rongyuan was very confident that Fang Chen was definitely not his opponent. However, Fang Chen exuded an arrogant aura. Who said we have to break it? Fang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the primordial killing array was instantly set up. After becoming a 6-star divine array master, the primordial killing array formation naturally advanced to the 6th level array formation realm. Not to mention the star-severing array formation, even the void cage array formation was no match for the 6th level primordial killing array formation. What 6-star divine array master? Seeing this, Bai Wuzong exclaimed. The killing power of the primordial killing array was too strong. Luo Rongyuan couldn't resist it at all. "What's going on?" Luo Rongyuan cried out in shock. However, before he could launch an all-out attack, the star-severing array formation was completely suppressed by the primordial killing array formation. Then, Luo Rongyuan found that his body couldn't move. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Rongyuan couldn't believe his eyes. Fang Chun had reached the 6-star divine array master realm. Not only Luo Rongyuan, but one Luo and the others were also shocked. After the shock, Bai Wuzong revealed a bright smile. It seemed that Fang Chun had also stepped into the 6th level of the array origin tower. The harvest this time was really not small. Bang! Luo Rongyuan's body was penetrated by the terrifying killing intent of the primordial killing array formation. Blood splattered all over the sky. Fang Chun took a step forward and came in front of Luo Rongyuan. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Luo Rongyuan's arm. Then he pulled hard. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Luo Rongyuan's arm was broken by Fang Chun. At this time, Luo Rongyuan's body was extremely weak. The star-severing array formation automatically collapsed. The ground was full of blood. Luo Rongyuan fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Fang Chun put away the primordial killing array formation and looked coldly at Luo Rongyuan. "Brother Luo," Wan Luo exclaimed and ran to Luo Rongyuan's side, hurriedly helping the latter up. "This is the price for your failure," Fang Chun said calmly. Luo Rongyuan's face was ferocious. His heart was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to refute. "I will definitely take revenge for this." Luo Rongyuan left with Wan Luo's help. "Array origin," Fang Chun called out to the latter. Luo Rongyuan's expression was ferocious. He reluctantly took out 1,000 array origin and threw it to Fang Chun. The entire square was silent. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Fang Chun and Bai Wuzong looked at each other and smiled, then turned and left. The news of Fang Chun cutting off Luo Rongyuan's arm instantly spread. It caused a wave in the array formation faction. However, the leader of the array formation faction came out to speak in person, making Fang Chun retreat from the storm. The leader had already understood the cause and effect of the matter. Luo Rongyuan had only himself to blame for ending up like this. Moreover, the leader was more optimistic about Fang Chun. When he learned that the latter had reached 6-star after entering the array origin tower, he was even more excited. He couldn't wait to pull Fang Chun into the array formation faction right now. What a pity. The leader of the array formation faction shook his head, somewhat regretful. "Leader, although Fang Chun is in the sword faction, he is still a disciple of the ancient Eastern Alliance. He can come to the array formation faction at any time." Bai Wuzong smiled. At this time, Fang Chun, as the main character, had already returned to the sword faction. Tomorrow was the day of his battle with Guyu. Fang Chun had to be well prepared and defeat Guyu with the force of a thunderbolt. So, as soon as he returned, he began to cultivate. Fang Chun took out the array origin and began to strengthen the array. After a few hours, all 1,000 array origin were consumed. At this time, the power of the array had increased significantly. Array origin is really good stuff. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Then he took out the array origin he'd obtained from the array origin tower. On the 6th floor of the tower, Fang Chun had only obtained one array origin. However, this was a high-purity array source. This one was equivalent to 10,000 ordinary array origin. Looking at the palm-sized array origin, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He could clearly feel that the array Dao aura contained within this high-purity array source was extremely powerful. After using up this array origin's power, the array should be able to reach the peak of the 6th level, Fang Chun muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chun strengthened the chaos element killing array with ease. It wasn't until late afternoon that he finished. His forehead was beaded with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. After an afternoon of strengthening, he was tired and went to bed early. The next day, the sun had just risen over the horizon when the sword faction began to bustle with activity. All the disciples knew that Guyu, 10th on the Tianhua rankings, was going to fight Fang Chun today. At first, Guyu wanted to fight in the arena. However, the leader of the sword faction disagreed. In the end, it was changed to a normal fight. Whether it was Fang Chun or Guyu, they were both outstanding disciples of the ancient Eastern Alliance. The loss of either would be a great loss to the Alliance. The leaders of the sword faction and the fist faction weren't the only ones to watch today's fight. Even the leader of the Gu Alliance had come. In fact, a fight like this wouldn't attract the leader's attention. However, the Yuan elder suddenly wanted to watch, so he naturally had to accompany him. The square was already packed with people. All the disciples arrived at the square early in the morning. Not long after, the leaders of the Sword Dao sect and the Fist Dao sect arrived. When the Yuan elder arrived, he caused a small stir. Many ordinary disciples didn't know, but the higher-ups had a certain understanding of the three god clans. I didn't expect the leader of the Gu Alliance to come. This fight is fascinating. Many of the Tianhua rankings are here to watch. Look, Sword Dance Red is here. She was wearing a red dress. She was as beautiful as ever. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many martial artists. After the Yuan elder took his seat, the leader of the Gu Alliance also sat on the platform. At this time, a disciple behind the Yuan elder saw Sword Dance Red. His eyes shone with golden light. What a beautiful woman. The Yuan clan disciple grinned. On the platform, "Senior, you've seen enough fights like this," the leader of the Gu Alliance said with a smile. In front of the Yuan elder, he was also a junior. "I have nothing to do anyway, so I came to see if there are any talents on the Old Hua Islands," the Yuan elder said. During this time, they had been looking for the original demon sword, but to no avail. The clan had already sent them a message, asking them to return as soon as possible. The clan had made a decision about the original demon sword. "I'm just afraid that a fight like this won't catch your attention," the leader of the Gu Alliance said with a smile. The Yuan elder didn't say anything else and closed his eyes. The plaza was bustling with noise. All the warriors were talking about it. The outstanding disciples of the sword faction had also arrived. They were here to cheer for Fang Chun. Not long after, Guyu arrived. Today, Guyu was in high spirits and full confidence. Even though he hit it well, the higher-ups on the platform still caught the trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Guyu jumped onto the platform and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Sensing the envious gazes from below the martial arts stage, Guyu's lips curled up into a smile. He wanted everyone to remember Guyu's name after this battle. Guyu raised his head and glanced at the rostrum. Then, he said to himself, "This battle must be beautiful." The Yuan elder was watching. If he performed well, he might be chosen by the elder. Once he was chosen, he would become a disciple of the God clan and have a bright future. Guyu had only wanted to teach Fang Chun a lesson, but now he changed his mind. Chapter 1365. On the martial arts stage, Guyu stood in high spirits. As the 10th disciple on the Tianhua leaderboard, his cultivation was earth-shattering. In the face of Fang Chen's provocation, Guyu was naturally fearless. Moreover, the Yuan race elders were watching this battle. Guyu thought that this was a good opportunity for him to rise to the top. He definitely couldn't miss this opportunity, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, in addition to teaching Fang Chun a lesson, he also wanted to make him his stepping stone. Guyu stood quietly on the stage, full of battle intent. He was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Many warriors in the square were discussing. Many disciples of the Sword Path faction were arguing with the disciples of the Fist Technique faction. The disciples of the Fist Technique faction naturally believed that Guyu could win. However, the disciples of the Sword Path faction firmly supported Fang Chun. In the row behind the rostrum, the two leaders were chatting happily. "Old man, who do you think will win?" the leader of the Fist Technique faction asked. The latter didn't hesitate and said directly, "Guyu's strength can't be underestimated, but Fang Chun isn't bad either." The leader of the Fist Technique faction shook his head and said, "The only difference between Guyu and Fang Chun is that he hasn't broken through to the extreme realm." Buzz. Just as everyone was discussing, there was suddenly a commotion in the square. Everyone on the rostrum looked over and saw that Fang Chun had arrived. Whoosh! Fang Chun pushed off with his toes and arrived on the martial arts practice platform. Seeing this, Guyu looked at him coldly. "Where's the sword source?" Fang Chun asked as soon as he arrived. "Even now, you're still thinking about the sword source." Guyu wanted to laugh. Fang Chun was actually thinking about the sword source. "I'm fighting with you for the sword source. Otherwise, why would I waste my time?" Fang Chun said. Guyu's expression darkened. He wanted to get angry. However, when he thought of the Yuan race elders on the rostrum, he controlled himself. "Fang Chun, you're destined to be defeated by me in today's battle." Guyu was using words to provoke Fang Chun. The latter spread his hands and smiled. "What's the point of this?" "Great," Guyu said with a smile. Soon after, he waved his hand and clenched his fist tightly. The aura around his body was released. Bang Guyu was the first to attack. He threw a punch at Fang Chun. His fist art was extremely tricky. It swept across the sky and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. "Not bad." Fang Chun nodded and threw out a punch. Their fists collided. The entire martial arts stage was trembling. The impact of the two fists was too powerful. The air was filled with energy that was being emitted. Seeing this, Alliance leader Gu Hua waved his hand, and a powerful aura surged into the arena. In an instant, the martial arts stage was stabilized. Crack after the two fists collided, Fang Chun couldn't help but take a few steps back. Guyu, on the other hand, remained motionless and did not retreat. Seeing this, Guyu became even more arrogant. "Competing with me in fist techniques is truly laughable." Fang Chun steadied himself and looked up at Guyu. In terms of pure strength, Guyu was on par with him. However, Guyu was a fist artist after all. His fist arts were more tricky and powerful. Fang Chun took out the red glass sword without hesitation. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Guyu clenched his fists and punched them together. Suddenly, Guyu's body flickered and many illusions appeared. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Whoosh! Fang Chun used the Thunder Sword art. The Thunder Sword art was at the transcendent state. It was Fang Chun's most powerful attack so far. He waved the red glass sword, and suddenly, 9 thick blade auras shot out from the tip of the sword. At the same time, a clap of thunder came from the sky. Then, lightning snakes appeared in the clear sky. The lightning snakes slithered and swooped down. The 9 lightning snakes slithered into the 9 blade auras. The blade auras contained the power of lightning and were very powerful. When the 9 blade auras were released, Fang Chun leaped up with the red glass sword in his hand and rushed toward Guyu. "You are courting death." Guyu let out a low growl as he clenched his fists tightly and displayed a domineering and fierce fist technique. Bang! His iron fist landed on the first blade aura. Crack! The blade aura shattered. Guyu was full of fighting spirit and punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 The remaining 8 blade auras were all hit by Guyu's fists. 7 of the blade auras were shattered. As for the last sword light, it forcefully blocked Guyu's fist and shot towards Guyu at high speed. Guyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly retreated. Fist of the Tyrant Dragon. Guyu roared and unleashed his trump card. The Fist of the Tyrant Dragon was a top-secret art. It was very powerful. If he reached the transcendent state, he could easily kill a martial artist of the same level with one punch. Guyu's body was surrounded by a golden aura. The golden aura turned into a golden dragon and circled around his fist. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. "Go!" As Guyu roared, his golden dragon fist smashed into the last sword light. Buzz! The last sword light struggled with all its might, but it was still shattered in the end. Guyu sneered after destroying Fang Chun's attack. What else can you do? In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun arrived in front of Guyu and stabbed out with the red glass sword. "You are courting death." Guyu sneered and punched the red glass sword. Bang! A powerful force came from the red glass sword and almost knocked Fang Chun out of his hand. He was also forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chun raised his head and sized up the ancient jade. He was ranked 10th on the Tianhua roll. He was quite capable. Fang Chun thought that he could defeat Gu Yu without using the Chaos Element Killing Array. Now, it seemed that he had to use it. Fang Chun, what else can you do? Gu Yu asked. On the platform, the elder of the Yuan race looked on quietly. He didn't express his opinion. Alliance leader Gu Hua's eyes flashed. Fang Chun had broken through the pinnacle level and was a genius. However, he shouldn't be Gu Yu's match for now. In the square, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong were the clearest. Fang Chun hadn't used his trump card yet, but he was already tied with Gu Yu. Once he used the Chaos Element Killing Array, Gu Yu would definitely lose. Too strong. A 5th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator could fight a 9th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. This kind of monstrous talent shocked everyone. In fact, although Gu Yu was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Body Tier, his battle prowess was at most equivalent to a 7th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator in the Purgatory. And with Fang Chun's monstrous battle prowess, dealing with Gu Yu is still very easy. On the martial arts platform, Gu Yu forced Fang Chun back, a wild smile on his face. If I'm not wrong, that sword technique just now should be your strongest attack, right? Gu Yu said with a smile. Fang Chun shook his head. Then, he waved his hand, and the aura of a formation spread around him. Setting up a formation? Gu Yu had also heard that Fang Chun's attainments in array formations were very strong. At this moment, seeing Fang Chun set up a formation, he sneered and quickly punched out. He wanted to stop Fang Chun from setting up the formation. The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. Gu Yu's fists instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Pung! Fang Chun punched out, blocking Gu Yu's attack. However, he also took a few steps back. In a flash, the Chaos Element Killing Array was set up. Gu Yu was about to attack when he suddenly felt that he was trapped in the formation. How dare you try to trap me? Gu Yu, with a mere formation. Gu Yu roared and punched out, trying to break the formation. Fang Chun controlled the Chaos Element Killing Array. Suddenly, the murderous aura of the Killing Array spread out. The strongest form of the Chaos Element Killing Array was completely activated. Gu Yu was trapped in the primordial Chaos Killing Array and was in a sorry state. On the rostrum, the Yuan clan elder was finally moved after seeing the Chaos Element Killing Array. Chaos Element Killing Array. The Yuan clan elder looked at Fang Chun in surprise. From the sword technique, just now, he could tell that this person was a monstrous sword prodigy. However, his attainment in formations was not inferior to his talent in swordsmanship. Monstrous. There were only a few geniuses who could be called monstrous by the Yuan clan elder. Fang Chun was one of them. I didn't expect the Old Hua Islands to have such a genius. The elder of the Yuan family stared at Fang Chun. Alliance Master Gu Hua chuckled when he heard the Yuan clan elder's praise. Indeed, Fang Chun's strength was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, Fang Chun was a genius who had broken through the extreme realm. The further he progressed, the more powerful he became. We must increase our efforts to nurture this person, Alliance Master Gu Hua thought. At this moment, the happiest person was the leader of the Sword Dao sect. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Fang Chun already had victory in his grasp. He had defeated Gu Yu in front of so many people and entered the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. As the leader, he was very proud. On the martial arts stage, Gu Yu, who was trapped in the Chaos Element Killing Array, roared in anger. He attacked the formation with all his might, but he could not break it. Yesterday afternoon, Fang Chun had merged all the formation resources he had obtained into the Chaos Element Killing Array. Fang Chun had strengthened the Chaos Element Killing Array to the level of a top level 6 formation. Even the Void Cage formation, which was known as the strongest level 6 formation, was useless in front of the Chaos Element Killing Array. After all, the Chaos Element Killing Array had a strong foundation and was a level 7 formation. However, Fang Chun's level was too low, so he could not unleash the true power of the Chaos Element Killing Array. Boom! After an hour of battle, Alliance Master Gu Hua finally spoke. Let the battle end here. With that, he waved his hand and the Chaos Element Killing Array was removed. Gu Yu, who had escaped, was like a wild horse. His aura surged as he charged towards Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Stop!" The leader of the Fist Dao sect shouted, stopping Gu Yu's attack. "The battle is not over yet," Gu Yu shouted, unwilling to give up. "Gu Yu, you're the 10th genius of the Tianhua rankings. Don't you have any self-awareness?" The leader of the Fist Dao sect said coldly. "You've disgraced the Fist Technique sect." Gu Yu stared at Fang Chun with a ferocious expression after hearing what the leader of the Fist Technique faction said. Chapter 1366. What a joke. Formations are a part of my strength. Why can't I use them? Fang Chun retorted. Gu Yu was speechless. In fact, he'd only said this because he was too angry to think straight. His heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chun. He secretly glanced at the rostrum from the corner of his eyes and found that the Yuan race elder and Alliance Master Gu Hua were both looking at Fang Chun. "Damn it, this was supposed to be my treatment, but you ruined it." Gu Yu glared at Fang Chun, his heart burning with anger. "Fang Chun, this isn't over." After saying that, Gu Yu didn't want to stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he hurriedly left. The battle ended just like that. Everyone in the plaza cried out in surprise. Fang Chun was too strong. Even Gu Yu, 10th on the Tianhua ranking, couldn't do anything to him. "Fang Chun wins this battle," an elder said. The Yuan clan elder nodded at Fang Chun in satisfaction, then stood up. "Fang Chun, you're quite talented." The Yuan elder laughed. If he didn't know who he was, he wouldn't have connected him to the Yuan clan. "You're very talented. Staying in the ancient East Alliance will only bury your talent." What the Yuan race elder said next made Alliance Master Gu Hua feel a little helpless. He wanted to poach him. Who could resist the temptation of the 3 god clans? Alliance Master Gu Hua knew that things were not going well, but he didn't dare to say anything. With his strength, challenging the Yuan clan would be like throwing an egg at a rock. "I presume you've heard of the Yuan clan," the elder said. Fang Chun nodded. "If you're willing, come with me to the Yuan clan." The elder looked at Fang Chun. Many cultivators were envious. The thing that all martial artists yearned for in their dreams actually landed on Fang Chun's head. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chun, waiting for Fang Chun's decision. In fact, everyone had already guessed it. If he wasn't a fool, he would definitely choose the Yuan clan. In the face of the Yuan, Old East was nothing. Alliance leader Gu Hua had a helpless expression on his face, while the leader of the Sword Path sect had a gloomy expression on his face. Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chun. She didn't know why, but she had a vague feeling that Fang Chun would refuse. "Fang Chun, why aren't you thanking them and joining the Yuan clan? Your future is limitless," said a Yuan clan disciple beside the elder. The Yuan clan was the leader of the 3 god clans. They were even stronger than the Spirit clan and the Luo clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the #1 power in the god world. Old Eastern Alliance couldn't compare with the Yuan family's resources. However, Fang Chun would not agree. Fang Chun looked up at the Yuan elder. Everyone was watching Fang Chun's every move. Fang Chun clasped his hands and bowed to the Yuan elder. "Clasped hands. I don't want to leave the Old Eastern Alliance." Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless warriors stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Fang Chun had refused the Yuan clan's invitation. Not every martial artist was qualified to join the Yuan clan. What's more, this was an invitation from the Yuan clan's elder, and Fang Chun had refused. Many found it hard to believe. Even the leader of the Sword Path sect and the leader of the Sword Path sect were surprised. They thought Fang Chun would agree. "Fang Chun, do you know what you're doing?" The Yuan elder's expression changed. The Yuan clan is the leader of the 3 god clans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we're the #1 power in the god world. But I like my freedom, and I don't want to leave the Old Eastern Alliance. "If I have the chance, I'll go to the Yuan clan," Fang Chun said. "Humph." The Yuan elder flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. As for the Yuan race disciples, they glared at Fang Chun. "Kid, you'll regret this." After saying that, the Yuan clan members all left. The leaders of the Old Eastern Alliance looked at each other. News that Fang Chun had refused the Yuan clan's invitation spread like wildfire. The disciples of many factions were astonished. When Guyu heard news, he gloated. Fang Chun, you've offended the Yuan clan. You'll die. Refusing the Yuan clan's invitation was a slap to their face. The people of the Yuan race definitely would not let him off. In fact, Guyu was overthinking things. As one of the 3 god clans, the Yuan clan had their pride. A mere heavenly body realm martial artist wasn't enough for them to lower themselves and attack. Not long after the battle, the Yuan clan left. However, before he left, a disciple of the Yuan clan found Fang Chun. Fang Chun, years from now, you'll regret the decision you made today, the disciple said coldly. Enjoy the rest of your life. The Yuan clan disciple finished speaking and prepared to leave. Oh right, remember my name, Yuan Cha. Fang Chun didn't care at all about the Yuan clan disciple's humiliation. He had his reasons for not joining the Yuan clan. Just now, he'd asked Realm Lord Fu Mo through his communication jade pendant. When the latter learned of the Yuan clan's invitation, he'd ordered him not to join under any circumstances. Otherwise, he'd die. Although he didn't know what Realm Lord Fu Mo meant, Fang Chun knew he wouldn't harm him. Besides, Fang Chun didn't like the Yuan clan to begin with. He believed he wouldn't have anything to do with them in the future. After a moment's thought, Fang Chun smiled in relief. In a person's life, there must always be challenges. If one were to reach the heavens in a single step without any challenge, those days would definitely be dull and boring. Besides, even if he agreed to join the Yuan clan today, as one of the 3 god clans, there were bound to be as many geniuses as there were clouds. He wouldn't necessarily be valued. It was better to stay in the old Eastern Alliance. After the matter, the leader of the Guhua Alliance and the leader of the Sword Path sect both came to Fang Chun. They chatted with Fang Chun for a long time and expressed their intentions. Fang Chun would rather offend the Yuan clan than join them. They were very touched that Fang Chun had chosen to remain in the Old East. After all, there weren't many geniuses like Fang Chun in the old Eastern Alliance. A few days after the Yuan clan's departure, the new Tianhua ranking was released. Jian Wuhong brought a copy for Fang Chun. This is the latest Tianhua ranking information, she said. Fang Chun nodded in thanks and opened it. Jian Wuhong was still 3rd on the Tianhua ranking. Although she'd received the Blue Lightning Emperor's legacy, the 2 freaks ahead of her were too strong. Your ranking hasn't changed, Fang Chun said. Jian Wuhong nodded and explained. First on the Tianhua ranking, Ku Shu is the first disciple of the Soul Cultivator sect. He's very strong and can kill without leaving a trace. If you fought him, you wouldn't even know how you lost. After hearing this, Fang Chun's heart shook. The first disciple of the Soul Cultivator sect. To be able to stand out in the Soul Cultivator sect, Ku Shu's cultivation must be very high. If I have time, I'd like to see him, Fang Chun whispered. Please don't, Jian Wuhong said hurriedly. Ku Shu doesn't attack easily. If he does, he'll kill. Oh, what a strange person, Fang Chun said with a smile. Ku Shu was a soul cultivator. Fang Chun was also a soul cultivator. After his soul became a primordial spirit, his soul cultivation level slowly increased. So far, he'd reached the peak of the 7th level. He was only 1 step away from the Grandmaster realm. In the vast universe, soul cultivators were very rare. Only by reaching the Master Realm could one be considered to have truly entered the Master Realm. Based on Fang Chun's guess, this withered tree had most likely reached the Zhongshe realm, making it a formidable opponent. However, Fang Chun was confident. He only needed 1 more step to reach the Grandmaster realm. Once he reached the Grandmaster realm, he wouldn't have to fear Ku Shu. After all, he had the 5 Thunder Trial Technique, a top soul cultivation secret technique. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun's eyes fell on the 2nd on the Tianhua ranking. Fu Long, 2nd on the Tianhua ranking, is a talisman master. At the same time, he's the only one in the top 10 who isn't a disciple of the Old East Alliance, Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. The Old Hua Islands were full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was no need to talk about the 1st-ranked Ku Shu. Who would have thought that the 2nd-ranked Fu Long was actually a talisman master. Fangchen knew a lot about talisman masters. This was an unpopular profession. In the outer universe, very few martial artists were willing to waste their time on talisman masters. Fu Long, on the other hand, was in the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking because of his status as a talisman master. Impressive. Fangchen couldn't help but exclaim. Next, Fangchen's eyes scanned the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking. His name was ranked at number 10. This time, the Tianhua ranking was updated. Other than Gu Yu, the other 9 people's positions had not changed. After all, under normal circumstances, there would be very few changes, unless there was a huge breakthrough. The top 100 on the Tianhua ranking had jumped to 10th place. Once the Tianhua ranking was released, the entire Old Hua Islands was in an uproar. The 72 islands under the Old Hua Islands were also in an uproar. Scar Island. Princess Xian stood quietly on the peak of a mountain. She was holding the new Tianhua roll rankings in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the 10th place. I knew that no matter where you go, you'll be the center of attention. After hearing the news about Fangchen, Princess Xian was very excited. Immediately, she decided to leave Scar Island and go to the Old Hua Islands. At the same time, in the Bai family on Qingyi Island. Qingqing, come and take a look. The Bai family's patriarch looked at the Tianhua ranking and laughed. Fangchen is not simple. It hasn't been long, but he's already in 10th place, the Bai family's patriarch exclaimed. Hearing the news about Fangchen, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Qingqing, with your current ability, there's no point in staying on Qingyi Island. Why don't you? The Bai family's patriarch didn't finish his sentence. But Bai Qingqing had already nodded. Fangchen is destined to be a top figure in the future. Get along well with him. Don't worry, the Bai family will support you. The Bai family's patriarch patted Bai Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing's mind was filled with Fangchen's image. Chapter 1367. 10th on the Tianhua list, 2nd in the Sword Dao faction. This was Fangchen's honor. This battle shocked the world. Fangchen's strength shocked everyone. Now, no one in the Sword Dao faction was a match for Fangchen, save for Sword Dance Hong. If he was in the Formation faction, Fangchen would definitely be the head disciple. Unfortunately, Fangchen's ambitions did not lie here. In the following days, the Ancient East faction was abuzz with discussion about Fangchen. Fangchen, the star of the show, kept a low profile and went to Heavenspan Sword Mountain to cultivate. At the peak of Heavenspan Sword Mountain stood the Heavenspan Sword Terrace, the sword embryo suspended in the air. Fangchen sat cross-legged, meditating on the sword's aura. Inside the stellar ruins, his doppelganger was on the right track in the Ancient East faction, ranking in the top 10 of the Tianhua list. It wouldn't be long before he could complete his mission. His real body, however, had run into some trouble in the stellar ruins. Trapped in the temporal island, he could only study the space-time strangulation. If he couldn't do it within a year, he would die. The bull-headed demonic beast was still sleeping. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. From the beginning, Fangchen had been anxious, but now he was completely relaxed. Fangchen had a thorough understanding of the space-time strangulation. This was a very profound, secret technique. It would take time to comprehend it. Furthermore, it involved the true meaning of space-time. I need to speed up, Fangchen muttered to himself. His real body closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Ancient East faction. Time passed. 3 months later, Fangchen returned from the sword embryo, his face full of smiles. Others had a time limit if they wanted to cultivate in the sword embryo. But he didn't. This time, he'd been meditating for 3 months. Now that he'd left Heavenspan Sword Mountain, he'd gained a lot. Back in the courtyard, Fangchen hurried to test the aura of the sword's aura he'd just comprehended. When he was in the Sword Heart Secret Realm, his original body had once obtained a vague Sword Dao aura left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor. He had been unable to comprehend it for a long time, but after 3 months of cultivation in the sword embryo, he finally got what he wanted and comprehended it. Hung with the red glass sword in hand, Fangchen's mind was filled with a vague sword aura. Then the blurry sword principle aura quickly disintegrated into dense sword chi. Swoosh Fong Chun tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. While his body kept flashing, the red glass sword shot out streaks of strange sword light. Crack! Although Fong Chun did not use the power of the stars, the sword light from the red glass sword still blasted a large hole in the ground of the courtyard. Green Thunder Instant Kill Sword. There is only one sword move in the blurry Sword Dao aura. The Blue Thunder Emperor had obtained this sword by chance when he was traveling the universe. He called it the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword. The reason for that was because this move was as fast as lightning. Under the same cultivation level, almost no one could block it. The power of this sword move is slightly stronger than the Thunder Fall sword technique. Fong Chun thought to himself. This Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword was the best move for a sneak attack. The true meaning of time and space was used together with the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword. It was really too perfect. Good guy. Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. After comprehending the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword, his strength increased again. However, at his level, the improvement of his strength was very slow, unless his cultivation level broke through. However, it was extremely difficult to advance one level in the heavenly body tier. Fong Chun was not in a hurry. As long as he advanced to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, he would be able to obtain the Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Time to comprehend the time and space strangulation technique. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to comprehend this secret technique. After all, he only had a year. If he could not comprehend it, his original body would definitely die. Just like that, Fong Chun entered seclusion. Time passed unknowingly. During this time, Bai Wuzong, Ku Shu, and Shu Tianjiao, who was 4th on the Tianhua roll, also entered seclusion. The 3 of them were sent to a secret base by the Ancient East Alliance to undergo intensive training. This was because the 3 of them were all geniuses who had broken through to the pinnacle level. Compared to other cultivators, the 3 of them had greater potential. The 3rd on the Tianhua roll was Jian Wuhong. Although she had not broken through to the pinnacle level, she was able to suppress Shu Tianjiao. From this, one could see how strong Shu Tianjiao was. At first, he had wanted to add Fong Chun, but the latter was in seclusion and did not disturb him. 3 months later, Fong Chun came out of seclusion. He had some understanding of the time and space strangulation technique. As expected of the time and space strangulation technique. It's really profound. Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. After 3 months, his original body and doppelganger comprehended together to comprehend some understanding. However, as long as there was some understanding, the rest of the time would be much easier. However, just as Fong Chun came out of seclusion, the leader of the Sword Dao sect came to find him. Fong Chun, you've come out of seclusion? The leader asked. Fong Chun nodded. You missed some things. The leader told Fong Chun about the 3 geniuses who had broken through to the Lammeter level and sent them to the secret base for training. Fong Chun shrugged. So what if he missed it? It was no big deal. I've come to find you because there's something important, the leader said. Fong Chun listened attentively. The leader continued. We've discovered the mutated tribe on the Savage Island. The Old East Alliance has already sent disciples to the Savage Island. I'm here to inform you. You wanted to go to the Savage Island? Fong Chun asked. The leader nodded. This is also a training for you. Hurry up and pack up. Go to the Savage Island as soon as possible. It didn't take long for Fong Chun to finish packing. There was a teleporter on the Skyflower Island that could send him directly to the Savage Island. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chun arrived at the Savage Island. I wonder if the Savage Dragon is here, Fong Chun muttered to himself as he looked around at the Savage Island. The Savage Island was an island at the edge of the Old Hua Islands. It was very desolate and lacked martial arts resources. However, the people here were very strong. The combat power of the martial artist was obviously much stronger than on other islands. In fact, the Savage Island was very famous on the Old Hua Islands. However, all the martial artists who came from the Savage Island were extremely talented. Fong Chun arrived at the Savage Island and immediately gathered the disciples of the Old East Alliance. Elder Man, Fong Chun greeted. Elder Man was the leader of the team this time. He was an elder in the creation realm. The rest of the people were all disciples. Fong Chun, you're here. Elder Man was very happy to see Fong Chun. Other than Fong Chun, none of the top 10 disciples on the Tianhua rankings came. Fong Chun's arrival also gave Elder Man a lot of confidence in the mutated tribe. What's the situation? Fong Chun asked. There's a base of the mutated tribe on the Savage Island. In this base, there are 3 creation realm cultivators, and the rest are all heavenly body realm martial artists, Elder Man explained. Actually, with the power of the Old East Alliance, they could easily destroy the mutated tribe here. However, they didn't do so. They just wanted to train their disciples. What mutated tribe? Fong Chun asked. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be here. It seemed that the leader of the 4 Holy Son of the Purgatory, Wan Longzi, was a prodigy of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe has a very powerful, innate mystical power. It can cause great damage to a martial artist's soul. Our disciples are weak, so they lose without a fight, Elder Man said. Fong Chun nodded. He had fought with Wan Longzi before, so he knew the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's methods. The battle was very fierce. The martial artists of the Savage Islands suffered heavy casualties. Even the strongest martial artist of the Savage Islands' younger generation, Man Long, was captured by the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fong Chun's face instantly darkened. Man Long was captured? Fong Chun asked hurriedly. Elder Man nodded and looked at Fong Chun with surprise. Man Long is my brother, Fong Chun explained. Elder Man suddenly understood. No wonder Fong Chun was so anxious when he heard Man Long's name. So that's why. Don't worry, Man Long's life isn't in danger for now. An elite of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe died here. They want to use Man Long's body to revive their ancestor, Elder Man said. Fong Chun clenched his fists, anger burning in his heart. Where's the battlefield? Fong Chun asked. The battlefield is on the Savage Plains. I'll go now. After Fong Chun finished speaking, his figure flashed and rapidly disappeared. Fong Chun felt a burst of anger in his heart. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe actually captured Man Long. The center of the Savage Island wasn't far from the Savage Plains. Fong Chun used 2 hours to arrive here. In the middle of the Savage Plains, there was a river that divided the plains into 2. The disciples of the Old Eastern League occupied one side, and the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe occupied the other. Kill! At a certain moment, the disciples of the Old Eastern League roared and rushed to the other side of the river, fighting with the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. Poochie, in the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's innate mystical powers were very powerful. Some disciples with weak souls couldn't stop them at all. In a short time that Fong Chun arrived, more than a dozen disciples had died. Whoosh! Fong Chun was filled with anger. He leaped and arrived at the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's territory. On the battlefield, Heavenly Body Tier martial artists fought. Creation Tier elites wouldn't easily interfere. Otherwise, it would lead to a final battle. Kill! Fong Chun held the red glass sword and used the green thunder instant kill sword. Wherever the red glass sword passed, the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe were instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun killed more than a dozen members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. At this moment, the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe finally noticed Fong Chun. Kill him for me. A commander at the 9th level of the Heavenly Body Tier roared loudly. Instantly, more than 20 members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe surrounded Fong Chun in the center. They all used their innate mystical powers. In the sky above their heads, a void flood dragon appeared. The flood dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying sound wave attack instantly whistled over. Too weak. If he was in soul form, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Psionic Pavilion, however, Fong Chun's origin spirit was becoming stronger and stronger. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's innate mystical powers were useless against him. Kill! Holding the red glass sword, he charged into the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. Poochie Fong Chun's eyes were bloodshot. A large number of members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe fell to the ground unwillingly. Kill him. Chapter 1368. The more Fang Chen fought, the more courageous he became. The red glass sword was like a red light that claimed lives, causing the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be defeated. Retreat. Finally, the leader of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe gave the order. Rumble. A large number of 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe members retreated, wanting to return to their base camp. After all, there were 3 Creation Realm experts guarding the base camp, so it was relatively safe. Poochie, the human, took the opportunity to chase after them, causing the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be in a sorry state. This battle was won with sweat dripping down their backs. After the battle, everyone returned to the other side of the river. The disciples of the Old East Alliance all greeted Fang Chen. Senior Brother Fang Chen, you're so brave. Ha ha. As expected of Senior Brother Fang Chen, you're so powerful. With Senior Brother Fang Chen, we'll definitely win. Many disciples' faces were filled with smiles. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's base camp. The 3 Creation Realm experts' faces were gloomy. How much time do we have to finish? One of them asked. That human didn't cooperate, so it's difficult to carry out the plan, another said. The leader of the Creation Realm expert's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, a human appeared on the battlefield today, and he's very strong. He started to massacre our 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. It was a complete defeat. Ever since the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe and the human race fought on the Savage Island, they had never been defeated like this. And this time, it was because of a human. Let the 10,000 Demon Sun do it, the Creation Realm expert said. The leader of the Creation Realm experts nodded. No matter what, we have to kill the human martial artist. Then, the Creation Realm expert who had spoken earlier went to give the order. The leader of the Creation Realm experts personally went to the secret underground room. The secret room was dark, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. There was only one person in the secret room, and he was Man Long. At this moment, Man Long was covered in injuries. After being captured by the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, he had been resisting. Creak. The door opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. Human, if you cooperate with our plan, you still have a chance to live, the leader of the Creation Realm experts said in a deep voice. In your dreams, Man Long said, courting death. The leader of the Blessed Realm clansmen stretched out his hand and grabbed the savage dragon's arm. With just a little bit of force, the savage dragon let out a miserable cry. A moment later, the Torvosaurus fainted. Bring him over, said the leader of the Blessed Realm commanders. The arrival of Fang Chen on Savage Island greatly increased the morale of the cultivators. Especially in this battle, the victory was too easy. There were almost no losses. Elderman was very happy. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim. With Fang Chen's ability, even if he did not use the array, it would not be a problem for him to be ranked 10th on the Tianhua roll. After the war, Fang Chen found Elderman. Fang Chen called out. Fang Chen, your performance today was outstanding. Elderman praised. Fang Chen nodded, and then he asked, Elderman, do you know about the 3 Creation Realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan? Elderman was slightly puzzled, but he still asked. Of the 3 Creation Realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, 2 of them are on par with me. That commander is slightly stronger, Elderman said. Fang Chen thought for a moment, and then said, Elderman, I have a plan. The next day, the human cultivators entered the battlefield first and challenged the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. And the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan also accepted the challenge. The people of the 2 clans entered the battlefield one after another. Fang Chen stood at the front of the human cultivators and stared at the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan disciples. And in the area of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, many clansmen opened up a path, and a black-robed clansman with an evil aura walked out. Brat, remember my name, Wan Mosey, because you will die in my hands. Wan Mosey was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan on Savage Island. This time, he was sent out to fight to deal with Fang Chen. Hearing Wan Mosey's name, Fong Chen grinned and said, "When I was at the third level of the heavenly body tier, I killed a guy called Wan Longzi. Do you know him? Wan Longzi was killed by you." Hearing this, Wan Mozi's expression became completely gloomy. "I'm going to tear you into pieces." A crazy aura surged around Wan Mozi, and then he attacked Fong Chun with lightning speed. In the entire battlefield, the humans and the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan did not move. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle. Rumble. Wan Mozi used his innate mystical power, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A flood dragon will always be a flood dragon and will never become a true dragon. Fong Chun sneered and activated his origin spirit. His divine sense surrounded his body and easily blocked Wan Mozi's innate mystical power attack. Then, the red glass sword was unsheathed. Xiao, a red light, like a life harvester, streaked across the sky and whistled. "You're courting death." Wan Mozi was furious. He clenched his fists and suddenly punched at the red light in the sky. Pung! The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Immediately, a dazzling sword light burst out from the red light and pierced into Wan Mozi's fist. "Damn it!" Wan Mozi roared angrily, shattered the sword light, and charged at Fong Chun. Whoosh! Fong Chun used the true meaning of time and space and dodged continuously. Wan Mozi could not touch Fong Chun's body at all. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. A few minutes later, Fong Chun finally stopped dodging, and his true body was revealed. "Not dodging anymore." Wan Mozi sneered. "You can die in peace," Fong Chun said with a smile. As soon as he said this, a ripple appeared behind him. Immediately, a large hand appeared out of thin air and pressed down. In a flash, the large hand directly suppressed Wan Mozi. "Stop!" At the same time, a furious roar came from the sky above the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Walla, a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, rushed over. However, he was still too late. Elderman had already attacked and killed Wan Mozi. Seeing Wan Mozi die, the creation realm martial artist's eyes turned scarlet, and he was very angry. "You broke the rules." The manifestation stage practitioner roared loudly. Soon after, he no longer thought about anything else and forcefully attacked. Fong Chun and Elderman looked at each other and then quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the aura of a formation filled his body. Voila! Dots of light flickered, and a formation instantly appeared on the battlefield. Buzz! The two creation realm martial artists were surrounded by the chaos element killing formation. Fong Chun controlled the killing formation to help Elderman deal with the creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. In fact, the reason why Fong Chun dodged just now was to secretly set up the formation. This was what he had discussed with Elderman in advance. They would kill a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan with lightning speed. Rumble. The battle was extremely fierce. The two creation realm martial artists fought in the chaos element killing formation. The chaos element killing formation was on the verge of shattering. It only lasted for a minute before completely collapsing. However, in a battle between experts, every second mattered. This little bit of time was enough for Elderman Bang. When the chaos element killing formation collapsed, Elderman sent the creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan flying with a punch. Then, he quickly killed him. Roar! Everyone in the human clan's area cheered. In the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's area, many people's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated immediately. In this battle, the human clan completely defeated the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan and even killed a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Ha! Elderman was also very happy. He patted Fong Chen's shoulder heavily, and he was very satisfied with Fong Chen's performance. "Fong Chen, you're really sinister," Elderman said with a smile. Fong Chen's gaze passed through the battlefield and looked at the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's base camp. He had been worried about too long, and he was very anxious. The defeat of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan and the death of a Creation Realm martial artist made the other two Creation Realm martial artists in the base camp very angry. However, there was nothing they could do. The Creation Realm leader was carrying out his plan and had reached the most critical moment. He could not be distracted. Second brother, you lead the clan members to resist the attack of the human clan, the Creation Realm leader said in a deep voice. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely kill the human clan. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan was actively preparing for war. In fact, for them, as long as they could hold on until their ancestor was resurrected, it would be considered a success. However, the human clan did not dare to let down their guard. At night, Fang Chun and Elder Man were still discussing countermeasures. The Chaos Element killing formation would definitely not be effective in the next battle. This time, it had an unexpected effect and killed the Creation Realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Night fell, and waves surged on the void ocean. The moonlight shone on the surface of the void ocean, and one could see the sparkling waves. Suddenly, a starfield flying ship flew over quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was near the barbarian island. Then, a man and a woman walked down from the starfield flying ship. If Fang Chen were here, he would recognize them as Tai Izuan and Murong Bing. I hope the barbarian dragon is all right. Tai Izuan's face was gloomy as he put away the starfield flying ship. The old Eastern Alliance has already sent their disciples. I believe the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan won't dare act rashly. Murong Bing's voice was magnetic. In the past few years, she had become more and more beautiful. She was a living example of a beauty. If Murong Bing had joined the old Eastern Alliance, the world would have known. However, she had joined the demon-subduing world and kept a low profile. No one knew. This time, they had heard that the other clans had appeared on the barbarian island. They knew the barbaric dragon was on the barbarian island, so they quickly came to help. Crash! The sea breeze was strong at night, blowing the waves onto the beach. 88 Omurong Bing and Tai Izuan walked side by side, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After they disappeared, the waves on the void ocean gradually calmed down. Then, a ferocious creature poked its head out of the void ocean. Its eyes as big as gongs looked in the direction the two had disappeared. Then it walked to the shore. Its body was covered with scales. It was a very special creature. It had 2 horns on its head and a very long beard. Its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Its feet were huge, and wherever they went, the flowers and grass withered. Chapter 1369. After a night of discussion, Fang Chun and Elder Man came up with a plan. Originally, the Old East plan was to let the younger generation train. However, Fang Chun's heart was burning with anxiety because of Torvosaurus' capture. He couldn't wait to save Torvosaurus. If he wanted to rescue the barbaric dragon, then the only way was to kill the remaining 2 Creation Realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. The night was dark, and the barbarian island was especially desolate. Some shadows suddenly appeared on the battlefield that had been deathly silent. Upon closer inspection, these shadows were members of the 10,000 Flood Dragons. The second elder of the 10,000 Flood Dragons was leading a group of people to ambush the humans. "Let's go," the 10,000 Flood Dragons said in a low voice. At the same time, Murong Bing and Tai Izuan, who were 1,000 miles away, felt the ripples of energy. The two of them hurried forward and soon arrived at the battlefield. Instantly, he discovered the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's clansmen. "It's the 10,000 Flood Dragons," Tai Izuan said in a low voice. He looked at Murong Bing, about to attack. However, she was stopped by Murong Bing. "The 10,000 Flood Dragons are ambushing us at night. We can use this chance to destroy their headquarters," Murong Bing said after a moment. Tai Izuan nodded, and the two of them disappeared into the darkness. However, not long after they left, a large shadow appeared. After this black shadow appeared, it immediately went on a killing spree. Not good. Suddenly, a 10,000 Flood Dragon shouted. "Poochie!" Blood mist filled the air. The night was dark, but the terrifying smell of blood could still be felt. By the time the leader of the 10,000 flood dragons discovered it, it was already too late. A ferocious-looking beast whizzed through the air, dying. Then it attacked. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan didn't know that not long after they left, the 10,000 flood dragons were all wiped out. Before long, they arrived at the 10,000 flood dragons' headquarters. "They've hidden themselves well," Tai Izuan said. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them entered the underground palace. Tai Izuan took out a match and lit it. It lit up the entire palace. "It seems the 10,000 flood dragons have all left," Tai Izuan said after looking around. He didn't see any 10,000 flood dragons. "Let's go over there and have a look." Murong Bing found a strange door and walked to it. Murong Bing put her hand on the door and tried to push it open. However, what surprised her was that the door was extremely heavy. Even with her strength, she was unable to push it open. What happened? Tai Izuan noticed that something was amiss and came over to help. "Damn it, there seems to be a restriction on this door." Tai Izuan tried to push the door twice, but it was too heavy and he couldn't push it open. "Let me try." Tai Izuan took out his iron sword and unleashed his strongest attack. Swoosh! A vast sword light shot out from the iron sword and hit the door. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the door. Seeing this, Murong Bing reached out to push the door. Creak when the door opened. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan were enraged by the scene that greeted them. Behind the door was an empty room. In this room, there was a small altar. On top of the black altar, there was a skeleton. The barbaric dragon's body was shackled beside the skeleton, and the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's creation stage experts sat beside him. "Barbaric dragon!" Tai Izuan roared when he saw the dispirited barbaric dragon. "Wait!" Murong Bing stopped Tai Izuan, not allowing him to act rashly. "I want to save barbaric dragon," Tai Izuan said in a deep voice. "Did you notice that 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan member?" Tai Izuan nodded when he heard Murong Bing's question. That 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan member was a creation stage expert. He seemed to be doing something and couldn't move. "Don't act rashly. You must ensure that Barbaric Dragon is not injured," Murong Bing said. Tai Izuan observed carefully. There was a layer of ripples around Barbaric Dragon's body, and this layer of ripples was connected to the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan member. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Damned humans! How dare you trespass into my 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's territory? You're dead." At the same time, Barbaric Dragon also opened his eyes. "Run!" Barbaric Dragon roared with all his might. "No, we can't leave you behind," Tai Izuan shouted. "Die, humans!" The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader resurrected Ancestor Yuan while attacking Tai Izuan and Murong Bing. The seemingly terrifying attack landed on the two of them, but it was actually easily neutralized by them. I know. You can't use your full strength." Tai Izuan instantly understood and laughed wildly. Then, he leaped up and arrived on the black altar. His foot landed on the Blessed Realm Elite. Bang! Just as he guessed, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader couldn't move at all during the crucial moment of resurrection. With a bang, his body was sent flying. At the same time, the ripples around Barbaric Dragon quickly disappeared. A wisp of primordial spirit light floated out of the skeleton with great difficulty, but it quickly returned to the skeleton at this moment. The creation stage expert of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan roared at the sky. He was furious. However, Murong Bing's hands moved quickly. She arrived on the black altar and grabbed the skeleton's head. "If you dare to act rashly, I'll destroy it," Murong Bing said coldly. "No." The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's eyes were filled with fear. "Let's go." Barbaric Dragon and the other two retreated unscathed. When the three of them left the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's headquarters, Murong Bing threw the skeleton into the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's palace. Instantly, the three of them disappeared into the darkness. The creation stage expert of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan had his plan ruined by the two of them. He suffered a backlash and was severely injured. In addition, he was worried that the primordial spirit in the skeleton would collapse, so he didn't chase after them. Damn humans, I won't let you go, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader roared. Early the next morning, a piece of news caused a huge uproar. All the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan on the Savage Plains had died tragically. As soon as they received the news, Fong Chun, Elder Man, and the others quickly rushed over. After checking the corpses, their expressions were grave. Looking at the corpses of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan martial artists, they should have been bitten by teeth. Who did it? Elder Man was very confused. At the side, the Savage Island Master frowned and said, "There shouldn't be any hidden creation stage experts on our Savage Island. Moreover, looking at their wounds, they should have been bitten by teeth. Could it be some creation stage demonic beast?" Fong Chen asked. This matter was too strange. In just one night, even a manifestation realm elite had died tragically. Who was the culprit? However, at this moment, someone noticed that a creation stage expert was missing. "The leader of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan isn't here," Elder Man said in a deep voice. The matter was becoming more and more confusing. "Let's go to the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's headquarters to take a look." Elder Man's figure flashed, and he led the group to the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan's headquarters. At this moment, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader was still waiting for his second brother to return. Whoosh whoosh. My second brother is back. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader felt the fluctuation of aura and smiled. But soon, his expression became grave. This was the aura of a human. Not good, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader exclaimed. At this moment, Elder Man and the others arrived. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's expression was gloomy. Hand over the dragon. Although they didn't know how the other members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan died, the most important thing right now was to save the dragon. You still dare to come and ask for him. Last night, if you didn't ruin my plan, my ancestor would have been revived. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's face was ferocious as he roared in anger. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. Fong Chun and Elder Man looked at each other, and then attacked together. Whoosh! Fong Chun set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, and Elder Man entered the formation and fought with the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader. The Savage Island Master also joined the battle. Originally, the difference between Elder Man and the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader wasn't that big. Because of the backlash yesterday, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader was heavily injured, and now he was being suppressed by Elder Man. After a while, the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader was defeated. Poochie! Elder Man broke one of the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's arms with a punch. "Let him live," Fong Chen said. Elder Man stopped attacking. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader was covered in blood and looked ferocious. "Speak, what's going on?" asked Fong Chun. "You humans are too despicable," said the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader coldly. Then, his aura rippled around him. "Not good," Fong Chun cried out. Without another word, he set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, trapping the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader within. Dong! The underground palace was greatly shaken, and it instantly collapsed. "Retreat!" roared Elder Man, and he quickly led everyone to retreat. The 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's self-detonation was too powerful, and many martial artists were injured. But fortunately, the Chaos Origin killing formation blocked some of the power. Crack! The Chaos Origin killing formation couldn't withstand the 10,000 Flood Dragon Clan leader's self-detonation, and it instantly shattered. As for Fong Chun, he was also sent flying, and he was instantly crushed by a large boulder. Rumble! The shaking continued for a minute. Elder Man and the others who had retreated outside had grave expressions. "Fong Chun still hasn't come out," shouted a disciple. "Find him," ordered Elder Man. Everyone moved the boulder away and looked for Fong Chun. Fong Chun was one of the Old East Alliance's most important disciples, and he was in the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking. His potential was unparalleled. If Fong Chun died, it would be a great loss to the Old East Alliance. Senior Fong Chun is here. After searching for a while, a disciple shouted in surprise. Elder Man was the first to arrive. He used all his strength to move the boulder on Fong Chen's body, and rescued Fong Chun. Fong Chen's body was battered and exhausted, and his wounds were bleeding. His aura was weak, and his face was pale. "I'm fine." Fong Chen opened his eyes and said weakly, "That's good." Chapter 1370. Fong Chen's injuries were very serious, and he needed to be treated. Elder Man didn't dare to delay, and he quickly sent Fong Chun back to the city lord's residence at the core of Savage Island. The other disciples began to wipe out the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. They had to kill all of them and couldn't leave any survivors. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, which had been confronting each other before, suffered heavy casualties overnight. Even their last leader self-detonated. The chaos on Savage Island could be considered to have been resolved. However, the process was a little strange. In the city lord's residence, Elder Man's expression was serious as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. Beside him stood the Savage Island Master. The Savage Island Master's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly body tier. He was a member of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Because of his limited talent, he was almost unable to improve, so he was sent to Savage Island to be the Island Master and lead Savage Island. "What's going on?" Elder Man was very puzzled as he muttered to himself. He suspected that someone was secretly helping. However, if it was a human cultivator, why would there be bite marks on the bodies of the dead members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe? Elder Man. Seeing Elder Man pacing back and forth, the Savage Island Master pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Yes, I have a guess." The Savage Island Master looked at Elder Man and said, "What guess?" Elder Man asked curiously. A serious expression appeared on the Savage Island Master's face. Then he looked up at the blue sky and sank into his memories. "There's always been a legend on my Savage Island. In the void ocean near Savage Island, there's an extremely powerful sea demon. It's said that every 10,000 years, this sea demon will leave the void ocean and come to the desolate island to hunt for food." Sea demon. Elder Man's expression changed drastically when he heard this. "What's going on?" Actually, the Savage Island Master didn't know the specific situation. After all, he had only been on Savage Island for a few hundred years. A long, long time ago, this legend had been circulating on Savage Island. However, as time passed, no one had ever encountered this sea demon. Human ancient martial art practitioners gradually forgot this legend. Recalling the scene of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's death, the Savage Island Master thought of this legend. "My guess is that the legend is probably true. The sea demons of the void ocean have appeared," the Savage Island Master said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Elder Man's face turned grave. "Is there any record of this in Savage Island?" Elder Man asked. "Yes." As he spoke, the Savage Island Master led Elder Man into the library of the city lord's mansion. In a luxurious palace, Fong Chun was resting on a bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Whoosh, after a period of recuperation, his injuries were slightly better. However, he still hadn't fully recovered. The recovery ability of the doppelganger is far inferior to that of the main body, Fong Chun muttered to himself. The main body had a golden heart, and its recovery ability was astonishing. His clone, on the other hand, didn't have one, so his recovery ability was a little weaker. Fong Chun stretched his body, got off the bed, and went to the courtyard. The self-detonation power of a blessed realm expert was too powerful. Fortunately, the perfect sword body protected his body in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as he sat in the courtyard, Fong Chen's ears suddenly twitched, and he turned to look at a hidden place. "Who is it?" Fong Chun asked in a deep voice. Just as Fong Chun finished speaking, 3 figures walked out from the shadows in a single file. "It's you," Fong Chun exclaimed when he saw the 3 of them. They were none other than Tai Izuan, Murong Bing, and the weak Savage Dragon. "Senior brother Fong Chun, how have you been?" Tai Izuan smiled. "Why are you here?" Fong Chun asked curiously. "We heard that Savage Dragon was in danger, so we hurried over," said Murong Bing. "So you were the ones who killed the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe?" Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Tai Izuan and Murong Bing shook their heads. Clearly, They had also received the news. Senior brother Fong Chun, that night, when we saw the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's entire tribe move out, we thought of a plan to secretly destroy their headquarters. When we went to the main camp, we found the Torvosaurus and saved it. After that, we left. Yes, the one who killed the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's people was someone else. Hearing that, Fong Chun became even more puzzled. Could it be that there's an expert secretly helping him? Fong Chun frowned and muttered to himself. But even after thinking about it for a moment, Fong Chun still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He smiled excitedly and supported Savage Dragon. "It's good that you're fine." "Many thanks, Senior Brother Fong Chun," said the weak Savage Dragon softly. "Why are you being so courteous with me?" Fong Chun laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. "Senior Brother Fong Chun, Savage Dragon's body is heavily injured, and his soul is heavily injured. He needs treatment," said Tai Izuan. Only then did Fong Chun notice Torvosaurus's injuries. Then his divine sense spread out to examine Savage Dragon's body. A moment later, Fong Chun sucked in a cold breath. Savage Dragon's injuries weren't just heavy. He was practically on his last breath. His soul had been heavily injured, and cracks had already appeared on it. It was on the verge of rotting. To a martial artist, what did the soul represent? Everyone present was clear on this. Fong Chun's expression was incomparably grave. "Don't worry, Savage Dragon. I'll definitely think of a way to save you." Fong Chun heavily patted Savage Dragon's shoulder. "Senior Brother Fong Chun." Savage Dragon shook his head. "As long as I can live to see you, that's enough." After Fong Chun and the others helped Savage Dragon settle down, Elder Man and the Savage Island Master also arrived. Elder Man's expression was grave. He had come in a hurry. "Fong Chun," Elder Man said directly upon seeing him. "Elder Man, I was just about to look for you." "Savage Dragon has already returned," Fong Chun said with a smile. Then, he introduced Murong Bing and Tai Izuan to Elder Man. The Savage Island Master was very excited to see Savage Dragon return. As for Elder Man, he informed Fong Chun of his discovery. "What is the black scale dragon fish?" Fong Chun cried out involuntarily after hearing Elder Man's words, although he didn't know what kind of sea monster the black scale dragonfish was. But after hearing Elder Man's description, he realized the importance of this matter. The black scale dragonfish is a powerful sea monster in the nearby Void Ocean. Every 10,000 years, it will come out to Savage Island to look for prey. Fong Chun was shocked. After recalling the injuries on the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe members, he sucked in a cold breath. The black-scale dragonfish could even kill a Creation Realm cultivator. It must be very powerful. If it's really the black-scale dragonfish, then Savage Island will be in great danger, Fong Chun said in a low voice. "I've already reported this matter to the Old East Alliance. The Alliance leader will send experts here soon," Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Old East Alliance's experts came, even if the black-scale dragonfish was powerful, they would have nothing to fear. Right now, the most important thing was Savage Dragon's injury. Savage Dragon's soul is about to shatter. His life is in danger. The Savage Island Master's face was gloomy as he walked to Elder Man's side. "If we want to heal Savage Dragon's soul, we must find a Soul Grandmaster. Otherwise, it will be useless," Elder Man said. Soul cultivators were rare, and Soul Grandmasters were even rarer. Even the Old East Alliance didn't have a Soul Grandmaster. It was very difficult to find a Soul Grandmaster in the Old Hua Islands. Moreover, even if they did find one, they might not be willing to help. "Is there no other way?" Fong Chun asked. The Savage Island Master frowned. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "There's a certain kind of herb in Savage Island that might be able to save Savage Dragon's life." "What kind of herb?" Fong Chun was very curious that there was such a herb in the world. "Soul Nirvana flower," Savage Island Master said. Hearing this, Elder Man and Fong Chun were both shocked. Soul Nirvana flower was a herb that only existed in legends. Savage Island actually had it. Even a Creation Realm elite would not be able to find the Soul Narrows flower. Even Life and Death Realm Emperors were attracted to Soul Nirvana flowers. However, Savage Island Master paused for a moment, then continued, "Barbarian God Forbidden Ground is extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, no one has ever come out alive. It's said that even life and death realm experts would lose themselves inside." Hearing this, Fong Chun was speechless. "Barbarian God Forbidden Ground? Is that dangerous?" Fong Chun asked. Savage Island Master nodded. "Barbarian God Forbidden Ground has existed since ancient times. It was born at the same time as Savage Island. It's said that the barbarian god of my Savage Island cultivated there. It's extremely dangerous inside. Once the strong entered, they would face even more dangerous situations. As for the weak, they'll face weaker opponents." Hearing Savage Island Master's words, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Was Barbarian God Forbidden Ground really the barbarian god of Savage Island's barbarian god Forbidden Ground? Even life and death realm emperors could lose themselves inside. It was too frightening. However, it said that 10,000 years ago, there was a weak martial artist who accidentally entered there. In the end, after going through untold hardships, he actually came out. Savage Island Master continued, "It's a pity that his memories of barbarian god Forbidden Ground disappeared for no reason. Some life and death realm emperors from old Flower Islands had also come here, but they all left in the end. From then on, Barbarian God Forbidden Ground was listed as a first-grade Forbidden Ground. My Savage Island's martial artists would pale at the mere mention of it. Is there really a soul nirvana flower in Barbarian God Forbidden Ground?" Fong Chen asked. Savage Island Master heavily nodded. "Someone once saw the soul nirvana flower blossom and can confirm that there really is a soul nirvana flower inside." Fong Chun turned his head and glanced at the weakened dragon. After pondering for a long time, he made a decision. "I want to enter Barbarian God Forbidden Ground." Fong Chun said. "Fong Chun, you can't." Elder Man and Savage Island Master both tried to dissuade him. Island Master also said that someone once came out 10,000 years ago. In that case, it'll be easier for the weaker ones to come out. Fong Chun smiled. In fact, there was one thing that Fong Chun didn't say. Even if his clone was lost, his main body would still be outside. As for the dragon, once it died, its body and Tao would disappear. Chapter 1371. Ever since they joined the demon subduing boundary, Man Long had a good relationship with Fong Chun. He couldn't just watch Man Long die like this. "Fong Chun, don't risk your life for me." Man Long didn't call him senior brother in front of the Savage Island Lord and Elder Man. He walked in front of Man Long and stared at him. There are many things to do in a person's life. Finding the soul-dissolving flower for you is one of them, Fong Chun said softly. "We'll go too," Murong Bing and Tai Zun said. They were all from the demon subduing boundary. They couldn't let Fong Chun go alone. "I'll go myself," Fong Chun said in a low voice. He was just a clone. It wouldn't matter if he lost it. Murong Bing was different from Man Long, but Tai Zun still wanted to say something. However, Fong Chun shook his head. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Tai Zun opened his mouth and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. Murong Bing looked at Fong Chun in confusion. "Fong Chun, are you really going to enter the Barbarian God Forbidden Ground?" Elder Man asked. Fong Chun nodded. He had made up his mind. No one could stop him. Seeing this, Elder Man sighed and said, "I won't say anything unnecessary. Your potential is obvious to all. Perhaps this trip to the God of Barbarians' Forbidden Ground will bring you luck." "Be careful," Elder Man said. The disciples of the ancient Eastern Alliance grew up through life and death situations. Although Fong Chun was going to enter the Barbarian God Forbidden Ground, it was extremely dangerous. However, Elder Man still agreed. This was his own choice. "Do you have any information about the Barbarian God Forbidden Ground?" Fong Chun asked. The Savage Island Lord shook his head. The Barbarian God Forbidden Ground was too mysterious. There was no information about it, so he couldn't do anything. "Fong Chun, whether you find the soul-dissolving flower or not, you'll be an important guest to the Savage Island in the future," the Savage Island Lord said. Man Long was the future of the Savage Island. He was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation. The barbaric island master even intended to let barbarian dragon inherit his mantle and become the next barbaric island master. Therefore, the barbaric dragon was of great significance to Savage Island. As for Fong Chun, he was willing to take the risk and enter the barbarian god dangerous ground. He was the savior of Savage Island. Barbaric dragon is my brother. No matter what, I won't give up on him, Fong Chun said solemnly. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the Torvosaurus was very touched. If I, the barbaric dragon, can survive this calamity, my life will be yours in the future, the barbaric dragon said. Fong Chun gently patted Torvosaurus's shoulder to comfort him. The god of barbarians' forbidden ground is very dangerous. If you want to enter, you should be careful. How about 3 days? After 3 days, we will personally send you into the barbarian god danger ground, the Savage Island Master said. Fong Chun nodded. The Savage Island Master left with Elderman. Only the 4 of them were left in the courtyard. Is it worth it? The atmosphere was heavy. The barbaric dragon was the first to break the silence. It's not about whether it's worth it or not. You're my brother. I'm willing to put myself in danger for you, Fong Chun said. Besides, didn't someone come out of the barbarian god danger ground before? Tai Izuan and Murong Bing's expressions were solemn. Although Fong Chun said it casually, they could feel the pressure in the air. If you can't come out, I, Tai Izuan, swear that I will uproot the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Count me in, Murong Bing said. Fong Chen's heart warmed when he heard this. 1 day later, the experts of the Ancient East Alliance arrived. There were 10 people in total. 9 of them were ordinary Creation Realm experts. The last one was a half-step life and death realm expert. In the Old Hua Islands, he was second only to the Alliance Master. Of course, this was only on the surface. There were also many life and death realm experts who lived in seclusion. No one knew who they were. Only the Ancient East Alliance could send out such a grand team. When these experts arrived, they started a carpet search for the black-scaled dragonfish. However, they were puzzled. After searching for 2 days, there was no sign of the fish. It was as if the black-scaled dragonfish had disappeared from the world. On this day, the experts stopped searching. This was because Fong Chun wanted to enter the barbarian god danger ground, so they personally escorted him. In the far west of the barbaric island, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. The mountain was surrounded by fog all year round. The area 10,000 li around the mountain was empty. This was the forbidden area of the barbaric island. Normally, no one would enter this place. The experts escorted Fong Chun into the forbidden area until they arrived at the mountain peak. What a strange aura! The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more serious their expressions became. Everyone present was a Creation Realm expert. However, they still felt a trace of discomfort, as expected of the barbarian god danger ground. The half-step life and death realm expert sighed. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the mountain peak. The space there seemed to be distorted. Fong Chun, the barbarian god danger ground, is not to be underestimated. Be careful, the half-step life and death realm expert said. The Ancient East Alliance did not have much information about the barbarian god danger ground. The Creation Realm experts felt a trace of fear in their hearts. At the same time, they secretly admired Fong Chun. If they were in Fong Chen's position, they would not have Fong Chen's courage. Elders, I'm going in. Fong Chun bowed to the experts and entered the mountain peak. Crash! The space distorted, and Fong Chen's figure disappeared. Following this, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Not good. The half-step life and death realm experts shouted and retreated. The other Creation Realm experts also retreated. In the blink of an eye, they retreated 1,000 li away. Boom! The terrifying aura in the air exploded and swept across the entire mountain peak, shocking everyone. Even a manifestation stage practitioner would not dare to face such an explosive force head-on. What a frightening explosive power. Fong Chun will be fine, right? The half-step life and death realm experts squinted their eyes, their minds filled with thoughts. However, as they were discussing among themselves, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. Black scale dragonfish. The half-step life and death realm experts immediately discovered the black scale dragonfish. Meanwhile, a ferocious-looking beast with scales all over its body and two horns on its head was sprinting toward Chinan from afar. Sea demon, black scale dragonfish. The appearance of the black scale dragonfish caused everyone's expression to change. Immediately, more than 10 creation realm experts surrounded the black scale dragonfish. Evil creature, we've been looking for you for so long, but to no avail. I didn't expect you to come to us yourself. The creation realm expert said in a deep voice. Roar. The black scale dragonfish roared at the sky, its aura rising rapidly. Attack. More than 10 experts attacked at lightning speed. The battle power of creation realm experts was exceptionally strong. More than 10 people joined hands and suppressed the black scale dragonfish. The black scale dragonfish's face was ferocious, and a complicated expression could be seen in its gong-sized eyes. Damn humans! The black scale dragonfish struggled with all its might, and the scales on its body shone brightly, shooting out specks of starlight towards the human race experts, instantly forcing them to retreat. If I wasn't injured, all of you would have died. The black scale dragonfish roared in anger and rushed towards the barbarian god extremists. Stop it! The half-step life and death realm expert roared, and more than 10 creation realm experts attacked. Rumble. All of the attacks landed on the black scale dragonfish's body. Instantly, the black scale dragonfish's body was sent flying. However, the black scale dragonfish seemed to want to enter the barbarian god extremists and didn't want to continue fighting. In the blink of an eye, it had pulled away from the human race experts. It wants to enter the barbarian god extremists. The human race experts' figures flashed, and they chased after the black scale dragonfish. However, they couldn't stop the black scale dragonfish in the end. When the black scale dragonfish neared the mountain, it turned around and looked at the human race experts, and a strange smile appeared on its face. Then it dove into the mountain peak. The space twisted, and the black scale dragonfish disappeared. Rumble. The terrifying aura from before appeared again. More than 10 human race experts' faces changed, and they all retreated. After a while, they finally left the forbidden area. Everyone looked at the half-step life and death realm expert with a solemn expression. Why would the black scale dragonfish want to enter the barbarian god extremists? Could it be that the black scale dragonfish comes out every 10,000 years just to enter the barbarian god extremists? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the black scale dragonfish has a way to escape from the barbarian god extremists? Several martial artists were talking one after another. The half-step life and death realm expert's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. In just a few days, many inconceivable things had happened on Savage Island. First, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan launched an attack, wanting to occupy Savage Island. Then, the legendary black scale dragonfish appeared, and its target was the barbarian god extremists. This made more than 10 creation realm experts puzzled. They waited on Savage Island for a few days, but there was no movement from the barbarian god extremists. In the end, they left Savage Island and returned to Old East Alliance. A few days later, all the Old East Alliance disciples left, leaving only Murong Bing and Tai Izuan to look after the dragon. Savage Island Master was collecting information about the barbarian god extremists. Fang Chun had entered the barbarian god extremists, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. After the crisis on Savage Island ended, the island quickly recovered under Savage Island Master's control. At that moment, Fang Chun, who was in the temporal island in the inner area of the Star Relic, suddenly opened his eyes. Barbarian god extremists. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He had been trapped in the temporal island for more than half a year. Half of the time had passed. If he couldn't comprehend the temporal strangulation art in the remaining half a year, his main body would be crippled. The sleeping ox-headed beast suddenly sneezed, almost sending Fang Chun flying. Then, it opened its big eyes and looked at Fang Chun. Why did you give up? Fang Chun shook his head. How could he give up? Senior, do you know about the barbarian god extremists? Fang Chun asked. The ox-headed beast was surprised when it heard about the barbarian god Extremis. Chapter 1372. Fang Chun was secretly delighted when the Minotaur said he knew the barbarian god. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, you know the barbarian god?" "The barbarian god is quite famous in the immortal realm. I've heard of him," the Minotaur said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. The barbarian god was actually an almighty from the immortal realm. However, it was understandable after thinking about it. Since he dared to call himself the barbarian god, he must be from the immortal realm. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" the Minotaur asked. "To be honest, I have a clone that entered the barbarian god danger ground, so I wanted to ask Senior about the situation there," Fang Chun said truthfully. The bull-headed demonic beast looked at Fang Chun in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have cultivated a clone." The bull-headed demonic beast's eyes emitted a fiery glow. To be able to cultivate a clone at the heavenly body tier, such talent was very powerful even in the immortal realm. He was stronger than many of the descendants of the indigenous experts. "Not bad, not bad." The Minotaur laughed loudly. "Since you have a clone outside, you should relax and comprehend the time strangulation technique." Fang Chun nodded. The Minotaur had been in the Star Ruins all this time and had only heard of the barbarian god's name. As for the barbarian god danger ground, he didn't know much about it. Therefore, Fang Chun didn't expect to be taught. "Boy, I like you, so I'll give you some guidance." All of a sudden, the bull-headed beast stood up and spat out a mouthful of thick air as it said with a grin. Fang Chun hurriedly looked at the Minotaur. "Back then, I went to the immortal realm once and happened to see the barbarian god fighting with another person. After watching for a while, I found that the barbarian god was called the god of strength and had endless strength. However, other than strength, he also cultivated illusion techniques to the peak," the Minotaur said with a smile. Illusion techniques. The barbarian god was the ancestor of the Savage Island. The martial artists of the Savage Island were best at strength and physical defense. And this barbarian god had actually cultivated illusion techniques to the pinnacle, which made Fang Chun very shocked. Recalling what Savage Island Lord had said, it was no wonder that even life and death realm monarchs would get lost in the barbarian god danger ground. The barbarian god's illusion is not bad. However, in my opinion, it's full of loopholes, the ox-headed demonic beast said with a smile. His words were filled with confidence in himself. The barbarian god was not worth mentioning in front of him. Once your clone enters the god of barbarians' forbidden ground, as long as you shield your primordial spirit, you'll be able to ignore the illusion, the Minotaur said. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded heavily, his face full of smiles. At the same time, Fang Chun was in the god of barbarians' forbidden ground. As soon as he entered the danger zone, he did not act rashly. He did not even release his primordial spirit. The barbarian god impasse was a notorious place. Before he understood the situation, Fang Chun didn't move recklessly. Fortunately, he didn't move recklessly. At this moment, the clone was incomparably glad. If he released his spiritual consciousness, it would be terrible. According to the guidance of the ox-headed demonic beast, as long as he shielded his primordial spirit, he would be able to ignore the illusion. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, he still had to give it a try. Voila, Fang Chun quickly shielded his primordial spirit and began to observe the surroundings. Looking from the outside, the barbarian god impasse looked like a mountain. However, when Fang Chun entered the mountain, he discovered that there was a universe inside. Inside the mountain was a completely different world, forming a space of its own. This place was filled with a savage aura, as if he had returned to the ancient era. The place where Fang Chun was a lush valley. Fang Chun knew that he had entered the barbarian god impasse. Any martial artist's first reaction after entering the barbarian god impasse would be to release their primordial spirit and scout the surroundings. Fang Chun muttered to himself. However, he had received the guidance of the ox-headed demonic beast, so he did not release his primordial spirit. The valley was verdant, but there was nothing. Fang Chun walked out of the valley. At the exit of the valley, he found some corpses. "I think they should be lost in the barbarian god impasse," Fang Chun said. Immediately, he walked out of the valley. After walking out of the valley, Fong Chun discovered that the valley itself was an illusion. That was close. Fong Chun felt a lingering fear. He could feel that this illusion was extremely terrifying. However, he had shielded his primordial spirit, so he was fine. Hurry up and find the soul-dissolving flower, Fong Chun thought to himself. Only an expert like the ox-headed demonic beast could see through the illusion of the barbarian god impasse. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. Without any scruples, Fong Chun quickly moved forward to find the soul-dissolving flower. After traveling for a day, Fong Chun found a huge body. After taking a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise, "A black-scaled dragonfish?" Fong Chun had never seen a black-scaled dragonfish before, but he had heard about it from the savage island master. The big fish in front of him was exactly the same as the description. What's going on? Fong Chun was puzzled. How did the black-scaled dragonfish enter the barbarian god impasse? Fong Chun noticed that the black-scaled dragonfish seemed to be injured. On the plain, the black-scaled dragonfish's huge body was moving forward slowly. With a thought, Fong Chun unleashed the true meaning of space-time and hid in the void, secretly following the black-scaled dragonfish. After following it for 3 days, he made a huge discovery. After 3 days, the black-scaled dragonfish arrived at a mountain peak. Seeing the scene on the mountain peak, Fong Chun almost screamed. On the mountain peak, there was a gray flower blooming. If it was in the past, this flower would definitely not attract Fong Chun's attention. However, it was different now, because this flower was the purpose of his trip, the soul-dissolving flower. It's really the soul-dissolving flower. Fong Chun was excited. He did not expect the black-scaled dragonfish to find the soul-dissolving flower so easily. It seemed that it had been here before. The black-scaled dragonfish's huge body climbed to the mountain peak. When it saw the soul-dissolving flower, its eyes were filled with excitement. "The soul-dissolving flower has matured," the black-scaled dragonfish said in a hoarse voice. Immediately, its claws reached for the soul-dissolving flower. Splash! At this moment, Fong Chun's figure suddenly appeared from the void and snatched the soul-dissolving flower before the black-scaled dragonfish. The sudden change stunned the black-scaled dragonfish. Then it roared furiously. "Human, return my soul-dissolving flower." The black-scaled dragonfish roared to the sky, clenching its claws into a fist and punching the void. Instantly, Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void, was forced out. Looking at the soul-dissolving flower in his hand, Fong Chun was extremely excited. The process of obtaining the soul-dissolving flower was easier than he had imagined. "This is the soul-dissolving flower." Fong Chun sniffed and confirmed that it was the soul-dissolving flower. He then carefully kept it in his interspatial ring. "I'm sorry, but the soul-dissolving flower is mine." Fong Chun grinned. "Roar!" The black-scaled dragonfish roared and attacked at lightning speed. Fong Chun quickly set up the Chaos Elemental Killing Array and trapped the black-scaled dragonfish. He then used the space-time true meaning to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Fong Chun left, the black-scaled dragonfish broke out of the formation. It emitted a terrifying, murderous aura as it chased after Fong Chun. Although the black-scaled dragonfish is injured, its strength is not to be underestimated. "I can't fight it head-on," Lin Fan said to himself as he ran. Because the black-scaled arowana was chasing after him, Fong Chun panicked and tried to escape. Not long after, Fong Chun lost his way and came to an unfamiliar place. What is this place? Fong Chun could feel that this place was filled with hallucinogenic aura and was filled with illusions. However, he could easily pass through them. Behind him, the black-scaled dragonfish's roars could be heard from time to time. Fong Chun did not stop and continued to move forward quickly. Along the way, there were countless corpses lying on the plains, which made Fong Chun sigh. This chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The black-scaled dragonfish was determined to catch up to Fong Chun at all costs. Fong Chun had the space-time true meaning and was very fast. Damn it! How can this human be able to pass through the illusions as he wishes? The black-scaled dragonfish was puzzled, but it did not slow down. At a certain moment, Fang Chun came to a palace. He stopped in his tracks because the surroundings of the palace were emitting a terrifying aura, giving him a sense of oppression. Fang Chun felt a barbaric aura. Around the palace, there were pictures of the same figure. From the image, it could be seen that this figure was very rough and well-shaped. His eyes were looking at the sky. Although it was just a picture, there was a terrifying aura coming from him. Barbarian god, Fang Chun exclaimed. The pictures around the palace were of the barbarian god. Is this really the cultivation ground of the barbarian god? Fang Chun had a bad feeling. At this moment, the black-scaled dragon fish arrived. It was about to attack Fang Chun, but when it saw the palace, it was stunned. Master, is it really you? The black-scaled dragon fish had a complicated look on its face as it shouted. Its voice was filled with sadness. Fang Chun was shocked. The black-scaled dragon fish actually called the barbarian god its master. Could it be the barbarian god's spiritual pet? That's not right. If it was really the barbarian god's spiritual pet, it shouldn't be here. It should have followed the barbarian god to the divine world. Master, I hate myself. In a battle back then, not only was I unable to help you, I even dragged you down. The black-scaled dragon fish walked step by step to the front of the palace. It stretched out its claws and gently touched the picture of the barbarian god. Back then, I was injured and fell into the void ocean. When I woke up, Master was long gone. I believe that you're not dead. You must have entered the divine world. The black-scaled dragon fish said sadly, if not for the soul-dissolving flower that Master left behind, I would have died. Over the years, I have to enter the barbarian god's forbidden land every 10,000 years to absorb the aura of the soul-dissolving flower to continue living. However, I have never given up. I hope that one day, I can enter the divine world and look for Master. The black-scaled dragon fish continued. Hearing the black-scaled dragonfish's words, Fang Chun was completely stunned. These secrets shocked him greatly. All the doubts in his heart were cleared at this moment. Chapter 1373. Fang Chun stood there quietly, his heart trembling. On the portrait in front of the palace, traces of aura gradually spread out. Master, can you see me? Seeing this, the black-scaled dragon fish shouted. The portrait in the palace suddenly moved. Then a sigh was heard. Boom! In an instant, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb, his body involuntarily crawling on the ground. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Around the palace, light shone. Fang Chun felt an unprecedented pressure. Barbarian god's consciousness. Fang Chun shouted. He tried his best to activate the perfect sword body, try to resist this terrifying power. However, it was useless. This power was too tyrannical. He felt that his primordial spirit was about to be shattered. Dong! Streams of clear water flowed out of his blood, spreading to Fang Chun's limbs and bones. Only then did the pressure on Fang Chun lessen. However, even so, a storm still rose in his heart. Is this the power of an almighty in the realm of the gods? Splash! At this moment, the portraits around the palace suddenly left the palace and floated in the sky. Then, the four portraits merged together. An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the palace. As soon as this figure appeared, the entire world stopped moving. Barbarian god! Fang Chun shouted inwardly. The illusory figure in front of him was the consciousness left by the barbarian god. Master, it's really you. The black-scaled dragon fish cried. After seeing the barbarian god's illusory figure, it became even more excited. Its huge body quickly stood up and looked at the barbarian god's illusory figure. The barbarian god's illusory figure stretched out its illusory hand and gently stroked the black-scaled dragonfish's body. Then it said, Xiaohe, long time no see. Master, Xiaohe has missed you all these years. The ferocious black-scaled dragonfish was as docile as a lamb in front of the barbarian god's illusory figure. When you fell into the void ocean, you escaped and fell into a deep sleep. I left a trace of my aura in your body to maintain your vitality. I divined that you would wake up a few years later. The barbarian god's illusory figure continued. His every move seemed to have merged with the world. This was an almighty in the realm of the gods. Fang Chun felt that he was like an ant in front of him. No, even an ant. Even facing Realm Lord Fu Mo did not feel this pressure. The barbarian god was too strong. Fang Chun, barbarian god's illusory figure. He could clearly see the golden light flowing around the barbarian god's body. That was the sign that his power had reached its peak. Barbarian god, barbarian god's master, the black-scaled dragonfish, the barbarian god's illusory figure. Barbarian god's illusory figure. Barbarian god. Barbarian. Master, I want to enter the realm of the gods and follow you. The black-scaled dragonfish said excitedly. The barbarian god, barbarian, master. The black-scaled dragonfish said anxiously, I will become stronger. I will not be a burden to you. The barbarian god's illusory figure shook his head. The black-scaled dragonfish still did not understand. Barbarian god's illusory figure slowly said, I left you behind to protect Savage Island in the future. But the black-scaled dragonfish still wanted to say something, but was stopped by the barbarian god's illusory figure. He waved his hand and looked at Fang Chun. The black-scaled dragonfish said, Master, this person took the soul narrating flower. Feeling the barbarian god's illusory figure's burning gaze, Fang Chun felt more pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. If it wasn't for the golden heart, he would have collapsed. Still not coming out? The barbarian god's illusory figure looked at Fang Chun and smiled. Fang Chun was stunned. Why couldn't he understand what the barbarian god's illusory figure was saying? However, Fang Chun understood in the next moment. Within his body, an aura that was hidden within his blood suddenly floated out and formed an illusory figure in the sky. Seeing this illusory figure, Fang Chun exclaimed. The Zong Sword Monarch had actually left his will in his body. Barbarian god, I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Zong Jian Emperor was the first to speak. Although it was just a strand of will, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people and was very powerful. When Fang Chun had accepted Zong Jian Emperor's inheritance, Zong Jian Emperor had left a strand of consciousness in Fang Chun's body. It was hidden so well that even Fang Chun didn't know about it. However, it couldn't escape the barbarian god's eyes. The barbarian god and Zong Jian Emperor's illusory figure looked at each other and smiled. Zong Jian Emperor, your death back then caused a huge uproar in the divine world. The barbarian god's illusory figure said. Zong Jian Emperor was silent for a moment and said, Barbarian god, although we weren't friends, we were acquaintances. This is the inheritance you left in the mortal world. Why don't you give this disciple a chance? Your disciple took the soul narrating flower. I haven't even settled the score with him. The barbarian god said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little nervous. What do you want? Zong Jian Emperor asked. The barbarian god's eyes became sharp. Fang Chun also felt that something was wrong. However, he was too weak to interfere. The space was distorted. Their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Fang Chun and the black-scaled dragonfish looked at this scene in shock. After a while, the pressure disappeared. The barbarian god laughed and withdrew his terrifying aura. Zong Jian Emperor nodded and looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun, after this, I will disappear from this world. You have to be careful in the future. Master. Fang Chun turned pale with fright. Don't be sad. If you can reach the peak of martial arts one day, you might be able to revive me. Zong Jian Emperor smiled. After falling for so many years, he had already thought it through. As for letting Fang Chun take revenge, he had never thought of it. Not to mention whether Fang Chun could go to the divine world. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to defeat his enemy. It's a pity that such a sword Dao expert was plotted against and died. The barbarian god's shadow above the palace sighed. Heroes cherished heroes. Putting everything else aside, the barbarian god admired Zong Jian Emperor when they were in the divine world. He was a sword Dao genius and was recognized as the most promising expert to reach the peak of sword Dao. However, he died. It was fate that they met here. Fang Chun didn't know what Zhang Jian Emperor said to the barbarian god, but the barbarian god decided to give Fang Chun an opportunity. The barbarian god's power has reached the peak. Even when I was at my peak, I wouldn't dare to underestimate him. If you can get a trace of his inheritance, you will benefit greatly. Zhang Jian Emperor smiled. Fang Chun was touched that the Zhang Jian Emperor was still thinking for him. Master, don't worry. When I step into the divine world, I will definitely take revenge for you. Fang Chun said in a deep voice. I'm already satisfied that you can think this way. Zhang Jian Emperor said. The Zhang Jian Emperor's shadow gradually disappeared. It had been too long since he died, and his consciousness couldn't withstand the baptism of time. Goodbye, barbarian god. Zhang Jian Emperor waved his hand to the barbarian god. The barbarian god nodded. This was his respect for the Zhang Jian Emperor. Fang Chun knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Zhang Jian Emperor. Then, he raised his head and looked at the Zhang Jian Emperor with his dark eyes. He said firmly, Master, one day, I will step onto the peak and revive you. The Zhang Jian Emperor grinned, and his shadow disappeared with the wind. Fang Chun was sad. The air was filled with sadness. The barbarian god was also sad. Whoosh! After a long time, the barbarian god Dangerous Ground returned to normal. The barbarian god looked at Fang Chun and said, Since you are the disciple of the Zhang Jian Emperor, I will not make things difficult for you. I will keep my promise to the Zhang Jian Emperor. But before that, I need you to return the soul-sinking flower. The barbarian god was in the divine world and couldn't descend. The soul-sinking flower was the antidote for the black-scale dragonfish. He couldn't let Fang Chun take it away. Senior barbarian god. Fang Chun took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. He said, The reason why I risked my life to enter the barbarian god Dangerous Ground to find the soul-sinking flower is to save my good brother, the barbarian dragon. He is also a disciple of the barbarian island. He is also your descendant. The barbarian god was surprised. Then, the barbarian god closed his eyes and a wave of energy enveloped Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt that his body was out of control. His primordial spirit seemed to be invaded by some kind of energy. After a long time, the barbarian god opened his eyes. You are right. You entered the barbarian god Dangerous Ground to save your good brother. Not bad. The barbarian god praised. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the barbarian god's words. But at this moment, the barbarian god's face became serious. Why did you hide your primordial spirit? The barbarian god asked in a deep voice. Fang Chun's heart tightened. Did the barbarian god see through something? With your level of attainment, it is impossible for you to see through the loophole in my illusion. The barbarian god said. He didn't believe that Fang Chun did it by himself. There must be an expert guiding him. Senior, this junior's true body is trapped in a certain ruin. There is a powerful demonic beast there. I asked him about the barbarian god Dangerous Ground. He didn't know anything about it, but he said that he heard of your name. He told me that I only need to hide my primordial spirit when I enter the barbarian god Dangerous Ground. Fang Chun told the truth. What ruin? The barbarian god asked anxiously. Fang Chun shook his head and said, I don't know. The barbarian god rolled his eyes and fell in a deep thought. After a long time, he sighed. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. The person who could find the loophole in his illusion must be someone from the divine world. And those from the divine world who could descend to the lower realm were the strongest of the strongest. At least the barbarian god couldn't descend to the lower realm. Forget it. It will affect my cultivation if I get entangled with such an expert. The barbarian god muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He felt that Fang Chun was more and more mysterious. First, it was Emperor Zhang Jian. Now, there was such a mysterious expert. You are quite lucky, the barbarian god said. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Chapter 1374. You can use the soul-dissolving flower to save the dragon. But after that, plant it on Savage Island. Xiao He will need it in the future, barbarian god said. Thank you, senior. Fang Chun was delighted. It seemed that barbarian god cared a lot about his descendants. Then, Barbarian God looked at the black-scaled dragonfish. The latter's face was filled with reluctance. It wanted to follow Barbarian God to conquer the world. But now, Barbarian God wanted it to stay on Savage Island and protect it. Xiaohei, you're not suitable for the divine world. Stay on Savage Island and be its guardian, Barbarian God said. Although the black-scaled dragonfish did not want to agree, it had to. Master, I will definitely protect the people on Savage Island. The black-scaled dragonfish nodded. Barbarian God nodded and waved his hand, sending the black-scaled dragonfish into the palace. Then he looked at Fang Chun. Lad, I left a legacy in the Barbarian God Extremis. If you can find it, it'll be your fortune, Barbarian God said. Fang Chun waited for Barbarian God to continue. The legacy is in the Barbarian God Extremis. You have to find it yourself. However, even if you find it, you might not be able to accept it. It's all up to you. Barbarian God continued. If you can accept my legacy, we will meet in the divine world in the future. Barbarian God's meaning was clear. If Fang Chun could not accept it, he would not be able to achieve much in the future, let alone go to the divine world. All right, go. Barbarian God waved his hand. Then, the Barbarian God's figure disappeared. Fang Chun bowed to the palace and left. Even now, his heart was still shaken. I must get the Barbarian God's legacy. Not only did he want to avenge Zhang Jian Emperor, but he also wanted to find his wife in the divine world. After leaving the palace, Fang Chun looked for the Barbarian God's legacy aimlessly. At a certain moment, Fang Chun's blood suddenly started pumping. Soon after, Fang Chun was somewhat surprised. Fang Chun's expression changed drastically as he looked inwardly at his pulsing blood. In an instant, Fang Chun felt a familiar aura. I see. Fang Chun laughed wildly. Who would have thought that before the buried Sword Emperor's consciousness dissipated, he still had such a trick up his sleeve? He even managed to hide it from the Barbarian God. Fang Chun's blood contained the last shred of Zhang Jian Emperor's will. This remnant consciousness could only last until it helped Fang Chun find the inheritance. Knock, 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 his blood pulsated, guiding Fang Chun through the god of barbarian dangerous ground. Around 3 hours later, Fang Chun came to a stop in a valley. What surprised him was that this valley was the valley he had just entered. When he arrived here, his blood no longer pulsed. Fang Chun felt a little sad. This meant that the Zhang Sword Emperor had disappeared forever. After pondering for a while, Fang Chun's face was filled with unswerving determination. I must get the inheritance. Fang Chun had to admit that the Barbarian God's move was really brilliant. Who would have thought that he would leave the inheritance at the entrance? However, Fang Chun did not have time to sigh. He walked to a corner of the valley and dug up the soil on the surface. A palm-sized stone appeared instantly. The word barbarian was engraved on the stone. Fang Chun's palm gently touched the stone. Immediately, the power of the stars poured into the stone. Immediately, the word barbarian on the stone lit up instantly. It was extremely dazzling. Then, the rich light directly wrapped Fang Chun and sucked him into the ground. There was an independent space underground. This space was the inheritance left by the Barbarian God. Where's the inheritance? Fang Chun looked around. It was empty. However, the gravity in this space was very strong. Even if he fully activated his perfect sword body, he could barely stand. If he did not activate his perfect sword body, his body would probably be crushed. The Barbarian God's power has reached the extreme. Is the inheritance he left behind a power inheritance? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Crash! In the empty space, a golden scroll appeared. The golden scroll floated in the air and finally fell in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun raised his hand with difficulty and held the scroll. Suddenly, the golden scroll slowly unfolded. On the scroll, there were countless small words. Each of the small words contained a powerful force. It's so heavy. Fang Chun felt that the more the golden scroll was unfolded, the heavier it became. In the end, he could not hold it anymore. His body was trembling. Roar! Fang Chun growled and activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. The sword spirit chi spread out. His trembling body recovered a little. Fang Chun tried hard to hold the unfolded golden scroll. His gaze fell on the small words on it. I, the barbarian god, have left my power inheritance here. The fated one will get it. The power inheritance left behind by the barbarian god was only a small part of his body. Before long, Fang Chun finished reading the information on the golden scroll. If he could completely accept this inheritance, his body's strength would rise sharply, reaching the strength of a life and death realm monarch. The power inheritance was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the power incantation, which could be cultivated to the perfection stage. The second level was the true meaning of power, which could reach the 3rd grade. The third level was the final level. The combination of the true meaning of power and the power incantation would allow the bones in the body to fuse perfectly, forming the strongest body. The power inheritance seemed simple, but it was actually very powerful. Let's start now. Fang Chun said inwardly. He could not wait for the barbarian dragon's injuries. He had to cultivate the power incantation to perfection as soon as possible and then leave this place to save the barbarian dragon. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the power inheritance. In fact, Fang Chun could already be considered lucky. This was because he had the perfect sword body, known as the strongest body in the universe. Its defense was so strong that it had never been seen or heard of before. It was precisely because of his perfect sword body that he was able to enter the power space. Otherwise, even if a blessed realm elite entered, they would not be able to move, let alone open the golden scroll. Only a life and death realm monarch could do so. Perhaps even the barbarian god had not thought of this. Inside the star ruin, Fang Chun sighed. He did not expect to see the barbarian god's shadow in the barbarian god danger ground. What was even more unexpected was that the buried sword emperor had also appeared. After knowing that his clone was safe and was comprehending the power incantation, the main body was relieved. At this moment, the ox-headed beast had already fallen asleep. During this period of time, Fang Chun discovered that the ox-headed beast was really fond of sleeping. In its eyes, time had no meaning at all. Continue comprehending. There were still a few months left. Fang Chun was full of confidence. Savage Island, City Lord's Mansion. The barbarian dragon's injuries were worsening. After the black-scaled dragonfish entered the barbarian god danger ground, the creation realm experts of the ancient Eastern Alliance had already returned. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Seeing the days go by, the Savage Island Lord was very anxious. Did Fang Chun get the soul nirvana flower? The Savage Island Lord muttered to himself. As for the barbarian dragon, he had thought through many things. He had seen through life and death. However, there was one thing that he could not let go of. Fang Chun had entered the barbarian god danger ground for him. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't accept that senior brother Fang Chun died for me. The barbarian dragon said inwardly. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan, who were taking care of the barbarian dragon, knew what he was thinking. If we were the ones injured, I believe you would also enter the barbarian god danger ground without hesitation. So, don't blame yourself. Tai Izuan comforted. If senior brother Fang Chun doesn't come out, I will destroy the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Murong Bing said coldly. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. A month was not long, but was not short either. Because he had the foundation of the perfect sword body, Fang Chun was relatively proficient in the aspect of strength. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The first layer of the strength inheritance had been cultivated to perfection. His mind was filled with the strength inheritance. At the same time, he could feel that his physical strength had become a little stronger. As expected of the barbarian god, he has cultivated his strength to the peak. Fang Chun sighed. He had a premonition that if he could completely accept the strength inheritance, his perfect sword body would have a chance to reach a high level. Once his perfect sword body reached a high level, his physical strength would be comparable to life and death realm monarchs. Huff! Fang Chun stood up and let out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, with a thought, he left the strength inheritance. The moment he left, the golden scroll caught fire. In the blink of an eye, it was completely burned. Rumble, the moment Fong Chun appeared, the barbarian god, Danger Ground, shook. Fong Chun raised his head and saw the barbarian god's shadow in the sky. A moment later, the black-scaled dragon fish arrived. Its aura had become much stronger. Your strength. Fong Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the black-scaled dragonfish. The black-scaled dragonfish's aura was no weaker than that of an ordinary creation realm expert. Let's go. The black-scaled dragonfish opened the exit of the barbarian god, Danger Ground. It brought Fong Chun out of the barbarian god, Danger Ground. Whoosh, they were finally out. Please keep my matter a secret. The black-scaled dragonfish glanced at Fong Chun and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Fong Chun nodded. Also, after you use up the soul nirvana flower planted on this mountain, the black-scaled dragonfish said. Fong Chun nodded lightly. A black shadow flashed, and the black-scaled dragonfish disappeared. The black-scaled dragonfish's cultivation had at least recovered to the high level of creation realm. It wouldn't take long for it to reach the peak of creation realm. As for whether it could reach life and death realm, Fong Chun didn't know. He only knew that from now on, the black-scaled dragonfish would become the guardian of the barbarian island. No one could behave atrociously on the barbarian island. Fong Chun grinned as he thought of this. His figure flashed as he left the place. At this moment, the black-scaled dragonfish was moving rapidly in the void. It looked down at the land. Chapter 1375. Savage Island, City Lord's Mansion. The huge City Lord's Mansion was in dead silence. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. There were guards patrolling the mansion's courtyard from time to time. In a side courtyard, Man Long was lying on a recliner in the courtyard. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. He could barely open his eyes. During this period of time, Man Long's injuries were getting worse and worse. His soul was about to shatter. Martial artists from Savage Island were most proficient in strength. They were not proficient in the Tao of Soul. Therefore, Man Long's soul had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to such a state. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan's faces were gloomy as they looked at Man Long. They had a deep relationship. But now, Man Long's injuries were so serious that he might even die. But there was nothing they could do. Plus, Fong Chun had been the barbarian god extremist for a month. They did not know whether he was alive or dead. Whoosh! The Savage Island master hurried over. He got the news that Man Long's injuries were getting worse. He immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. Man Long, Savage Island Lord, called out softly when he arrived at the side courtyard. But Man Long did not open his eyes. Savage Island Lord walked to Man Long's side. His face was filled with helplessness. Sigh. Savage Island Lord flung his sleeves and sighed helplessly. Man Long's soul is about to shatter. He can at most hold on for 3 more days. If he can't get the soul nirvana flower. Tai Izuan did not finish his sentence. Barbaric Island Master looked at Torvosaurus and said, Torvosaurus, you must hold on. Fong Chun will definitely get the soul nirvana flower from the barbarian god extremist. Cough. Man Long coughed and closed his eyes. His lips were pale, and he did not have any strength left. He wanted to open his eyes and take a last look at this world, but he could not do it. Man Long, Savage Island Lord, was extremely anxious when he saw Man Long's condition worsening. But the 3 of them were helpless. Just when the 3 of them were feeling anxious, there was a sudden turn of events. Whoosh! Fong Chun had returned. Ripples appeared in the void. Then a familiar aura spread out. Fong Chun's figure gradually emerged from the void. Fong Chun. When they saw Fong Chun, their faces were filled with shock. After the initial shock, he was overjoyed. You're back, Tai Izuan said excitedly. Retreat from the god of Berserker's danger zone in one piece. You obtained the soul nirvana flower? The barbaric island master was shaken as he quickly asked. Fong Chun nodded. He noticed that Torvosaurus was heavily injured. He then took out the soul refining flower from his interspatial ring. Voila, the moment the soul narrating flower appeared, the faces of the Savage Island Master and the other two were filled with excited smiles. Ha ha, that's great. They did not expect that Fong Chun would actually be able to bring out the Soul Narrows flower. The barbarian god Forbidden Ground was considered a forbidden ground in the entire Old Hua Islands. However, Fong Chun did it. Not only did he escape unscathed, he even brought out the Soul Resurrection flower. Fong Chun quickly arrived in front of the Torvosaurus and placed the Soul Refining flower on its nose. Hiss! A strange aura was emitted from the Soul Sacrificing flower, and it quickly entered the Torvosaurus's nostrils. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The pale-faced Torvosaurus was actually recovering. What a domineering Soul Refining flower! Even the barbaric island master could not help but sigh. The effect of the Soul Refining flower was too powerful. In just a short while, it had such an obvious effect. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the following time, Fong Chun let the Torvosaurus absorb the Soul Refining flower's aura. After absorbing for an hour, the savage dragon's face had a ruddy complexion. Seeing this, Fong Chun rejoiced inwardly. Then, he gently plucked a flower and placed it in the Torvosaurus' mouth. Buzz! The Torvosaurus fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fong Chun put away the Soul Refining flower. How is it? Tai Izuan and Murong Bing asked with concern. The Soul Refining flower is repairing its soul. It won't be long before it wakes up, said Fong Chun. That's wonderful. The barbaric island master was the happiest. The four of them brought the Torvosaurus back to his room so he could rest. Then, the four of them went to the courtyard. No wonder you're one of the best of the old East younger generation. You're the first one to bring a Soul Refining flower out of the barbarian terminus. The barbaric island master praised. At this moment, his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Fong Chun. Even he did not have the courage to enter the barbarian terminus. Fong Chun, how did you get out of the god of barbarians' danger ground? Tai Izuan asked curiously. Fong Chun explained briefly. Of course, he would not tell them about Zhang Jian and the barbarian god. The Torvosaurus injuries were finally stabilized. The Torvosaurus injuries are stable, and the Soul Refining flower has done its job. I'll send it back, said Fong Chun. Oh, you want to send it back to the barbarian terminus? The barbaric island master asked. Fong Chun shook his head. I want to plant on a mountain outside the barbarian terminus. If you do that, it will attract the greed of the other warriors. It won't be long before the flower is taken away, said the barbaric island master. Fong Chun raised his head and looked at the sky. With a flash, he disappeared. A voice rang in the barbaric island master's ears. It won't. Fong Chun's words were full of confidence. Soon, Fong Chun had the flower planted on the barbarian god mountain. Half a month later, the Torvosaurus soul had completely merged back together. He could now get out of bed and walk around. The flower's effects were amazing. One day, Fong Chun and the others were chatting in the courtyard. Suddenly, the barbaric island master hurried over. Island master, said the Torvosaurus, the news of the flower has spread. Several manifestation realm experts from the nearby islands are already on their way to the barbarian god mountain, said the barbaric island master. When they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They knew the importance of the flower better than anyone else. What should we do? Asked the Torvosaurus. Only Fong Chun was calm. Don't worry, they won't be able to take the flower away. Fong Chun, do you know something? Asked the barbaric island master. Fong Chun shook his head, not saying anything. Soon, the news spread to the city lord's mansion. When the barbaric island master heard the news, he was shocked. He found Fong Chun again. Not only did the manifestation realm experts from the nearby islands not get the flower, but they also escaped with serious injuries, said the barbaric island master excitedly. The other three looked at each other in confusion. Who did it? Only Fong Chun knew that the black scale dragonfish had done it. The storm over the flower gradually calmed down. Many martial artists did not give up and secretly went to the barbarian god mountain to get the flower. However, every time they got close to the soul narrating flower, the cultivators would die silently. In the end, the news became more and more ridiculous. No one dared to step into the barbarian god mountain anymore. While the Torvosaurus was recuperating, Fong Chun began to comprehend the true meaning of force. The true meaning of force was born from the true meaning of force, so it was relatively easier to comprehend it. Moreover, Fong Chun had mastered the strength chant, so he could understand the mystery of the path of force more deeply. A month later, not only did Fong Chun successfully comprehend the true meaning of force, but he also reached the 3rd grade. Actually, for the current Fong Chun, it was relatively easy to comprehend the true meaning of force. At this point, the 2nd level of the strength inheritance was completed. Next was the 3rd level. The main purpose of this level was to merge the strength chant with the true meaning of force. Kula Fong Chun circulated the strength chant, and his mind was instantly filled with the true meaning of force. Then, the true meaning of force surrounded his body. Fong Chun could clearly feel that the appearance of the true meaning of force caused his physical body to gradually improve. It was as if he could break through the bottleneck at any time and let his perfect sword body reach the advanced level. Buzz. Force was simple and violent. Fong Chun himself had walked step by step from killing to reaching this level. His understanding of force was also slightly more than ordinary people. He was trying to merge the strength chant with the true meaning of force. Merge. Fong Chun let out a low shout, and every corner of his body was filled with the true meaning of force. Then he let the two merge. Whoosh, 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 the merging process was unexpectedly successful. In just an hour, the two merged completely. At this time, a fiery aura appeared in Fong Chun's body. This fiery aura instantly enveloped his entire body. Crackle, crackle. The strength inheritance was strengthening his body. The perfect sword body was activated, and it accepted the strengthening of the strength inheritance. So strong. Fong Chun felt that his entire body was filled with power. His heart trembled. This was only a small part of the barbarian god's inheritance, and it was already so powerful. If it was all of the barbarian god's inheritance, wouldn't it destroy the world? Fong Chun's cultivation alarmed Tai Izuan and the other two. They walked out of the courtyard and looked at Fong Chun, their faces filled with shock. What is senior brother Fong Chun cultivating? Tai Izuan asked. His body is emitting a very powerful force, Morong Bing said faintly. Torvosaurus's eyes flickered, as if he had discovered something. It seems very similar to my strength cultivation. Torvosaurus's gaze was fixed on Fong Chun, and he could feel the power emitting from Fong Chun's body. In an instant, Torvosaurus entered a state of enlightenment. His eyes seemed to be able to see the mysterious power circulating around Fong Chun's body. So exquisite. Torvosaurus thought to himself. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from Fong Chun's body. In a short while, his body had been strengthened. At this time, the bottleneck of the perfect sword body finally loosened a little. Breakthrough, he said. Fong Chun shouted in his heart, and the strength inheritance poured into his limbs and bones. Crack! Suddenly, a violent power spread out. His body was surrounded by a vast sword light. The perfect sword body was as bright as gold. Crash! Chapter 1376. The perfect sword body had broken through the bottleneck and reached the high level. Fong Chun discovered that sword-shaped runes had appeared on the surface of his skin. They were circulating with golden light, and an endless amount of energy was being emitted from them. It was as if his body contained an endless amount of energy. It was very comfortable. Is this the high-level perfect sword body? Fong Chun stood up. His robes fluttered without any wind. This was a sign that his energy was being emitted. Senior brother, Fong Chun. At this moment, there were no outsiders. The three of them naturally called Fong Chun senior brother. Buzz. Fong Chun clenched his fists. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin emitted a terrifying energy. Crack. This energy was emitted in all directions. Finally, it fiercely struck the courtyard's wall. Rumble. The courtyard's wall instantly shattered. Seeing this, Torvosaurus and the others were stunned. The three of them were shocked. Had Fong Chun's strength already reached such an unfathomable level? Fong Chun awkwardly scratched his head. For a moment, he had not been able to control the energy emitted from his body, causing the courtyard to be in such a mess. "Senior brother Fong Chun, did you break through?" asked Torvosaurus with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. "I was just lucky. Senior brother Fong Chen's improvement is obvious to all. When we first entered the devil-subduing world, our strength was almost equal. However, in just a few years, senior brother Fong Chun has already left us in the dust. Even the prideful Tai Izuan had no choice but to admit it, whether it was in terms of strength or potential. Fong Chun crushed him in every aspect. In the beginning, Tai Izuan had wanted to surpass Fong Chun. However, as time passed, Tai Izuan had long since given up on that idea. Now, all he wanted to do was to catch up to senior brother Fong Chun. However, looking at the current Fong Chun, he felt bitter. Senior brother Fong Chen's name is destined to shake the universe in the future. He might even enter the divine world, said Murong Bing. Deity realm? Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with determination. Then, he looked up at the sky. With his current strength, he had no idea where the so-called realm of the gods was. However, he believed that one day he would step foot into the god realm. "I will definitely go," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. His words were filled with firm conviction. Not for anything else, but for his wife, the Star and Moon. Back then, his wife had been killed by the demonic Cloud Lian province. Fortunately, the Zongsword monarch had helped to revive her. After that, she was sent to the place where the gods resided. Being on the ancient Sword continent, he was too far away from the god realm. It was so far away that it was out of reach. And now, his strength was gradually increasing. The god realm was no longer that distant to him. However, it was still too early to think about this. It was better to focus on what was at hand. Now, Fong Chun had a very clear plan in his mind. He would increase his strength and head to the Luo clan to look for his mother. After that, he would enter the god realm to look for his wife. These 2 points were the motivation for him to work hard on his cultivation. They surpassed everything else. "Brother Fong Chun, what you just cultivated seems to be similar to the cultivation method of my savage island," Torvosaurus suddenly said. Fong Chun gathered his thoughts and turned to look at Torvosaurus. "I cultivate the Tao of the physical body. Senior brother Fong Chun, please give me some pointers." Torvosaurus laughed, not jealous at all. In fact, he was very happy. Fong Chun nodded. "Your injuries have healed?" Fong Chun asked. "Already healed," Torvosaurus said. "In that case, let's go." Fong Chun changed the topic. "All right, let's go." The 4 of them had discussed before that they would leave together after Torvosaurus's injuries had healed. Torvosaurus and the other 2 would return to the demon's subduing realm, while Fong Chun would return to the ancient Eastern Alliance. After bidding farewell to the Savage Island Lord, Fong Chun stepped onto the teleportation formation and left. As for Torvosaurus and the other 2, they went to a deserted place and activated their identity medallion to enter the demon subduing realm. Core of the Old Hua Islands, Old Hua Island, Old Hua City. The teleportation formation flashed with white light, and Fong Chun walked out. Phew, he was back again. This trip to the Savage Island was very rewarding. After obtaining the Barbarian God's power chant, his perfect sword body, which had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time, finally reached the high level. It was no exaggeration to say that Fong Chen's current physical strength was comparable to a life and death realm monarch. Of course, it was only a life and death realm monarch who had just entered the life and death realm. However, even so, it was enough to shock people. Of course, his strong physical body didn't mean that creation realm cultivators couldn't do anything to him. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the sun and moon. The power of creation realm cultivators was extraordinary. Without entering the creation realm, one wouldn't know how strong creation realm cultivators were. There were many ways for creation realm cultivators to deal with heavenly body realm cultivators. Hence, the perfect sword body could only ensure that Fong Chun could escape unscathed from creation realm cultivators. The streets of Tianhua City were still bustling with activity as people came and went. Fong Chun was about to leave when he suddenly met a cultivator. Fong Chun. Fong Chun also knew this cultivator. He was Fu Minghua, ninth on the Old Hua list. Fu Minghua. Fong Chun didn't understand why Fu Minghua stopped him. Fu Minghua was wearing a white robe with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Fong Chun with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Guyu asked me to cut off one of your arms." Fu Minghua explained his purpose of coming. Hearing this, Fong Chun grinned. "Oh, looks like Guyu gave you a lot of benefits." Fu Minghua didn't hide and said directly, "That's right. I didn't want to agree, but he gave me something I couldn't refuse. So I'm sorry. Although we don't have much interaction, I still have to take one of your arms." "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Fong Chun said calmly. Guyu was 10th on the Old Hua list, and Fu Minghua was 9th. The strength of the two was about the same. If Fong Chun used his full strength, Fu Minghua definitely wouldn't be his match. "Before this, I've investigated you. I know everything about you." Fu Minghua laughed and said, "Not only are you strong, but you're also good at formations. You're a 6-star formation master. Even Bai Wuzong of the formation sect was defeated by you. I have to say that you're very good at formations. However, I know that your trump card is formations, and I happen to have a treasure that can suppress all formations." Fu Minghua continued. He hoped to win without a fight, and that Fong Chun would take the initiative to cut off one of his arms and let him go back. "Oh, so you're very confident. Then why haven't you attacked yet?" Fong Chun asked. Fu Minghua's expression changed, and he looked around. "This isn't a good place to fight." Fu Minghua turned and left after saying that. Fong Chun looked at Fu Minghua thoughtfully, then followed closely behind and left Tianhua City. "Hey, those two look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere before." That's Fong Chun and Fu Minghua, who's 10th on the Old Hua list. "Look at them. They seem to have a conflict. Are the two strong fighters going to fight? Let's go and take a look." Immediately, many cultivators rushed over. After Fong Chun and Fu Minghua left Tianhua City. On the top floor of a tall building in the center of Tianhua City, the one-armed Guyu stood quietly by the window. A murderous look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the city gate. "Young Master Gu, the plan has been completed. We're just waiting for Fong Chun to take the bait," a servant behind Guyu said. Guyu nodded, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Fong Chun, I won't cut off my arm for nothing." After a while, Fong Chun and Fu Minghua arrived at a wasteland far away from Tianhua City. This place was desolate and suitable for fighting. "Fong Chun, if you attack and cut off one of your arms, I won't hold it against you," Fu Minghua said. Fong Chun shook his head and said, "Let's fight." Fu Minghua's face darkened when he heard that. Immediately, he attacked. Fu Minghua was best at leg techniques. Rumble. Fu Minghua leaped into the air and floated in the air. Light flowed around his feet, and a powerful force instantly spread out. Crushing stone kick. Fu Minghua shouted in a low voice. He displayed a powerful leg technique and launched a fierce and domineering attack. However, facing Fu Minghua's attack, he activated his perfect sword body and gathered all his strength on his fist. Then he punched out. Dong! Fong Chun's fist ignored Fu Minghua's attack and smashed into one of his feet. Crack! The power of Fong Chun's fist was too strong. Fu Minghua's foot was smashed into pieces, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! Fu Minghua let out a miserable cry as his body flew backward. His foot had been smashed into pieces by Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, I'm going to kill you." Fu Minghua was in a frenzy. He had expected Fong Chun to be strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Fu Minghua's eyes were scarlet, and he was in a frenzy. Fong Chun snorted coldly and punched out again. Crack! Fu Minghua's other foot was also smashed into pieces. Fu Minghua's body was smashed into a large pit, and his body was covered in blood. Guyu! Fu Minghua finally had a trace of fear in his heart, and he roared loudly. Whoosh! 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 The warriors hiding in the surroundings suddenly appeared and surrounded Fong Chun. Finally, Guyu walked out of the crowd. He glanced at Fu Minghua and secretly cursed him. "Fong Chun, I didn't expect your strength to increase again. One-armed Guyu walked forward and stared at Fang Chun. Don't you want her other arm? Fang Chun asked. Fu Minghua, who was ranked 9th on the Tianhua list, was no match for his iron fist. He was not afraid of one-armed Guyu. Fang Chun, don't be too happy, Guyu said coldly. Fang Chun pointed at the injured Fu Minghua and sneered. You saw what happened to him. Guyu didn't even look at Fu Minghua and said coldly, This idiot is just a chess piece in my plan. I didn't expect him to beat you at all. The reason I let him deal with you was to numb you and lure you here. With that, Guyu clapped his hands. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists emitted a strange aura. These strange auras instantly merged together to form a monstrous and bloody formation. Fang Chun noticed this scene and was slightly stunned. This was an array, an extremely bloody array, and it was not weak. Despite being in the formation, Fang Chun did not show any panic on his face. Opposite him, one-armed Guyu's face revealed a wild smile. Fang Chun, in order to deal with you, I went through a lot of trouble to find these 9 people, Guyu said. The 9 of them are blood brothers, and they have natural array talents. They can use their star towers to set up this blood heaven mist array. No matter how capable you are, don't think of escaping from this blood heaven mist array, Guyu said. In fact, these 9 people were guests of the Gu clan, and the blood heaven mist array was their clan's trump card. The 9 of them worked together to set up the blood heaven mist array, which could trap creation tier elites. They were invincible in the heavenly body tier. And now, in order to take revenge, Guyu persuaded the clan leader to bring 9 people with him. He wanted to use the blood heaven mist array to kill Fang Chun. Are you sure this so-called blood heaven mist array can deal with me? Fang Chun asked. Guyu's expression was fierce, and he said angrily, Fang Chun, you're still putting on airs even now. I want to see how long you can keep up this act. Guyu flung his sleeve and left the blood heaven mist array. Guyu, take me away. Fu Minghua was seriously injured. His legs were destroyed, and he was unable to move. He sat on the ground and roared. Chapter 1377. Buzz. The moment Guyu left, the blood fog array was activated. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled the air. Fang Chun felt a sense of oppression. He looked around with a serious face. Fang Chun was surprised that the 9 of them had used their star pagodas to set up the blood fog array. Even though Fang Chun was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such an exquisite array. Although the blood fog array was an ordinary array, its power was comparable to that of a peak 6th level array or even a 7th level array when set up by the 9 of them. Fang Chun was trapped in the array. From time to time, blood-red light whizzed toward him. Bang! Fang Chun clenched his fists and activated the perfect sword body. Golden light flowed, and sword-shaped runes kept flashing. Rich sword chi surrounded Fang Chun's fists. Every time he punched, a blood-red light would be shattered. Kill him for me. Outside, Guyu saw this scene and roared angrily. After the 9 of them heard the order, they increased the intensity of their attacks. It instantly suppressed Fang Chun, causing the latter to be in a sorry state. However, overall, Fang Chun's physical strength was more than enough to resist the attack of the blood fog array. Swoosh! Fang Chun took out the red glass sword and launched a counterattack. The Thunderfall sword technique was displayed. In the clear sky, a clap of thunder resounded through the sky. Then, thunder and lightning swooped down instantly. At this moment, a bright sword light appeared on the tip of the red glass sword. The lightning bolts that swooped down instantly merged with a dazzling sword radiance, forming the strongest attack. Boom! Under the control of Fang Chun, the bright sword light suddenly blasted toward the blood fog array. Bang! A ripple appeared on the blood fog array. Then, it shook and finally returned to its original state. Fang Chun's expression finally changed. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the blood heaven mist formation. At this moment, he felt the extraordinariness of the blood fog array. What an exquisite formation. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. There was actually such an exquisite array in the world. The Divine Array Master could use his star pagoda to set up the array, and the 9 of them were telepathically connected. When one person attacked, the other 8 could instantly understand his intentions. Thus, Fang Chen's attack was hindered. Attacks alone won't be enough to break the blood fog array. Fang Chen's mind raced. He had to think of a way to break the blood sky mist formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave this place. Setting up the blood sky mist formation consumed a lot of energy. When Fang Chen did not take the initiative to attack the blood sky mist formation, they were also coping with the changes by remaining unchanged. In the outside world, Guyu's face darkened. Damn it, he cursed. Fang Chen had become stronger again. Even the blood sky mist formation could not defeat him. It could only trap him. Fight with all your might. Guyu roared. Dense astral energy gushed out from the 9 of them. In their sea of qi, the star pagoda trembled. The wild astral energy was all integrated into the blood sky mist formation. At the same time, the eyes of the 9 of them turned scarlet. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood sky mist formation underwent a great change. The aura inside became incomparably bloody. Streaks of blood-red light, carrying the aura of death, shot toward Fang Chen. Puchi! Fang Chen's body dodged, constantly avoiding the attacks of the blood sky mist formation. However, the blood sky mist formation was too exquisite. The attacks left him with nowhere to hide. Bang! Bang! In the end, Fang Chen could only use his body to resist. The blood-red light bombarded Fang Chen's body, leaving faint scars. Guyu cried out involuntarily. He knew better than anyone how powerful the blood sky mist formation's attack was. And now, such a powerful attack could not hurt Fang Chen. Damn it! Guyu's face darkened. His figure flashed and entered the blood sky mist formation. Tyrant Dragon Fist. With the help of the blood sky mist formation, Guyu's strength had greatly increased. The last time he lost to Fang Chen, he used the Tyrant Dragon Fist. However, this time, the Tyrant Dragon Fist was much more powerful than the last time. When Guyu used the Tyrant Dragon Fist, his fist was full of golden luster. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Boom! Guyu's fists whistled toward him. You're courting death. Fang Chen was looking for a flaw in the blood sky mist formation. When he saw Guyu's attack, his eyes flashed coldly. Immediately, he punched out. Crack! After the perfect sword body reached the advanced level, his physical strength was too strong. Fang Chen's fist bombarded Guyu's fist. Immediately, a bloody mist gushed out. Bang! Guyu's fist exploded. Guyu screamed miserably. His body flew backward, his teeth cracking. He hurriedly operated the astral energy to stop the blood from flowing out. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Guyu roared angrily. At the same time, he ordered the 9 people to use their most powerful attacks to kill Fang Chen. Inside the blood sky mist formation, Fu Minghua watched everything from beginning to end. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. In the end, his heart was filled with regret. Damn Guyu. Guyu was using him to lure Fang Chen. Now, he was no longer of any value. Guyu didn't even care about his life. This made Fu Minghua very angry, but he was injured and trapped in the formation. There was nothing he could do about Guyu. Even if I die, I have to die with dignity. In an instant, Fu Minghua made a decision. In his sea of qi, the star pagoda trembled. All the astral energy was directed to his feet. Then, the astral energy helped him stand up. Fang Chen, I'll help you block Guyu's attack. You break the formation with all your strength, Fu Minghua said in a deep voice. Fang Chen glanced at Fu Minghua, then nodded. Indeed, he had to focus on the formation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find the formation's weakness. Although Fu Minghua's feet were crippled, he was at least the 9th elite of the Tianhua role. Blocking Guyu's attack was not a problem. Idiot, you're actually trying to block my attack. Seeing this, Guyu sneered and said disdainfully, Guyu, you despicable person. Fu Minghua roared and immediately attacked Guyu. Pung, pung, pung. Guyu and Fu Minghua instantly clashed. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely focused on breaking the formation. The blood sky mist formation was set up by the star pagoda. Thus, breaking the formation depended on the star pagoda. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Sword-shaped symbols flashed on the surface of his skin. He looked inwardly at his star pagoda. The star pagoda was a small pagoda that stood in the sea of qi. It was the source of a cultivator's power. For cultivators of the heavenly body tier, their star pagoda would increase by 1 level with every increase in level, until the final 9-level star pagoda. Fang Chen looked at his 5-level star pagoda. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long while, he seemed to see a trace of the blood sky mist formation's movement. I see. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that he should have found a weakness. Just as he stood up, a trembling sound came from afar. He turned around and saw Fu Minghua's body flying backward and crashing into the blood sky mist formation. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Meanwhile, Guyu was walking toward Fu Minghua step by step, preparing to kill him. "Stop!" Fang Chen shouted and quickly arrived in front of Fu Minghua. He waved the red glass sword, and a blood-red sword light instantly spread out and shot toward Guyu. "Xiao!" Guyu was forced back. He looked coldly at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, no one can save you today," Guyu shouted crazily. Fang Chen put Fu Minghua aside and fed him a few healing pills. Then, he turned to look at Guyu. "Believe it or not," Fang Chen said calmly, "the one who will die today is you, not me." "I don't believe it," Guyu said. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure disappeared all of a sudden. Guyu shouted in his mind and suddenly threw a punch. Crack! His other fist instantly exploded. Guyu screamed miserably, pain filling his whole body. Fang Chen's figure appeared out of thin air and sent Guyu flying with a punch. Guyu was terrified. "Let me out!" Hearing Guyu shout, the 9 people controlled the blood sky mist formation and sent Guyu out of the formation. "Fang Chen, I will watch you die with my own eyes," Guyu shouted. "Kill him with all your strength." Wong. At this moment, the 9 people couldn't care less. They removed all their defenses and launched an all-out attack. The blood sky mist formation suddenly changed. A blood-red aura instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Then, a murderous aura constantly emerged. Fang Chen frowned. The blood sky mist formation had become stronger again. "Kill!" The 9 people roared and attacked at the same time. In the sky, countless powerful attacks blasted toward Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen held the red glass sword and launched a counterattack. Dong! The battle began in an instant. Although Fang Chen's strength was suppressed in the blood sky mist formation, the 9 people couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. After fighting for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally found a flaw in the blood sky mist formation. After that, he sneered as he leaped and arrived at a certain corner of the blood sky mist formation. Using the Thunderfall sword technique, the red glass sword suddenly stabbed into the blood sky mist formation. Pucci! The red glass sword cut through the blood sky mist formation's blockade like cutting tofu. Oh no! Seeing this, the 9 people turned pale with fright. However, it was already too late. Fang Chen's attainments and formations were not low. In addition to his research during this period, he finally found a way to break the formation. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the blood sky mist formation. Then, the 9 people lost their minds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red glass sword showed the power to sweep the world and completely defeated the blood sky mist formation. Dong! The earth trembled. The bloody aura in the blood sky mist formation instantly spread out. The whole wilderness was filled with the smell of blood. The 9 people were sent flying by Fang Chen. How is this possible? Guyu couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He was shocked and kept retreating. Pucci! The red glass sword rose and fell, killing 1 person with each strike. After 9 consecutive strikes, the 9 people were all killed by Fang Chen. Chapter 1378. The 9 guest elders were all dead, and Guyu's life was in danger. 8 reading. 23. He kept retreating, fear growing in his heart. After killing the 9 guest elders, Fang Chen turned to look at Guyu and grinned. Seeing Fang Chen smile, Guyu's scalp went numb. Fang Chen, how did you break the blood heaven mist formation? Guyu was very confused. The Blood Heaven Mist formation was a very mysterious formation. The Gu clan leader had once said that in the entire Old Hua Islands, no one at the heavenly body tier could break the Blood Heaven Mist formation. And now, Fang Chun had really broken it. He was very confused. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have been able to break this formation. As a 6-star formation master, Fang Chun couldn't help but admire this Blood Heaven Mist formation. It was really mysterious. Even he had been troubled for a very long time, and even felt threatened at one point. But fortunately, in the formation inheritance he had once received, there was a certain formation mentioned. That formation wasn't the Blood Heaven Mist formation, but it operated on the same principle. After Fang Chun found the array formation, he deduced from the inside and quickly found a way to break it. It could only be said that, as the saying went, virtue is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Guyu wanted to kill him, so he didn't hesitate to borrow the guest elders of the clan to set up such a heaven-defying formation. However, in the end, not only did he not die, but the 9 guest elders also died. Even he, Guyu, was in danger of losing his life. Now, what do you have to say? Fang Chun asked. He wasn't going to let Guyu go. This person was too narrow-minded. He had let him go in the last battle. He didn't expect that he had been plotting against him all this time. Fang Chun, what do you want? Guyu asked in a panic. What do you think I want? Fang Chun spread his hands and smiled. When you were preparing to kill me, you should have already been prepared to be killed by me, right? Hearing Fang Chun's words, Guyu became even more panicked. Without the Blood Heaven Mist formation, he was no match for Fang Chun. Moreover, his fists had been destroyed by Fang Chun. His fighting strength had been greatly reduced. He was definitely no match for him. Guyu looked around and thought to himself. Seeing Fang Chun walk over, Guyu quickly retreated. Fang Chun, let me go. The Gu family will compensate you, Guyu said. Fang Chun shook his head. He didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. I'm the most outstanding disciple of the Gu clan's younger generation. If you kill me, the Gu clan will not let you off, Guyu threatened. The Gu family was one of the most powerful families on the Old Hua Islands. There were many powerful people in the Blessed Realm in the clan, and they were very powerful. However, using this to threaten him was truly laughable. Fang Chun shook his head and put away the red glass sword. He clenched his fist and punched. No! Guyu screamed miserably, dodging with all his might. However, Fang Chun's punches were too fast for him to dodge. Bang Guyu's body was sent flying by Fang Chun like a sandbag. Just as Fang Chun was about to kill Guyu, Fu Minghua opened his mouth. Fang Chun, can you let me have him? Hearing Fu Minghua's words, Fang Chun pondered for a moment before nodding. In fact, Fang Chun could understand Fu Minghua's request and didn't find it strange at all. As the 9th strongest person on the Tianhua list, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, he was tricked by Guyu and almost died. His legs were even crippled because of this. Fu Minghua's hatred for Guyu had surpassed Fang Chun's. After getting Fang Chun's permission, Fu Minghua walked toward Guyu with a sinister smile. Fu Minghua, how dare you touch me? Guyu shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Guyu, you bastard! How dare you use me? Fu Minghua waved his hand and punched Guyu's head. Whoosh! However, at this moment, there was a piercing sound in the distance. Then, ripples appeared in the space. Following this, a rune whizzed forward and struck Fu Minghua's body. Bang! Fu Minghua's body exploded in an instant. Fu Minghua didn't even have time to scream before he lost his life. This sudden change caused Fang Chun to be startled. Then, he saw an unfamiliar figure driving toward him. Fu Long, save me! Guyu was overjoyed when he saw who it was. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The newcomer was the 2nd strongest person on the Tianhua list, a talisman master. His name was Fu Long. Among the top 10 on the Tianhua list, only Fu Long was a rogue cultivator. The other geniuses were all disciples of the old East Alliance. Even the strongest soul cultivator on the Tianhua list, Ku Shu, was a disciple of the old East Alliance. It was said that Fu Long liked to explore the islands and didn't like to be tied down. The old East Alliance had invited him many times, but he had turned them all down. This was the first time Fong Chun had seen Fu Long. Fu Long was wearing a light blue robe. Light flowed and runes flashed. Fong Chun could feel the powerful aura of a talisman master from him. So he really is a talisman master, Fong Chun thought to himself. He looked at Fu Long, not understanding why he was here. Was it because of Guyu? If that was the case, then things were bad. Fu Minghua, ninth on the Tianhua list, had died under Fu Long's talisman attack. How sad. Fu Long, save me. Guyu called out again when he saw Fu Long approach. Finally, Fu Long spoke. Guyu, I owe you a favor. I've already paid it back, Fu Long said. Fu Long, if you help me kill this man, I'll give you everything you need. Guyu scrambled to his feet. Fu Long looked at Fong Chun with interest. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Fong Chun, 10th on the Tianhua list. Fu Long smiled at Fong Chun. Your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. The name of Fu Long is well-deserved. Fong Chun smiled. Fu Long exuded a terrifying aura, giving him a sense of oppression. Fong Chun had come into contact with a talisman master before, but his understanding was shallow. At this moment, feeling Fu Long's aura, Fong Chun knew that he was no match for him. I, Fu Long, never use my power to oppress others. If you could take one of my attacks, you can leave safely, Fu Long said. Hearing this, Fong Chun's expression changed slightly. Fu Long wanted to interfere in his affairs after all. Take one of his attacks? Fong Chun tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. He looked at Fu Long and said slowly, Since Brother Fu Long has said so, I have no other choice. With that, Fong Chun took out the red glass sword and activated the perfect sword body, forming the strongest defense. Whoosh! Fu Long attacked. A flaming talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! Under Fu Long's control, the flaming talisman burned instantly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Then, the flaming talisman blasted toward Fong Chun. Lightning fall, sword technique. Without hesitation, Fong Chun displayed the lightning fall sword technique. How could he not use his full strength when fighting with Fu Long? Dong, the flaming talisman, and the lightning fall sword technique collided fiercely and exploded, causing flames to soar into the sky. Fong Chun was caught in the sea of fire, but the perfect sword body successfully resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, he kept waving the red glass sword in his hand. Fu Long, who was controlling the flaming talisman, looked at the red glass sword. Void mithril, glazed flame iron. Fu Long recognized the material of the red glass sword, and his heart was slightly moved. Void mithril was of the Yin attribute, which happened to be able to restrain the flaming talisman. Although Fong Chun's strength was not enough to display the true power of the void mithril, it was enough to protect himself from the flaming talisman. This sword is good, Fu Long said to himself. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a water-type talisman instantly shot out. Fu Long, Fong Chun was furious and shouted, You went back on your words. Your magic weapon is good. I like it. Fu Long sneered. The powerful talisman instantly exploded with terrifying power and blasted towards Fong Chun. Dong! Fong Chun tried his best to resist, but he could not resist the power of the talisman. Crash! The red glass sword flew out of his hand, and Fong Chun's body flew out. Dong! Dong! When Fong Chun stabilized himself, the red glass sword was already in Fu Long's hands. Fu Long held the red glass sword, and his eyes were filled with joy. Even he could not resist the temptation of a magic weapon made of void mithril and glazed flame iron. Fortunately, he had used the flaming talisman to detect the void mithril and glazed flame iron. What a wonderful magic weapon! Fu Long grinned. The expert who ranked second on the Tianhua list actually went back on his words. Fong Chun said in a low voice. The red glass sword was his battle partner, and it was snatched away by Fu Long. He was furious. Who asked you to be weak? Fu Long played with the red glass sword and looked coldly at Fong Chun, saying with disdain, Who asked you to be weak? If you were strong enough to make me afraid, I would not have snatched your magic weapon. Fong Chun clenched his fist. He was humiliated, but he could not refute. Yes, who asked me to be weak? I will take this sword for you. Fu Long said, get lost. I, Fu Long, do not kill the weak. Boom. As soon as Fu Long finished his words, a vast aura suddenly spread out. Fang Chun felt a great pressure. Fu Long was deliberately pressuring him. The reason why Fu Long did not kill him was because he was too weak. Fang Chen's veins were exposed on his forehead, and his eyes were scarlet. Fu Long, one day, I will return the red glass sword personally. At that time, I will let you know who the weak one is. With that, Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space and left. This was a humiliating day, and Fang Chun would remember it deeply in his heart. Fu Long, just you wait. Fang Chun swore to himself. Brother Fu Long, why didn't you kill them all? Gu Yu asked after Fang Chun left. Fu Long snorted and ignored Gu Yu. Brother Fu Long, Gu Yu wanted to say more, but Fu Long had already left. Fang Chun returned to the sword sect of the old East League. He was furious and went into seclusion. The red glass sword had been snatched away by Fu Long, and there was nothing he could do. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. Chapter 1379. After Fang Chen's return to the old Eastern Alliance, very few people in the sword sect knew about it. Baba Barret. However, the helmsman still knew. Originally, the helmsman wanted to summon Fang Chun. However, after Fang Chun returned, he went into seclusion. If he didn't come out of seclusion, no one could wake him up. Fang Chen's seclusion was mainly focused on comprehending space-time garrote. After all, the one-year deadline was approaching. Moreover, Fang Chen believed that if he could master space-time garrote, defeating Fu Long would be a piece of cake. Thinking of the humiliation he'd suffered today, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Crimson Glass was his companion, but Fu Long had mercilessly taken it from him. Fu Long knew what it meant for a swordsman to carry a sword, but he still attacked. That sentence, "Who told you to be weak?" was deeply imprinted in Fang Chen's heart. Just you wait. It won't be long before those words are returned to you. Fang Chen's voice was cold. Starry Ruin, Space-Time Island. Fang Chun was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. His whole body emitted a frightening, murderous aura. It even startled the Minotaur from its slumber. Hey kid, what's wrong? The Minotaur thought Fang Chun had gone mad, and looked at Fang Chun with surprise. However, after a moment's observation, it found that he was safe and sound, and went back to sleep. What happened to the doppelganger, the main body knew. I've already mastered most of space-time garrote. Why can't I take the last step? Fang Chen's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. To understand space-time garrote, one needed the true meaning of space-time. However, the true meaning of space-time was a peerless true meaning. In all of the old Hua Islands, almost no one had it. Under normal circumstances, it was already 1 in 10,000 for a warrior to possess a high-level true meaning. Those who possessed a supreme true meaning were among the younger generation of the Protoss. Exceptional true intents were above transcendent grade true intents and were extremely powerful. It was precisely because Fang Chun possessed the space-time true intent that he had an advantage in comprehending the space-time strangulation technique. For nearly a year, Fang Chun had been comprehending the mysteries of space-time strangulation. Rumble in Fang Chen's mind. The little golden man was holding a long sword and waving it around. From time to time, its body would disappear into the void. This was Fang Chun demonstrating the space-time strangulation. Something's not right. After a long time, Fang Chun sighed. He was unable to take the final step, which made him feel very helpless. I don't believe that I can't succeed. Then, Fang Chun continued to immerse himself in his cultivation, pushing the true intent of space-time to its limits. With Zhang Xian at the center, the flow of time around him sped up significantly. Both his original body and his avatar were studying the space-time strangulation technique at the same time. Meanwhile, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing were also floating in the void ocean. They were about to reach the old Hua Islands. On a certain starfield flying ship, Bai Qingqing stood quietly in a green dress. There was a touch of joy on her pretty face. She was about to see Fang Chun again. Fang Chun, we'll meet soon. Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. However, just as she was speaking, a few ships suddenly came from afar. Boom! A wild aura instantly spread out and enveloped her starfield flying ship. Bai Qingqing vaguely heard someone shouting, "Boss, there's a starfield flying ship here." Then, the starfield flying ship was attacked. Bai Qingqing desperately tried to steer the starfield flying ship to escape. However, the attacks of these martial artists were too fierce. In fact, the person leading the group was even a blessed realm elite. Splash! The creation realm expert made a move. She waved her hand and pressed it on the starfield flying ship. In an instant, Bai Qingqing lost her intuition. Then, these martial artists took Bai Qingqing away. After a while, the void ocean calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened. Compared to Bai Qingqing, Princess Xian's journey was smooth. The long journey was finally over. Princess Xian stepped onto Tianhua Island with a smile on her face. "Is this Tianhua Island?" Princess Xian muttered to herself. Fang Chun is 10th on the Tianhua list and a disciple of the Ancient Eastern Alliance. If I want to find him, I should go to the Ancient Eastern Alliance. Then, Princess Xian went to Tianhua City. It was quite far from Tianhua City, but Princess Xian didn't care. Princess Xian passed through several cities through the teleportation portal and finally arrived at Tianhua City. However, as soon as she stepped out of the city, she felt that she was being watched. What's going on? Princess Xian was very puzzled. She hurriedly left the teleportation portal. However, no matter where she went, she could feel a burning gaze staring at her. In the clouds, two old men were playing chess. One of them was holding a shirako, while the other was holding a black piece. "Ha ha, old white, your chess skills are just so. The old man holding a black piece placed it down and laughed. The old man called Old White shrugged helplessly and put down his piece. "I'm not playing anymore. It's like this every time. Old White, I'm afraid you've never beaten me in all these years." The old man holding a black piece laughed. Just as the two old men were talking, Old White suddenly noticed a woman walking out of the teleportation portal. Yes, Old White's divine sense spread out and instantly landed on the woman. Then, his expression changed drastically and he began to laugh crazily. "Ha ha, Old White, what's wrong?" Old Black asked, puzzled. "Old Black, I want to take in a disciple," Old White said slowly, trying hard to suppress his excitement. When Old Black heard this, he felt that something was wrong and immediately looked down. When he saw it, he jumped in fright. "I want to take in a disciple too." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Black took a step before Old White and swooped down. Princess Xian was walking in Tianhua City. Her expression was serious, and she looked back from time to time. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared beside her. "Little girl." After the black-robed old man appeared, his face was full of smiles as he spoke. "Who are you?" Princess Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the black-robed old man. Voila! Just as Old Black was about to speak, Old White also appeared. "Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master?" Old White asked hurriedly. "Little girl, listen to me. Old White is not reliable. You should take me as your master." The two old men started to argue. This made Princess Xian a little surprised. Who exactly were these two old men? Although she had reached the heavenly body tier, she felt that she couldn't see through them at all. After arguing for a long time, the two old men compromised. "Little girl, are you willing to take us as your masters?" Old Black asked with a smile. "I still don't know who you are," Princess Xian said. "I'm Old Black, and he's Old White. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there's almost no one qualified to be our disciple. If you take us as your masters, your future will be limitless." Old White smiled. "Then can I enter the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings?" Princess Xian asked. Her intuition told her that these two old men were not simple. "Top 10. At the very least, you'll be number 1. The two old men seemed to scoff at the Tianhua rankings. They didn't care at all. "I see." Princess Xian was still thinking, but the two old men were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They grabbed Princess Xian and disappeared into thin air. I haven't agreed. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Two voices could be heard faintly in the air. Fang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened to Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the space strangulation technique. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, the ox-headed demonic beast opened its eyes. Brad, a year's time is up. You seem to have failed, the ox-headed demonic beast said. Wong. Just as the ox-headed demonic beast finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, numerous illusory figures flickered in the air. Then, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Crack! Under the impact of this terrifying aura, even the air was shattered. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure gradually appeared. His face was filled with an excited smile. After a whole year, he had finally comprehended the space strangulation technique. When he fully comprehended the space strangulation technique, he also truly understood the mystery of this secret technique. It's too powerful, Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The power of the space strangulation technique was much stronger than he had imagined. With this secret technique, he could completely kill people without leaving a trace. The true meaning of space and time, combined with the space strangulation technique, would definitely be able to kill Fu Long if he faced him again. A single secret technique had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by so much. It was enough to show how powerful the space strangulation technique was. Seeing this, the ox-headed demonic beast let out a soft cry of surprise and then laughed wildly. You brat! Only Fang Chen, who had comprehended the space strangulation technique, was qualified to make the ox-headed demonic beast look at him seriously. Senior, I did it. Fang Chen looked up at the ox-headed demonic beast and said slowly. The ox-headed monster nodded and blinked its gong-sized eyes. Then, it said the space-time strangulation technique is broad and profound. It's most suitable for you. Study it well. You'll find that it's very beneficial to you in the future. Fang Chen nodded. While comprehending the space strangulation technique, his true meaning of space and time also improved a lot. Before he knew it, he had reached the peak of rank 6. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to improve so quickly. Can I leave now? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he wanted to ask the most. The ox-headed demonic beast stretched out its big claws and grabbed Fang Chen. It threw Fang Chen into an independent space. Brat, there are many space-time demons here. If you survive here, you can leave the island. The ox-headed demonic beast finished speaking and went back to sleep. 88. At the same time, Old East Alliance Sword Doctrine Sect. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. After months of hard work, he had finally succeeded in comprehending the space strangulation technique. He stood up, feeling full of strength. In his mind, he clearly remembered the words that Fu Long had said a few months ago. Who told you to be weak? Chapter 1380. In a few months, Fang Chen's power had increased by leaps and bounds. He'd successfully learned the space-time strangulation and ended his seclusion. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His real body was in the space-time battlefield, slaying the space-time spirit. The space-time spirit was the manifestation of the space-time true meaning. It was of great help to the space-time true meaning. For now, there was no danger to his life, so his doppelganger could devote himself to finding the red glass sword. The helmsman was the first to hear that Fang Chen had come out of seclusion. Fang Chen, you've come out. After a while, the helmsman arrived at Fang Chen's residence, smiling. Fang Chen nodded. The helmsman observed Fang Chen. He felt that his power had increased, but there was still no change in his cultivation level. He was puzzled. When you came back, I wanted to talk to you. I didn't think you'd go straight to seclusion, the helmsman said. Helmsman, I'd like to release a message through the ancient Eastern Alliance. Is that okay? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the helmsman was somewhat surprised. Normally, if a disciple wanted to release a message through the ancient Eastern Alliance, it would be very important. What do you want to release? The helmsman asked. I want to find Fu Long. Fang Chen's voice was low, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You want to find Fu Long? The helmsman knew that Fu Long was second on the Tianhua ranking, second only to Ku Shu. It was said that Fu Long was also a Grandmaster Talisman Master. He was very strong in Talisman Dao. A few months ago, Fu Long took my red glass sword, Fong Chun said calmly. The helmsman could hear the anger in Fong Chen's voice. Fu Long is strong. Even if you find him, you can't defeat him. The helmsman wanted to dissuade him, but Fong Chen shook his head and refused. Helmsman, as a swordsman, we can't even protect our friends. What right do we have to cultivate? Fong Chen retorted. The helmsman opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Then, he fell into silence. How could he not know what Fong Chen was talking about? As a sword cultivator, a sword was the most important thing. No one knew what kind of mentality a swordsman who had lost his sword would have. As the person in charge of the Sword Dao faction, the helmsman was well aware of Fong Chen's feelings. Since that's the case, I'll release the news for you, said the leader. Soon after, the helmsman left. Less than half a day later, news began to spread from the old Eastern Alliance. Fong Chen, who was ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking, wanted to find Fu Long in exchange for a favor. After the news was released, the entire Old Hua Islands was in an uproar. A favor from the 10th genius of the Tianhua ranking was something that countless martial artists yearned for. Moreover, he was looking for Fu Long, who was ranked second on the Tianhua ranking. All of a sudden, countless warriors on the Old Hua Islands were looking for Fu Long. Even the inner circle of the old Eastern Alliance was abuzz. Why is Fong Chun looking for Fu Long? Is he going to challenge Fu Long? Bai Wuzong, the first disciple of the Formation faction, immediately went to the Sword Dao faction to find Fong Chun. Brother Fong, are you looking for Fu Long? Asked Bai Wuzong. Fong Chun didn't hide anything from Bai Wuzong. He nodded. Why are you looking for him? Bai Wuzong continued to ask. To kill him, Fong Chun said in a low voice. Bai Wuzong was speechless. In the process of looking for Fu Long, Fong Chun went to the Fist Technique faction. Guyu was a disciple of the Fist Technique faction. The reason he lost the red glass sword was related to him. Moreover, Guyu tried to kill him over and over again. He had to take revenge. However, to Fong Chen's disappointment, Guyu didn't return to the Fist Technique faction. However, Fong Chen soon heard that Guyu was in the Gu clan in Tianhua City. Immediately, Fong Chun left the old Eastern Alliance and went to Tianhua City. Guyu had been staying in the Gu clan. It was impossible to kill him in a direct confrontation. Therefore, he had to resort to a sneak attack. Fong Chun used 3 days to find out the details of the Gu clan. On this day, a dark night fell. There was no one on the streets. It was pitch black. Suddenly, Fong Chen's figure appeared from the darkness. He quickly made his way to the Gu clan's mansion. The Gu clan was very powerful. Tianhua City was only one of their branches. As for their headquarters, it wasn't in Tianhua City. However, even if it was a branch, there were creation realm powerhouses in charge. Fong Chen didn't dare act rashly. Crash! When he arrived in front of the Gu clan's residence, Fong Chun unleashed the space-time true intent and entered the residence silently. The Gu clan's mansion, at the peak of the mountain. The surroundings were pitch black. The crescent moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed, cultivating. From time to time, a dark aura would escape from his body. If someone were here, they would discover that he was cultivating demonic arts. His demonic chi emerged from Guyu's body. Even his lips were black. His palms kept waving, and the air was filled with dense demonic chi. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Guyu's palms spread open. Suddenly, extremely dense demonic chi gathered in the center of his palms. Then, he raised his palms, and they shone with the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, a strange aura shot out from the dark clouds and was absorbed by Guyu. Crash! Guyu opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. If I cultivate demonic arts, I won't be afraid of Fong Chun at all, Guyu said coldly. A few months ago, his plan was so thorough. However, Fong Chun killed the 9 honorable guests by himself. Fortunately, Fu Long appeared at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of Fong Chun. Although he was lucky enough to survive, The loss of the 9 honorable guests made him furious. As a result, Guyu couldn't even return to the headquarters. He could only hide in the branch and cultivate demonic arts in secret. Fang Chun, one day, I will kill you with my own hands, Guyu said fiercely. However, as soon as Guyu finished speaking, a black figure appeared. No need to wait. There's a chance now, the black figure said in a deep voice. His face couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness. Who are you? Guyu was a little panicked. He quickly restrained his aura and asked coldly. The Gu family was a famous family. They forbade martial artists from cultivating demonic arts. Once it was known, they would die. Therefore, Guyu had to be careful. The person who will kill you. Fang Chen walked towards Guyu step by step. When he saw Fang Chen's face, Guyu's face became very serious. Fang Chen, Guyu said in a deep voice. However, before Guyu finished speaking, Fang Chen made his move. His body flickered and moved unpredictably. Guyu couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Suddenly, Guyu felt his throat being choked by a big hand. Guyu struggled with all his might, but there was nothing he could do. Crack! Fang Chen's hand directly pierced through Guyu's neck, killing him instantly. Bang! He kicked Guyu's body away and disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Fang Chen was in Huatian City looking for information. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong sent him a message. Yes, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Jian Wuhong had been in seclusion all this time, but now she had come out. Jian Wuhong's voice came through the communication jade pendant. Fu Long is not in the Old Hua Islands. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face changed. He immediately asked, "Do you know where he is?" Fang Chen didn't think that Fu Long left because he was afraid of his revenge. Jian Wuhong sent him a message in a moment. Fu Long entered the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Fang Chen was a little surprised. This was the first time he had heard of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Fang Chen asked. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave is a cave left behind by an almighty. There are many inheritances in the cave. Fu Long must have gone to find them, Jian Wuhong said. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was discovered by the human race a long time ago. However, at that time, only those above the creation stage could enter. When you were in seclusion, the restrictions around the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave weakened. Even heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Hearing Jian Wuhong's explanation, Fang Chen understood. Where are you? Fang Chen asked. Sword Dao sect. Fang Chen turned off the communication jade pendant and quickly returned to the old East Alliance. Sword Dao sect, Jian Wuhong's residence. Jian Wuhong was wearing a red dress, which perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Jian Wuhong's beauty was that kind of temperament. The number one beauty of the Old Hua Islands. No one could compare to her beauty, and the temperament on his body was even more fascinating to countless martial artists. Jian Wuhong's every move was incomparably seductive. Who Fang Chun arrived at Jian Wuhong's residence. Only when she saw Fang Chen would she smile. Two small dimples appeared on her pretty face, causing Fang Chen to stare blankly. You want to enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Seeing Fang Chen's stunned expression, Jian Wuhong smiled. Fang Chen nodded. The red glass sword was taken by Fu Long. I must take it back. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Fang Chen was looking for Fu Long for the red glass sword. Fu Long, this guy is bullying others. Jian Wuhong frowned, a little displeased. Can you tell me about the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Fang Chen asked. This matter was his obsession. If he didn't resolve it, it would definitely affect his cultivation in the future, and inner demons would appear. So, he had to solve it as soon as possible. Since Fu Long was in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, he had to go and find him. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave is not on the Old Hua Islands. Jian Wuhong nodded. Fang Chen nodded. He already knew. It is in the depths of the void ocean. Fang Chen's heart shook. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was in the depths of the void ocean. This was something he didn't expect at all. Isn't the depths of the void ocean forbidden to humans? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. The deeper one went in the void ocean, the more powerful the sea demons were. Some sea demons were so powerful that even life and death realm emperors didn't dare to recklessly enter the depths of the Void Ocean. Chapter 1381. The Void Ocean had always been a forbidden zone for the various races. This was because the extremely powerful sea demon clan lived in the Void Ocean. Over the endless years, the universe had been constantly changing. However, the sea demon race in the Void Ocean had always existed. The sea demons were so powerful that humans trembled in fear upon hearing their name. In the Void Ocean, only the surface was the safest zone. Under normal circumstances, sea demons would not appear on the surface. Moreover, the closer the sea demons were to the surface, the weaker they were. This also allowed people to travel through the Void Ocean. However, the truly terrifying sea demons were in the depths of the ocean. The master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave is extremely powerful. He suppressed the sea demons and forcibly opened up a cave abode. Jian Wuhong said. In fact, she didn't know much about the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This was because she had never been to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This time, the restrictions around the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave had been weakened. Large groups of heavenly body tier elites from the Old Hua Islands, and even some of the islands nearby, were all heading toward the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave in search of opportunities. As for how to pass through the dangerous forbidden zones and enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Jian Wuhong knew a little about it. Suppress the sea demons and forcefully open up a cave abode. Fangchen couldn't help but sigh. Just who was the master of this Coiling Moon Immortal Cave? Could it be someone from the God Realm? Fang Chun was utterly shocked. Then how do I get in? Fang Chun asked. Jian Wuhong glanced at Fang Chun and said, I will naturally bring you in. Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little surprised, but he immediately understood. Previously, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave had a powerful restriction. Only those above the creation realm could enter. Now, however, heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Jian Wuhong naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. There's no need to be surprised. There are countless heavenly body tier cultivators entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave this time. Not only our Old Hua Islands, but there will also be a large number of heavenly body tier cultivators entering from the nearby islands, Jian Wuhong said. Moreover, in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, the heavenly body tier cultivators that you faced were definitely not of the younger generation like the ones on the Heavenly Splendor rankings. They might have been old monsters that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Fang Chun nodded, his heart trembling. One could imagine those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years being stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. However, the appearance of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave gave them a glimmer of hope. In front of opportunities, they would definitely be crazier than anyone else. If you encounter those old monsters who have lived for a long time, you must not provoke them. Otherwise, they will attack you without regard for anything else. Jian Wuhong reminded. In any case, if they could not reach the creation realm, they would die once their lifespan was up. He might as well roam the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave in search of fortuitous encounters. Who knows, he might even succeed. After hearing Red Sword's words, Fang Chun felt even more pressured. Initially, he thought that he would be able to slay the Food Dragon easily after entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. However, Fu Long didn't count for much among them. Whoosh taking a deep breath, Fang Chun did his best to adjust his state of mind. Then, he looked at Jian Wuhong with a burning gaze. Being stared at by him like this, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and she lowered her head shyly. Fang Chun regained his composure and said in high spirits, I was able to come out alive from a dangerous place like the Purgatory. What is there to be afraid of in a mere Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? What cultivators feared the most wasn't being weak, but rather a lack of fighting spirit. Thus, Fang Chun had to maintain a high fighting spirit. No matter what, he had to maintain the belief that he was invincible. There were many heavenly body tier cultivators entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, and there were also many who were weaker than him. Think about it carefully. If you've decided, we'll set off tomorrow, Jian Wuhong said. I've already decided. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Fang Chun said with a smile. When the leader of the Sword Dao faction learned that Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were going to enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, he was also stunned. However, he immediately understood. The two of them were currently the strongest disciples of the Sword Dao faction, especially Fang Chun, who was extremely talented. Perhaps he could surpass Jian Wuhong in the future. The leader thought very highly of the two of them. Take this command medallion. The leader gave each of them a token and said, one of my clones is also in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. If you encounter any danger, you can crush the token and I will appear. However, I can only help you if a Creation Tier Elite attacks you. If a Heavenly Body Tier Cultivator attacks you, you can only rely on yourselves, the leader continued. This was because many experts had entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Thus, those peak experts had established a rule. People of higher realms could not casually attack martial artists of lower realms. Of course, the realms mentioned here were major realms. This meant that Creation Tier cultivators could not attack Heavenly Body Tier cultivators. Meanwhile, between the 9 minor levels of the Heavenly Body Tier, they could attack as they wished. Thank you, Helmsman. The leader of the Sword Dao sect was a Creation Realm expert who had cultivated the clone technique. His clone had already entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Strictly speaking, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was located between the 4 archipelagos. They were the Old Hua Archipelago, Qingyuan Archipelago, Sword Sky Archipelago, and Evil Soul Archipelago. These 4 archipelagos were considered average among the 36 archipelagos. The Old Hua Archipelagos were slightly weaker, while the Evil Soul Archipelagos were the strongest. The Sword Sky Archipelagos was an archipelagos of sword cultivators, and it was known as a heaven for sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of any archipelagos could not compare to the sword cultivators of the Sword Sky Archipelagos. The people of the Sword Sky Archipelagos cultivated the Sword Dao. Thus, all the cultivators from the Sword Sky Archipelagos were sword cultivators. Moreover, they were the most terrifying sword cultivators. As for the Evil Soul Archipelagos, there was a legend. At the end of the last era, an elite of the evil path forcibly occupied the Evil Soul Archipelagos and changed its name. The Evil Soul Archipelagos originally did not have this name. After the name was changed, the Evil Soul Archipelagos were ruled by this elite of the evil path for a long time. As long as the elites of the immortal realm did not appear, no one on the 36 archipelagos could do anything to this elite of the evil path. The universe of the last era was destroyed, and the universe of this era was opened. And the 36 archipelagos still existed. The Evil Soul Archipelagos inherited the name of the universe of the last era. Helmsman, what kind of existence is the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave? Fang Chen asked. He could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. However, the helmsman did not answer. He shook his head and said, you will know about this in the future. Once you enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, if you have the chance, you must search for Immortal Qi. Immortal Qi? Hearing this, even Jian Wuhong was a little surprised. What was Immortal Qi? This was something that Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong had never heard of before. Immortal Qi is the key to entering the creation realm. If you can obtain enough Immortal Qi, you can forcefully break through the bottleneck and enter the creation realm, the helmsman said. The creation realm was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and steal the essence of the sun and moon. Fang Chun thought to himself, could it be that Immortal Qi was the fortune of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon? What is Immortal Qi? Fang Chun asked. Enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, and you will know everything. The helmsman seemed unwilling to say more. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong did not ask any more questions. After bidding farewell to the helmsman, the two left the ancient Eastern Alliance. They arrived at Skylark City and used the teleportation array to teleport directly to the edge of Skylark Island. Looking at the turbulent void ocean, Fang Chen's face was grave. But Jian Wuhong's pretty face was unusually calm. How do we enter the coiling moon immortal cave? Fangchen asked. If they wanted to enter the coiling moon immortal cave, they had to go deep into the void ocean. Without absolute certainty, Fangchen wouldn't dare take the risk. After all, the sea demons in the depths of the void ocean were far too strong. With his current strength, he would die. The coiling moon immortal cave has long been discovered by powerful experts. Over the years, the passage into the coiling moon immortal cave has been gradually perfected. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Jian Wuhong smiled gently. Then, under Jian Wuhong's guidance, the two of them plunged into the void ocean. Off in the distance, there happened to be a group of explorers. They were controlling a ship and were speeding towards them. Suddenly, one of the explorers on the ship cried out in alarm. "Boss, look! Someone's jumped into the void ocean." The explorer's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the group. They looked over and discovered that two figures were diving into the void ocean. Why have so many cultivators entered the void ocean recently? Could something big have happened? The leader of the explorers was a cultivator who had just advanced to the heavenly body tier. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be thinking. The other explorers all cried out in alarm. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess the truth. After all, with their status, they didn't have the right to know about the existence of the coiling moon immortal cave. Hula, the sea was filled with dense power of stars, and it was extremely oppressive. The deeper they went, the more they were repelled. Speaking of which, this wasn't the first time Fangchen had entered the void ocean. Last time, he had dug into the realm wall while mining, causing him to be swept into the void ocean. Fortunately, the group of explorers had intervened and saved him. And this time, he had taken the initiative to enter. In the blink of an eye, he had already dived 800 meters. Fangchen felt his breathing become a little rushed. "We can't dive any further." Fangchen transmitted his voice to Jian Wuhong. "Don't worry," Jian Wuhong said confidently. Seeing Jian Wuhong continue to dive, Fangchen followed closely behind. Jian Wuhong wouldn't be so rash. She definitely had a plan. Not long after, when the two of them had dived 1,000 meters, a small round plate suddenly appeared in the void ocean, floating in the sea. This small round plate emitted a gentle light. Jian Wuhong and Fangchen stood on the small round plate. In an instant, a gentle light enveloped the two of them. The pressure on Fangchen's body suddenly decreased, and he was very surprised. Fangchen's eyes widened as he looked at the small round plate beneath his feet. He didn't understand why there was a small round plate floating here. "A time tunnel," Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing this, Fangchen grinned. As it turned out, the time tunnel was built 1,000 meters above the void ocean. No wonder Jian Wuhong was so fearless and directly dived down. Whoosh! Chapter 1382. The so-called time tunnel was actually a simple teleportation array that had been reinforced. Previously, Fangchen had been very curious. However, after experiencing the time tunnel, he chuckled. However, he couldn't help but sigh. To be able to establish a time tunnel in the void ocean, one must be very powerful. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fangchen and Jian Wuhong appeared. Buzz! A milky white light instantly enveloped their bodies. The light completely blocked the raging waves that were approaching his body. Fangchen was shocked. They were currently in the depths of the void ocean. Behind them was a cave. It was the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. In front of the Coiling Moon Divine Cave, there were 4 small discs. Fangchen knew that these were the time tunnel discs. The milky white light emitted from the Coiling Moon Divine Cave enveloped the 4 small discs, preventing them from being squeezed by the void ocean. "This is the Coiling Moon Divine Cave?" Fangchen turned his head to look at the cave. His face was filled with shock. The milky white light made people feel extremely comfortable. The star pagoda in his chi sea rapidly trembled at this moment. It was frantically absorbing the milky white light. Unfortunately, the milky white light couldn't be absorbed. This cave seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was surrounded by the void ocean. Above the cave, There was a golden plaque with the words Coiling Moon Divine Cave written on it. When he saw these words, Fang Chen's eyes became dull. After a while, Fang Chen woke up from his stupor. He sucked in a breath of cold air. These words seemed to have a magical power that could disturb a cultivator's state of mind. He felt a lingering fear. The master of the Coiling Moon Divine Cave was too powerful. Just the words at the entrance of the cave made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. Trying hard to calm his heart, Fang Chen turned his head to look. Jian Wuhong's eyes were dull. Her beautiful face became ferocious. Her body emitted a terrifying aura. Jian Wuhong, Fang Chen called out softly. Fang Chen was a cultivator of the illusory sword Dao, so he knew a little about illusions. That was why they were able to quickly wake up from those words. However, Red Sword Dance was different. Since calling out was useless, Fang Chen simply used his palm to gently tug on the Red Sword Dance. Sword Dance Red, who was immersed in the four words, realized that someone was pulling her and instantly woke up. Then, he saw Fang Chen's burning gaze. I just woke you up." Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He quickly released his hand and looked away. Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. Finally, an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. "Let's enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave as soon as possible," Fang Chen urged. Jian Wuhong nodded. The two of them activated the Star Pagoda, and astral energy enveloped their bodies as they quickly entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After that, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave closed. The restrictions around the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave weakened. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave could sense the arrival of heavenly body tier cultivators and directly let them in. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave looked so weak, but countless sea demons in the depths of the ocean were terrified. Up until now, not a single sea demon dared to cause trouble here. Voila! After the two of them entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, they discovered that it was a space of its own. The laws here were slightly different from the outside world. Celestial energy swirled around, and the entire cave was enveloped by celestial energy. However, this celestial energy was hidden in the air and couldn't be captured. "This is the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave," Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just standing in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave made him feel extremely comfortable. If he could cultivate here for a long time, even if his talent was poor, he would be able to break through. "There's a stone tablet up ahead. Let's go take a look." Suddenly, Jian Wuhong said. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong walked along the stone path and arrived at the stone tablet not far away. The two of them were at the periphery of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In fact, it was a place to welcome foreign martial artists. There were no buildings here, only a stone tablet standing there. The stone tablet was 3 meters tall, and it was protected by layers of energy fluctuations. When the two of them arrived in front of the stone tablet, they discovered that there were many small words on it. "It seems to be an introduction to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave," said Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. She had also seen it. At the top of the stone tablet was an introduction to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. "I am the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. People call me the Coiling Moon War Immortal. This is a mansion I built in the mortal world. Within this mansion, there are countless opportunities waiting for those who are fated with them." Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at each other when they saw these words. The Coiling Moon War Immortal was called the War Immortal. That meant the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave should be a powerful expert. Coiling Moon War Immortal. Fang Chen frowned slightly as he racked his brains to think. He wanted his main body to ask the ox-headed demonic beast, but his main body was trapped in the space-time battlefield and killed the space-time demonic spirits. He couldn't contact the ox-headed demonic beast. He spread his hands. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he had already entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he would just take it one step at a time. Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. 1 cave, 7 mansions, 13 palaces, Jian Wuhong muttered. Hearing this, Fang Chen looked over. Indeed, there was such an introduction on the stone tablet. 1 cave should be the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, right? Asked Fang Chen. Jian Wuhong nodded. That should be the case. As for the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, they should be the branch palaces of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. A single cave had so much space. This made Fong Chun speechless. Then, the two of them looked at the stone tablet. After a long while, they had a basic understanding of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. One cave was indeed the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. As for the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, they were the divisions of the Coiling Moon War Immortals' forces in the mortal world. Many of the Coiling Moon War Immortals' disciples lived in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The most common were the ordinary disciples, followed by the outstanding disciples, and then the elite disciples. The 13 palaces were above the ordinary, outstanding disciples. The palace lords of the 13 palaces were the most powerful of the elite disciples. The Coiling Moon War Immortal thought highly of these 13 people, and each of them was in charge of a palace. Above the 13 palaces were the 7 mansions. The masters of the 7 mansions were the personal disciples of the Coiling Moon War Immortal. The masters of each mansions had the ability to fight those of a higher level and kill those of the same level. Above the 7 mansions was the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was a cave. However, the division of forces was very clear and strict. Ordinary disciples could only move around in public areas. Outstanding disciples, on the other hand, could go to some special places. As for the 13 palaces and 7 mansions, unless they had permission, even the elite disciples could not enter. It could be said that the 13 palaces and 7 mansions were the core forces of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, and they were the ones that the Coiling Moon War Immortal valued the most. However, at the end, the stone tablet recorded that the Coiling Moon War Immortal was tired of fighting. The Coiling Moon War Immortal seemed to be tired of the conflicts in the mortal world, and finally gave up on the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and entered the God Realm. After reading the records on the stone tablet, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong were shocked. How strong was the Coiling Moon War Immortal? If we can find the old site of the 13 palaces, we might be able to get the immortal chi. Fong Chun said in a low voice. In the ordinary area of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, there were almost no inheritances. The 13 palaces were different. Although they were not as strong as the 7 mansions, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong did not dare to go too deep into the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After all, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was too scary. There are no records of the 13 palaces. We have to find them ourselves. Jian Wuhong said. The two left the stone tablet and walked on the vast plain. In their minds, they were both thinking about the 13 palaces. I heard the leader mention that the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was once heavily damaged, and the 13 palaces and 7 mansions no longer exist. Some of them were even buried under the ground. Jian Wuhong said softly, if that was not the case, even if they gathered the power of the 36 islands, they would not be able to open the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Furthermore, the Coiling Moon War Immortal seemed to have grown tired of his life in the mortal world and returned to the divine realm. The Coiling Moon War Immortal in the divine realm should know that something so big happened in the immortal cave he left in the mortal world. Why didn't he do anything? Asked Fong Chun. Jian Wuhong shook her head. Perhaps the Coiling Moon War Immortal also encountered some trouble. Of course, this was only their guess. Their current mission was to find the 13 palaces. However, how would they find the 13 palaces in the vast immortal cave? Star Ruins, Temporal Island, Temporal Battlefield. This was a battlefield completely created by the true meaning of time and space. The surroundings were filled with the aura of time and space. And on this battlefield, there was an endless stream of space-time demon spirits fighting Fong Chun. Bang! Fong Chun used his space-time strangulation technique to defeat a space-time demon spirit. At the same time, after the space-time demon spirit was defeated, it condensed into a strand of space-time energy that entered his body. Phew! Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief and returned to a black circle in a corner of the temporal battlefield. Only within the black circle would he not be attacked by the space-time demon spirits. These space-time demon spirits were all created by the master of the Star Ruins, muttered Fong Chun. The more he understood about the star ruins, the more Fong Chun admired the master of the star ruins. He even suspected that the star ruins did not belong to this epoch. Just the space-time demon spirits were not something an ordinary person could do. His main body also knew that his avatar had entered the coiling moon immortal cave. Fu Long, his main body, had a very strong resentment in his heart. If he didn't kill Fu Long, this resentment would transform into a heart demon. Kid, don't be lazy. Continue killing the space-time demon spirits. Suddenly, the ox-headed demon beast's words entered Fong Chen's ears. Senior, when can I leave? Asked Fong Chun. Originally, you could leave after killing over 10,000 space-time demon spirits. But now I've changed my mind. Once your true meaning of time and space reaches the 7th grade, you can leave, said the ox-headed demon beast. Fong Chun had a helpless expression. That can be changed? Asked Fong Chun. Chapter 1383. The boundless plains were filled with dense, immortal qi. Fong Chun wanted to capture the immortal qi in the air, but he was too weak to do so. There seems to be the essence of the sun and moon in the immortal qi. Fong Chun vaguely understood that the immortal qi was condensed from the essence of the sun and moon. When a warrior absorbed the immortal qi, the star pagoda in his body would transform. In the end, the 9-story star pagoda would transform into starlight. There's someone up ahead. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong said. Soon after, Fong Chun raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that a bloody mist was spreading in front of him. Someone had fallen into a pool of blood. Let's go take a look. The two of them quickly rushed over and found 3 people lying in a pool of blood. 2 of them were dead, and the remaining one was still breathing. It seems that the battle ended not long ago, Fong Chun said in a low voice as he stared at the 3 people lying in the pool of blood. What happened? Jian Wuhong squatted down and asked the only warrior who was still alive. This martial artist opened his mouth, but his aura was so weak that he couldn't speak at all. You dash what? Jian Wuhong wanted to ask more, but the warrior was already dead. However, before he died, he hysterically screamed out a word. Green. You green. Fong Chun carefully pondered over the meaning of these 2 words when put together. Jian Wuhong checked and found that the warrior was already dead. She shook her head and stood up, a helpless look on her face. However, at this moment, Fong Chun suddenly exclaimed, What did you find? Jian Wuhong asked hurriedly. This person said the word you green before he died, and his finger pointed to the north. Fong Chun said excitedly, If my guess is correct, this Yu Green might be one of the legendary 13 palaces, the Yu Green Palace. To be honest, the 2 of them only knew the general idea of the 13 palaces. They didn't know the specific name. This was completely Fong Chen's guess. Yu Green Palace. After hearing Fong Chen's guess, Jian Wuhong's pretty face was filled with a solemn expression. It would be great if this person was really talking about the serene Green Palace. No matter what, we can't let go of such a good opportunity, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Jian Wuhong nodded. The 2 of them quickly moved towards the north where the cultivator had pointed. 6 hours later, the 2 of them passed through the plains, climbed over the mountains, and then passed through the valleys. Finally, the 2 of them arrived at a barren plain. There had been a great battle here, and there were ruins everywhere. Looking at the ruins, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong smiled at each other. They were certain that this should be the old site of the serene Green Palace. That was because a war had taken place here, and it had turned into ruins. From the ruins in the wasteland, it could be seen that the battle back then was very intense. As a result, the entire serene Green Palace was turned into ruins. Above the ruins, there were countless resentful auras that did not disperse for a long time. Surprisingly, the immortal qi that engulfed the entire coiling moon immortal cave did not enter this desolate plain. There is no immortal qi here, Fong Chun said. Jian Wuhong nodded and then walked towards the ruins, ready to check if this was the old site of the serene Green Palace. However, at that moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, there was the sound of wild laughter. Ha ha, this is great. I didn't expect to find the serene green palace so soon after entering. A voice was heard. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong looked at each other and then looked into the distance warily. Dust rolled, and soon a group of people appeared. When he saw the person in the lead, Fang Chen's pupils shrank, and a chill exuded from his body. The person who came was none other than an acquaintance from Tongtian Island, the Qingling sect, one of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The person in the lead was the sect master of the Qingling sect, Ancestor Qingling. A few years ago, a war broke out on Tongtian Island. Because the Qingling sect sided with the wrong side, Ancestor Qingling's cultivation eventually declined. In the past few years, the Black Heaven sect and Piljing Hall had been secretly attacking the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect urgently needed to become stronger. Hearing that heavenly body tier cultivators could enter the coiling moon celestial cave, Ancestor Qingling led the heavenly body tier cultivators of the Qingling sect here without hesitation. Suddenly, an elder said, "Ancestor, there are people in front." Ancestor Qingling looked up with a hint of killing intent between his brows. "Just 2 heavenly body tier cultivators. There's nothing to be afraid of," Ancestor Qingling said. While they were talking, the Qingling sect arrived in front of the ruins. "The 2 of you," the Qingling sect was the first to discover this serene green palace. "Please leave quickly," Ancestor Qingling said in a deep voice. "I only know that the 2 of us came here first," Jian Wuhong said. Hearing that, Ancestor Qingling was a little displeased and said coldly, "The 2 of you, be careful when making a choice. Don't be reckless." "Humph! If it weren't for the fact that our Qingling sect just encountered some trouble, how could we have let you get here first? Leave this place quickly, or you'll only end up dead. Our ancestor doesn't want to kill. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame our ancestor for not being polite." The few elders were overbearing. A thought-provoking smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he stared straight at Ancestor Qingling. After not seeing him for a few years, Fang Chen's appearance had also undergone some subtle changes. He had become a lot more weathered. Therefore, Ancestor Qingling didn't recognize Fang Chen. "It's just the Qingling sect," Jian Wuhong sneered and said disdainfully. She hadn't even heard of the Qingling sect, so it must be a small sect. Moreover, she noticed that Ancestor Qingling's cultivation was on par with hers, so she wasn't afraid. "It seems that the 2 of you don't plan to leave." Hearing that, Ancestor Qingling took a step forward, and the aura around him instantly spread out. Back then, his cultivation was forcibly suppressed by the power of will. Now a few years had passed, and his cultivation had once again risen to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. However, his foundation wasn't deep enough, so he needed the help of the coiling moon celestial cave to break through. Seeing that Ancestor Qingling wanted to suppress others with his power, Fang Chun grinned. "The Qingling sect only knows how to use power to suppress others like this. Since you're so stubborn, then die." Ancestor Qingling made his move, and a rich cyan aura emerged around him. This was the true intent of wind. Ancestor Qingling waved his hand, and suddenly, the rich cyan aura condensed into a battle saber. With a powerful force, it attacked Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong took a step forward, ready to attack. However, she was stopped by Fang Chun. Jian Wuhong was a little puzzled. "Let me do it. The grudges of the past have to be resolved," Fang Chun said softly, and immediately used the true intent of time and space. Whoosh! The tempering of his original body in the temporal island had improved his true intent of time and space a lot. Now, Fang Chen's control of the true intent of time and space had reached a very high level. His figure flickered in the void, and Ancestor Qingling couldn't even catch Fang Chen's figure. Ancestor Qingling frowned and immediately controlled the cyan battle saber to attack the void. Pucci! The cyan battle saber cut through the void and forced Fang Chen's figure out. In fact, Ancestor Qingling just thought that it was his strength that forced Fang Chen out. However, only Fang Chen knew that he had taken the initiative to appear. Too weak. Fang Chen sneered and punched out. The perfect sword body burst out with a vast power, gathered in his fist, and punched out. Crack! The cyan battle saber was extremely fast. However, it couldn't avoid Fong Chen's fist. The two collided, and the cyan battle saber was instantly shattered. Bang! Ancestor Qingling's figure kept retreating. Ancestor Qingling steadied himself and looked at Fong Chen with a solemn expression. "May I ask who you are? Why are you afraid?" Fong Chen asked. "Among the heavenly body tier, there aren't many that I'm afraid of. You don't count." Ancestor Qingling was still extremely arrogant and refused to lower his head. "You've only cultivated to the 9th layer of the heavenly body tier at such an old age. Don't you feel ashamed?" Jian Wuhong said coldly. At the same time, the aura around her rippled, and she was ready to attack at any time. In the area of the Qingling sect, an elder looked at Jian Wuhong and found her familiar. Wearing a red dress, 9th layer of the heavenly body tier. After thinking for a while, the elder was shocked. "Are you Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua roll?" The elder's words caused an uproar. Many elders of the Qingling sect looked at Jian Wuhong in shock. Even Ancestor Qingling was a little shocked. "Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua roll? So what if I am?" Jian Wuhong said. Her words had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. At this time, Ancestor Qingling looked at Jian Wuhong with a solemn expression. "So you're an outstanding genius of the Tianhua roll. I think this is a misunderstanding." Ancestor Qingling chuckled. What a joke. Martial artists on the Tianhua roll were very powerful. He didn't think that he could defeat Jian Wuhong, who was ranked 3rd on the Tianhua rankings. Knowing when to yield and when to stand tall was the way of the king. He believed that Jian Wuhong would not make a big fuss out of this either. "Why don't we explore the serene green palace together?" Ancestor Green Spirit smiled. Jian Wuhong shook her head. Fong Chen sneered. "Ancestor Green Spirit, we can still explore the serene green palace without you. Tell me, why should we follow you?" "Brat, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're using Red Sword Dance," said Ancestor Green Spirit coldly. Jian Wuhong did make him feel apprehensive, but this kid was too arrogant. "Since you're not afraid, let's continue the battle." Fong Chen didn't say much and directly attacked. Although the red glass sword was not his hand, he could not use the Thunderfall sword technique. However, he could use the space-time strangulation technique, which was a secret technique even more powerful than the Thunderfall sword technique. Rumble Fong Chen was everywhere, and Ancestor Green Spirit could not guard against him. Soon, Ancestor Green Spirit was at a disadvantage. "Who the hell are you?" Ancestor Green Spirit, who was suppressed, roared angrily. Seeing this, the elders of the Qingling sect decisively attacked, wanting to use the human wave tactic to kill the two. Boom! Jian Wuhong's aura soared to the sky. Her beautiful body was like an unsheathed, sharp sword, standing quietly on the ruins. What a strong aura! Chapter 1384. Let's attack together. Ancestor Green Spirit roared. The elders of the Green Spirit sect no longer hesitated and attacked. However, Jian Wuhong's battle prowess made them feel extremely desperate. Puchi! Wherever the long sword passed, the elders of the Green Spirit sect fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, several elders died. "No!" Ancestor Green Spirit roared angrily, trying to break free from Fong Chen's suppression, but he was helpless. Ancestor Green Spirit, enjoy it. "You don't have much time left," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Jian Wuhong went on a killing spree. No one from the Green Spirit sect was a match for her. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Body Realm elders brought by Ancestor Green Spirit were all killed in battle. "It's over." Ancestor Green Spirit was extremely desperate, his face hideous. These Heavenly Body Realm elders were all core elders of the Green Spirit sect. They were all killed in battle, which was a huge blow to the Green Spirit sect. The Green Spirit sect's plan to rise was instantly ruined. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Ancestor Green Spirit roared crazily and launched a counterattack. Bang! However, before he could make a move, he was suppressed by Fong Chen again. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from all over his body, and blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. Ancestor Green Spirit was in a very sorry state. Pucci. After killing the last person, Jian Wuhong put away her long sword and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded at Jian Wuhong and then looked at Ancestor Green Spirit. Crack! Fang Chen punched Ancestor Green Spirit's arm away, and the latter immediately let out a miserable scream. Brat, my Green Spirit sect has no grievances with you. Why are you doing this? Ancestor Green Spirit asked in a hoarse voice. Crack! His other arm was smashed away, and Fang Chen immediately said, Do you remember Sword Cloud Star Sovereign of Sky Pass Island? Hearing this, Ancestor Green Spirit widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. You are the descendant of Sword Cloud Star Sovereign? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Although I'm not, I personally promise to avenge Sword Cloud Star Sovereign. Sword Cloud Star Sovereign was the youngest disciple of Heaven-Piercing Peak's master. He was also the disciple he thought the most highly of. Who would have thought that he would be assassinated by Patriarch Green Spirit? Wallow with a thought from Fang Chen, the Beastman and Tongtian Peak's artifact spirit appeared instantly. Master, the artifact spirit called out. Watch carefully. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he punched Patriarch Green Spirit's head. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. I'm Fang Chen. Ancestor Green Spirit was dumbfounded and his head fell to the ground. Even until his death, he did not expect that a former disciple of the Black Sky sect would be so powerful. Moreover, as the leader of a sect, he had died at the hands of Fang Chen. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Once they died, they would vanish in a thin air. Ancestor Green Spirit, that damn guy is finally dead. The artifact spirit clapped his hands and cheered. The half-beast man was also very excited. Thank you, Master. The artifact spirits knew that Fang Chen had asked them to come out to witness this scene. I've avenged Sword Cloud Star-Lord. Fang Chen nodded and said. Then, with a wave of his hand, the artifact spirit and the half-beast man disappeared. At this point, the people of the Green Spirit sect were all wiped out. Jian Wuhong did not ask Fang Chen the reason. Everyone had some secrets that no one knew, including herself. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen and said, Now, the two of you can explore the serene green palace in peace. They did not know what good things were in the serene green palace of the 13 palaces, so both of them were looking forward to it. Fang Chen nodded. The appearance of Ancestor Green Spirit was also beyond his expectations. However, since he had encountered him, he would take care of him. No matter what, he had received some favors from Sword Cloud Star-Lord, so it was reasonable to avenge him. Let's go. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong set foot on the ruins. Seeing the ruins, Fang Chen had a lot of emotions in his heart. Dong! Just as the two of them were exploring, the ruins suddenly trembled. Then, a bright light soared into the sky. The blood of Ancestor Green Spirit and the others all drilled into the ground, triggering changes in the ruins. Roar! A shout could be heard from within the ruins. Soon after, a figure appeared within the light that soared into the sky. Snake Clan. Within the light, there was a huge, thick snake slithering about. In a moment, the big snake fell to the ground, and the soaring light disappeared. Human, I am the guardian of the Serene Green Palace. If you want to enter the Serene Green Palace, you must defeat me, the big snake said. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong looked at the big snake in surprise. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong cried out in surprise, The Winged Serpent Clan. You have good taste. I didn't expect someone to remember the Winged Serpent Clan, the Winged Serpent said faintly. The Winged Serpent Clan belonged to the Sea Demon Clan. Among the Sea Demons, they were relatively famous. This was because they were the only snake clan that was classified as a Sea Demon Clan. Another reason was that the Winged Serpent could fly. Every time it fought, a pair of wings would grow out of its back and kill people silently. The Winged Serpent guarding the Serene Green Palace made Jian Wuhong feel somewhat helpless. Don't worry, I will only suppress my cultivation to the 9th level of the Heavenly Body tier, the Winged Serpent said in human language. With its strength, it could completely transform. However, it had its own pride and refused to transform. "What should we do?" Fang Chen asked. "The winged serpent is extremely fast and can fly. It is quite troublesome to fight," Jian Wuhong said in a low voice. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "I could be responsible for sniping it in the air. You attack from the ground." No matter how fast the winged serpent was, could it be faster than the true intent of time and space? Fang Chen obviously didn't believe it. "You two can come together," the winged serpent said. He hadn't fought in a long time. "Do it." With a low shout, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Jian Wuhong held a long sword in her hand and launched a domineering attack. "Xiao!" The winged serpent spat out its tongue. Its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air. It spread its wings and soared in the sky, launching an attack at Jian Wuhong on the ground. Flames shot out of the winged serpent's mouth. Jian Wuhong had some difficulty blocking it. Pong! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared and directly smashed a fist into the winged serpent's head. Instantly, the winged serpent's body trembled and swayed. And the winged serpent steadied itself and looked at Fang Chen with some surprise. Then, it immediately gave up on Jian Wuhong and focused on attacking Fang Chen. Space-time strangulation technique. Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Even the winged serpent couldn't find trace of him. Where did he go? The winged serpent looked left and right. At the same time, a faint white halo appeared around its body, forming the strongest defense. It spread its wings and soared, reaching 10,000 meters in the air. However, even so, it couldn't block Fang Chen's attack. After using the space-time strangulation technique, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind the winged serpent like a ghost. Then his palms carried a terrifying space-time aura and slapped the winged serpent's body. Pong! The white halo around the winged serpent's body was instantly shattered. Its body rapidly fell. "Not good!" The winged serpent cried out, and its aura rose sharply. It spewed out intense flames from its mouth. Seeing the winged serpent being blasted down, Jian Wuhong made her move. Her sword chi was like a rainbow, and her sword light was like a shadow. Jian Wuhong's domineering swordsmanship was fully displayed at this moment. Especially when combined with her cultivation of the sword Dao, her attack power was incomparably strong. Puchi! The winged serpent's defense was pierced by Jian Wuhong's longsword. Then its aura rose again. And, seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and the space-time strangulation technique attacked again. Pong! The winged serpent's suppression of its cultivation was instantly released. Its wings flapped, and a strong wind blew, directly sending Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong flying. Then, the winged serpent retracted its aura and floated in the air, staring at the two of them. "Not bad. To be able to make me feel threatened, you've passed," the winged serpent said. At the last moment, if it hadn't released its suppression of its cultivation, it would definitely have been injured. The winged serpent looked at Fang Chen, its eyes full of heat. "Brat, your attainment to the Tao of space are very high, especially in your attacks," the winged serpent said. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong smiled. Although the battle was very short, the process was very thrilling. The winged serpent was very strong. Although it was suppressed to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, it was enough to insta-kill many cultivators. Fortunately, Fang Chen's space-time true meaning just so happened to counter the winged serpent's speed. The space-time strangulation technique could effectively disintegrate the winged serpent's attacks. The suppressed winged serpent was ultimately no match. Within the dark green palace, there is an inheritance. However, there's also danger. Don't think that just because you've passed my test, you can pass through the dark green palace unimpeded, the winged serpent said faintly, his eyes flashing. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Fang Chen said, clasping his hands. "All right, you may enter." The winged serpent flapped its wings, and instantly, a void door appeared above the ruins. Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong entered through it. Not long after, another group of people discovered the dark green palace. They clashed with the winged serpent. Too weak. The winged serpent flapped its wings, and a casual attack was enough to cause damage to these cultivators. Not long after, most of the cultivators died at the hands of the winged serpent. Weak. The winged serpent's eyes were filled with a cold sneer. You want to enter the dark green palace with this bit of strength? The final result was that all the cultivators that arrived were killed by the winged serpent. They were too weak, and even if they entered the dark green palace, they would only be courting death. The winged serpent flapped its wings and floated above the ruins, looking down on the ground below.